Introduction Part A of the Monastery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Monastery by Walter Scott. Introduction Part A. 1830. It would be difficult to assign any good reason why the author of Ivanhoe, after using in that work all the art he possessed to remove the personages, action, and manners of the tale to a distance from his own country, should choose for the scene of his next attempt the celebrated ruins of Melrose, in the immediate neighbourhood of his own residence. But the reason, or caprice, which dictated his change of system, has entirely escaped his recollection. Nor is it worth while to attempt recalling what must be a matter of very little consequence. The general plan of the story was, to conjoin two characters in that bustling and contentious age, who, thrown into situations which gave them different views on the subject of the Reformation, should, with the same sincerity and purity of intention, dedicate themselves, the one to the support of the sinking fabric of the Catholic Church, the other to the establishment of the Reformed doctrines. It was supposed that some interesting subjects for narrative might be derived from opposing two such enthusiasts to each other in the path of life, and contrasting the real worth of both with their passions and prejudices. The localities of Melrose suited well the scenery of the proposed story. The ruins themselves form a splendid theatre for any tragic incident which might be brought forward. Joined to the vicinity of the fine river, with all its tributary streams flowing through a country which has been the scene of so much fierce fighting, and is rich with so many recollections of former times, and lying almost under the immediate eye of the author, by whom they were to be used in composition. The situation possessed farther recommendations. On the opposite bank of the Tweed might be seen the remains of ancient enclosures, surrounded by sycamores and ash trees of considerable size. These had once formed the crofts or arable ground of a village, now reduced to a single hut, the abode of a fisherman, who also manages a ferry. The cottages, even the church which once existed there, have sunk into vestiges hardly to be traced without visiting the spot, the inhabitants having gradually withdrawn to the more prosperous town of Galashiels, which has risen into consideration within 2 miles of their neighbourhood. Superstitious eld, however, has tenanted the deserted groves with aerial beings, to supply the want of the mortal tenants who have deserted it. The ruined and abandoned churchyard of Boldside has been long believed to be haunted by the fairies, and the deep broad current of the Tweed, wheeling in moonlight round the foot of the steep bank, with a number of trees originally planted for shelter round the fields of the cottagers, but now presenting the effect of scattered and detached groves, fill up the idea which one would form in imagination for a scene that Oberon and Queen Mab might love to revel in. There are evenings when the spectator might believe, with Father Chaucer, that the Queen of Faery, with harp and pipe and symphony, were dwelling in the place. Another, and even a more familiar refuge of the elfin race, if tradition is to be trusted, is the glen of the river, or rather brook, named the Allen, which falls into the Tweed from the northward, about 1/4 of a mile above the present bridge. As the streamlet finds its way behind Lord Somerville's hunting seat, called the Pavilion, its valley has been popularly termed the Fairy Dean, or rather the Nameless Dean, because of the supposed ill luck attached by the popular faith of ancient times to any one who might name or allude to the race, whom our fathers distinguished as the good neighbours, and the Highlanders called Daoine Shi, or men of peace, rather by way of compliment than on account of any particular idea of friendship or pacific relation which either Highlander or Borderer entertained towards the irritable beings whom they thus distinguished or supposed them to bear to humanity. See Rob Roy, note page 202. In evidence of the actual operations of the fairy people, even at this time, little pieces of calcareous matter are found in the glen after a flood, which either the labors of those tiny artists, or the eddies of the brook among the stones, have formed into a fantastic resemblance of cups, saucers, basins, and the like, in which children who gather them pretend to discern fairy utensils. Besides these circumstances of romantic locality, Mea Paupera Regna, as Captain Dalgetty denominates his territory of Drumthwacket, are bounded by a small but deep lake, from which eyes that yet look on the light are said to have seen the water bull ascend, and shake the hills with his roar. Indeed, the country around Melrose, if possessing less of romantic beauty than some other scenes in Scotland, is connected with so many associations of a fanciful nature, in which the imagination takes delight, as might well induce one even less attached to the spot than the author, to accommodate, after a general manner, the imaginary scenes he was framing to the localities to which he was partial. But it would be a misapprehension to suppose that because Melrose may in general pass for Kennaquhair, or because it agrees with the scenes of the Monastery and the circumstances of the drawbridge, the mill dam, and other points of resemblance, that therefore an accurate or perfect local similitude is to be found in all the particulars of the picture. It was not the purpose of the author to present a landscape copied from nature, but a piece of composition, in which a real scene, with which he is familiar, had afforded him some leading outlines. Thus the resemblance of the imaginary Glendearg with the real vale of the Allen is far from being minute, nor did the author aim at identifying them. This must appear plain to all who know the actual character of the Glen of Allen, and have taken the trouble to read the account of the imaginary Glendearg. The stream in the latter case is described as wandering down a romantic little valley, shifting itself, after the fashion of such a brook, from one side to the other, as it can most easily find its passage, and touching nothing in its progress that gives token of cultivation. It rises near a solitary tower, the abode of a supposed church vassal, and the scene of several incidents in the romance. The real Allen, on the contrary, after traversing the romantic ravine called the Nameless Dean, thrown off from side to side alternately, like a billiard ball repelled by the sides of the table on which it has been played, and in that part of its course resembling the stream which pours down Glendearg, may be traced upwards into a more open country, where the banks retreat farther from each other, and the vale exhibits a good deal of dry ground, which has not been neglected by the active cultivators of the district. It arrives, too, at a sort of termination, striking in itself, but totally irreconcilable with the narrative of the romance. Instead of a single peel house or border tower of defence, such as Dame Glendinning is supposed to have inhabited, the head of the Allen, about 5 miles above its junction with the Tweed, shows 3 ruins of border houses belonging to different proprietors, and each, from the desire of mutual support so natural to troublesome times, situated at the extremity of the property of which it is the principal messuage. One of these is the ruinous mansion house of Hillslap, formerly the property of the Cairncrosses, and now of Mr. Innes of Stow. A second, the Tower of Colmslie, an ancient inheritance of the Borthwick family, as is testified by their crest, the Goat's Head, which exists on the ruin. Footnote: it appears that Sir Walter Scott's memory was not quite accurate on these points. John Borthwick, Esquire, in a note to the publisher, June 11th, 1813, says that Colmslie belonged to Mr. Innes of Stow, while Hillslap forms part of the estate of Crookston. He adds, quote, "In proof that the Tower of Hillslap, which I have taken measures to preserve from injury, was chiefly in his head, as the Tower of Glendearg, when writing the Monastery, I may mention that, on one of the occasions when I had the honour of being a visitor at Abbotsford, the stables then being full, I sent a pony to be put up at our tenants at Hillslap." "Well," said Sir Walter, "if you do that, you must trust for its not being lifted before to-morrow, to the protection of Halbert Glendinning, against Christie of the Clintshill." At page 58, volume 3, the first edition, the winding stair which the monk ascended is described. The winding stone stair is still to be seen in Hillslap, but not in either of the two towers." End quote. It is, however, probable, from the Goat's Head crest on Colmslie, that that tower also had been of old a possession of the Borthwicks. End footnote. A third, the house of Langshaw, also ruinous, but near which the proprietor, Mr. Bailey of Jerviswood and Mellerstane, has built a small shooting box. All these ruins, so strangely huddled together in a very solitary spot, have recollections and traditions of their own, but none of them bear the most distant resemblance to the descriptions in the romance of the Monastery. And as the author could hardly have erred so grossly regarding a spot within a morning's ride of his own house, the inference is that no resemblance was intended. Hillslap is remembered by the humours of the last inhabitants, 2 or 3 elderly ladies, of the class of Miss Reynolds, in the old manor house, though less important by birth and fortune. Colmslie is commemorated in song. Colmslie stands on Colmslie Hill. The water it flows round Colmslie Mill. The mill and the kiln gang bonnily, and it's up with the whippers of Colmslie. Langshaw, although larger than the other mansions assembled at the head of the supposed Glendearg, has nothing about it more remarkable than the inscription of the present proprietor over his shooting lodge: Utinam hane elium viris implium amicus. A modest wish, which I know no one more capable of attaining upon an extended scale than the gentleman who has expressed it upon a limited one. Having thus shown that I could say something of these desolated towers, which the desire of social intercourse, or the facility of mutual defence, had drawn together at the head of this glen, I need not add any farther reason to show that there is no resemblance between them and the solitary habitation of Dame Elspeth Glendinning. Beyond these dwellings are some remains of natural wood, and a considerable portion of morass and bog, but I would not advise any one who may be curious in localities to spend time in looking for the fountain and holly tree of the White Lady. While I am on the subject, I may add, that Captain Clutterbuck, the imaginary editor of the Monastery, has no real prototype in the village of Melrose or neighbourhood, that ever I saw or heard of. To give some individuality to this personage, he is described as a character which sometimes occurs in actual society, a person who, having spent his life within the necessary duties of a technical profession, from which he has been at length emancipated, finds himself without any occupation whatever, and is apt to become the prey of ennui, until he discerns some petty subject of investigation commensurate to his talents, the study of which gives him employment in solitude, while the conscious possession of information peculiar to himself adds to his consequence in society. I have often observed that the lighter and trivial branches of antiquarian study are singularly useful in relieving vacuity of such a kind, and have known them serve many a Captain Clutterbuck to retreat upon. I was therefore a good deal surprised when I found the antiquarian captain identified with a neighbour and friend of my own, who could never have been confounded with him by any one who had read the book, and seen the party alluded to. This erroneous identification occurs in a work entitled Illustrations of the Author of Waverley, being notices and anecdotes of real characters, scenes, and incidents, supposed to be described in his works, by Robert Chambers. This work was of course liable to many errors, as any one of the kind must be, whatever may be the ingenuity of the author, which takes the task of explaining what can only be known to another person. Mistakes of place or inanimate things referred to are of very little moment, but the ingenious author ought to have been more cautious of attaching real names to fictitious characters. I think it is in the Spectator we read of a rustic wag, who, in a copy of the Whole Duty of Man, wrote opposite to every vice the name of some individual in the neighbourhood, and thus converted that excellent work into a libel on a whole parish. The scenery being thus ready at the author's hand, the reminiscences of the country were equally favourable. In a land where the horses remained almost constantly saddled, and the sword seldom quitted the warrior's side, where war was the natural and constant state of the inhabitants, and peace only existed in the shape of brief and feverish truces, there could be no want of the means to complicate and extricate the incidents of his narrative at pleasure. There was a disadvantage, notwithstanding, in treading this border district, for it had been already ransacked by the author himself, as well as others, and unless presented under a new light, was likely to afford ground to the objection of cram bis cocta. To attain the indispensable quality of novelty, something, it was thought, might be gained by contrasting the character of the vassals of the Church with those of the dependents of the lay barons, by whom they were surrounded. But much advantage could not be derived from this. There were indeed differences betwixt the two classes, but, like tribes in the mineral and vegetable world, which, resembling each other to common eyes, can be sufficiently well discriminated by naturalists, they were yet too similar, upon the whole, to be placed in marked contrast with each other. Machinery remained, the introduction of the supernatural and marvellous, the resort of distressed authors since the days of Horace, but whose privileges as a sanctuary have been disputed in the present age, and well nigh exploded. The popular belief no longer allows the possibility of existence to the race of mysterious beings, which hovered betwixt this world and that which is invisible. The fairies have abandoned their moonlight turf, the witch no longer holds her black orgies in the hemlock dell, and even the last lingering phantom of the brain, the churchyard ghost, is now at rest again. From the discredit attached to the vulgar and more common modes in which the Scottish superstition displays itself, the author was induced to have recourse to the beautiful, though almost forgotten, theory of astral spirits, or creatures of the elements, surpassing human beings in knowledge and power, but inferior to them as being subject, after a certain space of years, to a death which is to them annihilation, as they have no share in the promise made to the sons of Adam. These spirits are supposed to be of 4 distinct kinds, as the elements from which they have their origin, and are known to those who have studied the cabalistical philosophy by the names of sylphs, gnomes, salamanders, and naiads, as they belong to the elements of air, earth, fire, or water. The general reader will find an entertaining account of these elementary spirits in the French book entitled Entretien de Comte du Gabalis. The ingenious Comte de la Motte Foucault composed in German one of the most successful productions of his fertile brain, where a beautiful and even afflicting effect is produced by the introduction of a water nymph, who loses the privilege of immortality by consenting to become accessible to human feelings, and uniting her lot with that of a mortal who treats her with ingratitude. End of introduction, Part A. Introduction, Part B, of The Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction, Part B. In imitation of an example so successful, the White Lady of Avenel was introduced into the following sheets. She is represented as connected with the family of Avenel by one of those mystic ties which in ancient times were supposed to exist, in certain circumstances, between the creatures of the elements and the children of men. Such instances of mysterious union are recognized in Ireland, in the real Milosian families who are possessed of a banshee, and they are known among the traditions of the Highlands, which in many cases attached an immortal being or spirit to the service of particular families or tribes. These demons, if they are to be called so, announced good or evil fortune to the families connected with them, and though some only condescended to meddle with matters of importance, others, like the May Malach, or Maid of the Hairy Arms, condescended to mingle in ordinary sports, and even to direct the chief how to play at draughts. There was, therefore, no great violence in supposing such a being as this to have existed, while the elementary spirits were believed in. But it was more difficult to describe or imagine its attributes and principles of action. Shakespeare, the first of authorities in such a case, has painted Ariel, that beautiful creature of his fancy, as only approaching so near to humanity as to know the nature of that sympathy which the creatures of clay felt for each other, as we learn from the expression, "Mine would, if I were human." The inferences from this are singular, but seem capable of regular deduction. A being, however superior to man in length of life, in power over the elements, in certain perceptions respecting the present, the past, and the future, yet still incapable of human passions, of sentiments of moral good and evil, of meriting future rewards or punishments, belongs rather to the class of animals than of human creatures, and must therefore be presumed to act more from temporary benevolence or caprice, than from anything approaching to feeling or reasoning. Such a being's superiority in power can only be compared to that of the elephant or lion, who are greater in strength than man, though inferior in the scale of creation. The partialities which we suppose such spirits to entertain must be like those of the dog. Their sudden starts of passion, or the indulgence of a frolic or mischief, may be compared to those of the numerous varieties of the cat. All these propensities are, however, controlled by the laws which render the elementary race subordinate to the command of man, liable to be subjected by his science, so the sect of Gnostics believed, and on this turned the Rosicrucian philosophy, or to be overpowered by his superior courage and daring, when it set their illusions at defiance. It is with reference to this idea of the supposed spirits of the elements that the White Lady of Avenel is represented as acting a varying, capricious, and inconsistent part in the pages assigned to her in the narrative, manifesting interest and attachment to the family with whom her destinies are associated, but evincing whim and even a species of malevolence towards other mortals, as the sacristan and the border robber, whose incorrect life subjected them to receive petty mortifications at her hand. The White Lady is scarcely supposed, however, to have possessed either the power or the inclination to do more than inflict terror or create embarrassment, and is also subjected by those mortals, who by virtuous resolution and mental energy could assert superiority over her. In these particulars she seems to constitute a being of a middle class between the esprit follet, who places its pleasure in misleading and tormenting mortals, and the benevolent fairy of the East, who uniformly guides, aids, and supports them. Either, however, the author executed his purpose indifferently, or the public did not approve of it, for the White Lady of Avenel was far from being popular. He does not now make the present statement, in the view of arguing readers into a more favorable opinion on the subject, but merely with the purpose of exculpating himself from the charge of having wantonly intruded into the narrative a being of inconsistent powers and propensities. In the delineation of another character, the author of the Monastery failed where he hoped for some success. As nothing is so successful a subject for ridicule as the fashionable follies of the time, it occurred to him that the more serious scenes of his narrative might be relieved by the humour of a cavaliero of the age of Queen Elizabeth. In every period the attempt to gain and maintain the highest rank of society has depended on the power of assuming and supporting a certain fashionable kind of affectation, usually connected with some vivacity of talent and energy of character, but distinguished at the same time by a transcendent flight beyond sound reason and common sense, both faculties too vulgar to be admitted into the estimate of one who claims to be esteemed a choice spirit of the age. These in their different phases constitute the gallants of the day, whose boast it is to drive the whims of fashion to extremity. On all occasions, the manners of the sovereign, the court, and the time, must give the tone to the peculiar description of qualities by which those who would attain the height of fashion must seek to distinguish themselves. The reign of Elizabeth, being that of a maiden queen, was distinguished by the decorum of the courtiers, and especially the affectation of the deepest deference to the sovereign. After the acknowledgment of the Queen's matchless perfections, the same devotion was extended to beauty as it existed among the lesser stars in her court, who sparkled, as it was the mode to say, by her reflected lustre. It is true that gallant kings no longer vowed to heaven, the peacock and the ladies, to perform some feat of extravagant chivalry, in which they endangered the lives of others as well as their own. But although their chivalrous displays of personal gallantry seldom went farther in Elizabeth's days than the tilt-yard, where barricades, called barriers, prevented the shock of the horses, and limited the display of the cavaliers' skill to the comparatively safe encounter of their lances, the language of the lovers to their ladies was still in the exalted terms which Amadis would have addressed to Oriana before encountering a dragon for her sake. This tone of romantic gallantry found a clever but conceited author to reduce it to a species of constitution and form, and lay down the courtly manner of conversation in a pedantic book called Euphues and his England. Of this a brief account is given in the text, to which it may now be proper to make some additions. The extravagance of Euphuism, or a symbolical jargon of the same class, predominates in the romances of Calprenade and Scuderi, which were read for the amusement of the fair sex of France during the long reign of Louis XIV, and were supposed to contain the only legitimate language of love and gallantry. In this reign they encountered the satire of Molière and Boileau. A similar disorder, spreading into private society, formed the ground of the affected dialogue of the précieuses, as they were styled, who formed the coterie of the Hôtel Rambouillet, and afforded Molière matter for his admirable comedy, Les Précieuses Ridicules. In England, the humour does not seem to have long survived the accession of James I. The author had the vanity to think that a character, whose peculiarities should turn on extravagances which were once universally fashionable, might be read in a fictitious story with a good chance of affording amusement to the existing generation, who, fond as they are of looking back on the actions and manners of their ancestors, might be also supposed to be sensible of their absurdities. He must fairly acknowledge that he was disappointed, and that the Euphuist, far from being accounted a well-drawn and humorous character of the period, was condemned as unnatural and absurd. It would be easy to account for this failure by supposing the defect to arise from the author's want of skill, and, probably, many readers may not be inclined to look farther. But as the author himself can scarcely be supposed willing to acquiesce in this final cause, if any other can be alleged, he has been led to suspect that, contrary to what he originally supposed, his subject was injudiciously chosen, in which, and not in his mode of treating it, lay the source of the want of success. The manners of a rude people are always founded on nature, and therefore the feelings of a more polished generation immediately sympathize with them. We need no numerous notes, no antiquarian dissertations, to enable the most ignorant to recognize the sentiments and diction of the characters of Homer. We have but, as Lear says, to strip off our lendings, to set aside the factitious principles and adornments which we have received from our comparatively artificial system of society, and our natural feelings are in unison with those of the Bard of Chios and the heroes who live in his verses. It is the same with a great part of the narratives of my friend Mr. Cooper. We sympathize with his Indian chiefs and backwoodsmen, and acknowledge, in the characters which he presents to us, the same truth of human nature by which we should feel ourselves influenced if placed in the same condition. So much is this the case, that, though it is difficult or almost impossible to reclaim a savage, bred from his youth to war and the chase, to the restraints and the duties of civilized life, nothing is more easy or common than to find men who have been educated in all the habits and comforts of improved society, willing to exchange them for the wild labours of the hunter and the fisher. The very amusements most pursued and relished by men of all ranks, whose constitutions permit active exercise, are hunting, fishing, and in some instances war, the natural and necessary business of the savage of Dryden, where his hero talks of being as free as nature first made man, when wild in woods the noble savage ran. But although the occupations, and even the sentiments of human beings in a primitive state, find access and interest in the minds of the more civilized part of the species, it does not therefore follow, that the national tastes, opinions, and follies of one civilized period should afford either the same interest or the same amusement to those of another. These generally, when driven to extravagance, are founded not upon any natural taste proper to the species, but upon the growth of some peculiar cast of affectation, with which mankind in general, and succeeding generations in particular, feel no common interest or sympathy. The extravagances of coxcombry in manners and apparel are indeed the legitimate and often the successful objects of satire during the time when they exist. In evidence of this, theatrical critics may observe how many dramatic jeux d'esprit are well received every season, because the satirist levels at some well-known or fashionable absurdity, or, in the dramatic phrase, shoots folly as it flies. But when the peculiar kind of folly keeps the wing no longer, it is reckoned but waste of powder to pour a discharge of ridicule on what has ceased to exist. And the pieces in which such forgotten absurdities are made the subject of ridicule fall quietly into oblivion with the follies which gave them fashion, or only continue to exist on the scene because they contain some other more permanent interest than that which connects them with manners and follies of a temporary character. This perhaps affords a reason why the comedies of Ben Jonson, founded upon system, or what the age termed humours, by which was meant factitious and affected characters superinduced on that which was common to the rest of their race, in spite of acute satire, deep scholarship, and strong sense, do not now afford general pleasure, but are confined to the closet of the antiquary, whose studies have assured him that the personages of the dramatist were once, though they are now no longer, portraits of existing nature. Let us take another example of our hypothesis from Shakespeare himself, who, of all authors, drew his portraits for all ages. With the whole sum of the idolatry which affects us at his name, the mass of readers peruse without amusement the characters formed on the extravagances of temporary fashion, and the Euphuist Don Armado, the pedant Holofernes, even Nym and Pistol, are read with little pleasure by the mass of the public, being portraits of which we cannot recognize the humour, because the originals no longer exist. In like manner, while the distresses of Romeo and Juliet continue to interest every bosom, Mercutio, drawn as an accurate representation of the finished fine gentleman of the period, and as such received by the unanimous approbation of contemporaries, has so little to interest the present age, that, stripped of all his puns and quirks of verbal wit, he only retains his place in the scene, in virtue of his fine and fanciful speech upon dreaming, which belongs to no particular age, and because he is a personage whose presence is indispensable to the plot. We have already prosecuted perhaps too far an argument, the tendency of which is to prove that the introduction of an humorist, acting like Sir Piercie Shafton, upon some forgotten and obsolete model of folly, once fashionable, is rather likely to awaken the disgust of the reader, as unnatural, than find him food for laughter. Whether owing to this theory, or whether to the more simple and probable cause of the author's failure in the delineation of the subject he had proposed to himself, the formidable objection of incredulus odi was applied to the Euphuist as well as to the White Lady of Avenel, and the one was denounced as unnatural, while the other was rejected as impossible. There was little in the story to atone for these failures in two principal points. The incidents were inartificially huddled together. There was no part of the intrigue to which deep interest was found to apply, and the conclusion was brought about not by incidents arising out of the story itself, but in consequence of public transactions, with which the narrative has little connection, and which the reader had little opportunity to become acquainted with. This, if not a positive fault, was yet a great defect in the romance. It is true that not only the practice of some great authors in this department, but even the general course of human life itself, may be quoted in favor of this more obvious and less artificial practice of arranging a narrative. It is seldom that the same circle of personages who have surrounded an individual at his first outset in life continue to have an interest in his career till his fate comes to a crisis. On the contrary, and more especially if the events of his life be of a varied character, and worth communicating to others, or to the world, the hero's later connections are usually totally separated from those with whom he began the voyage, but whom the individual has outsailed, or who have drifted astray, or foundered on the passage. This hackneyed comparison holds good in another point. The numerous vessels of so many different sorts, and destined for such different purposes, which are launched in the same mighty ocean, although each endeavours to pursue its own course, are in every case more influenced by the winds and tides, which are common to the element which they all navigate, than by their own separate exertions. And it is thus in the world, that when human prudence has done its best, some general, perhaps national event, destroys the schemes of the individual, as the casual touch of a more powerful being sweeps away the web of the spider. Many excellent romances have been composed in this view of human life, where the hero is conducted through a variety of detached scenes, in which various agents appear and disappear, without perhaps having any permanent influence on the progress in the story. Such is the structure of Gil Blas, Roderick Random, and the lives and adventures of many other heroes, who are described as running through different stations of life, and encountering various adventures, which are only connected with each other by having happened to be witnessed by the same individual, whose identity unites them together, as the string of a necklace links the beads, which are otherwise detached. But though such an unconnected course of adventures is what most frequently occurs in nature, yet the province of the romance writer being artificial, there is more required from him than a mere compliance with the simplicity of reality, just as we demand from the scientific gardener that he shall arrange in curious knots and artificial parterres the flowers which Nature boon distributes freely on hill and dale. Fielding, accordingly, in most of his novels, but especially in Tom Jones, his chef d'oeuvre, has set the distinguished example of a story regularly built and consistent in all its parts, in which nothing occurs, and scarce a personage is introduced, that has not some share in tending to advance the catastrophe. To demand equal correctness and felicity in those who may follow in the track of that illustrious novelist, would be to fetter too much the power of giving pleasure, by surrounding it with penal rules. Since of this sort of light literature it may be especially said, tout genre est permis, hors de genre ennuyeux. Still, however, the more closely and happily the story is combined, and the more natural and felicitous the catastrophe, the nearer such a composition will approach the perfection of the novelist's art. Nor can an author neglect this branch of his profession, without incurring proportional censure. For such censure the Monastery gave but too much occasion. The intrigue of the romance, neither very interesting in itself, nor very happily detailed, is at length finally disentangled by the breaking out of national hostilities between England and Scotland, and the as sudden renewal of the truce. Instances of this kind, it is true, cannot in reality have been uncommon, but the resorting to such, in order to accomplish the catastrophe, as by a tour de force, was objected to as inartificial and not perfectly intelligible to the general reader. Still the Monastery, though exposed to severe and just criticism, did not fail, judging from the extent of its circulation, to have some interest for the public, and this, too, was according to the ordinary course of such matters, for it very seldom happens that literary reputation is gained by a single effort, and still more rarely is it lost by a solitary miscarriage. The author, therefore, had his days of grace allowed him, and time, if he pleased, to comfort himself with the burden of the old Scots song, "If it isna We'll bob it, we'll bob it again." Abbotsford, 1st November, 1830. End of introduction, Part B. Introductory Epistle, Part A, of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introductory Epistle, Part A. From Captain Clutterbuck, late of his Majesty's Regiment of Infantry, to the Author of Waverley. Sir, although I do not pretend to the pleasure of your personal acquaintance, like many whom I believe to be equally strangers to you, I am nevertheless interested in your publications, and desire their continuance. Not that I pretend to much taste in fictitious composition, or that I am apt to be interested in your grave scenes, or amused by those which are meant to be lively. I will not disguise from you that I have yawned over the last interview of Maclevore and his sister, and fell fairly asleep while the schoolmaster was reading the humours of Dandy Dinmont. You see, sir, that I scorn to solicit your favour in a way to which you are no stranger. If the papers I enclose you are worth nothing, I will not endeavour to recommend them by personal flattery, as a bad cook pours rancid butter upon stale fish. No, sir. What I respect in you is the light you have occasionally thrown on national antiquities, a study which I have commenced rather late in life, but to which I am attached with the devotions of a first love, because it is the only study I ever cared a farthing for. You shall have my history, sir, it will not reach to 3 volumes, before that of my manuscript, and as you usually throw out a few lines of verse, by way of skirmishers, I suppose, at the head of each division of prose, I have had the luck to light upon a stanza in the schoolmaster's copy of Burns, which describes me exactly. I love it the better, because it was originally designed for Captain Grose, an excellent antiquary, though, like yourself, somewhat too apt to treat with levity his own pursuits. 'Tis said he was a soldier bred, and ane wed rather fain than fled. But now he's quit the spurtle blade, and dogskin wallet, and ta'en the antiquarian trade, I think they call it. I never could conceive what influenced me, when a boy, in the choice of a profession. Military zeal and ardour it was not, which made me stand out for a commission in the Scots Fusiliers, when my tutors and curators wished to bind me apprentice to old David Stiles, clerk to his Majesty's signet. I say military zeal it was not, for I was no fighting boy in my own person, and cared not a penny to read the history of the heroes who turned the world upside down in former ages. As for courage, I had, as I have since discovered, just as much of it as served my turn, and not one frame of surplus. I soon found out, indeed, that in action there was more anger in running away than in standing fast. And besides, I could not afford to lose my commission, which was my chief means of support. But as for that overboiling valour, which I have heard many of ours talk of, though I seldom observed that it influenced them in the actual affair, that exuberant zeal which courts danger as a bride, truly my courage was of a complexion much less ecstatical. Again, the love of a red coat, which, in default of all other aptitudes to the profession, has made many a bad soldier and some good ones, was an utter stranger to my disposition. I cared not a bodle for the company of the misses. Nay, though there was a boarding school in the village, and though we used to meet with its fair inmates at Simon Lightfoot's weekly practising, I cannot recollect any strong emotions being excited on these occasions, excepting the infinite regret with which I went through the polite ceremonial of presenting my partner with an orange, thrust into my pocket by my aunt for this special purpose, but which, had I dared, I certainly would have secreted for my own personal use. As for vanity, or love of finery for itself, I was such a stranger to it that the difficulty was great to make me brush my coat, and appear in proper trim upon parade. I shall never forget the rebuke of my old colonel on a morning when the King reviewed a brigade of which ours made a part. "I am no friend to extravagance, Ensign Clutterbuck," said he, "but on the day when we are to pass before the sovereign of the kingdom, in the name of God, I would have at least shown him an inch of clean linen." Thus, a stranger to the ordinary motives which lead young men to make the army their choice, and without the least desire to become either a hero or a dandy, I really do not know what determined my thoughts that way, unless it were the happy state of half-pay indolence enjoyed by Captain Doolittle, who had set up his staff of rest in my native village. Every other person had, or seemed to have, something to do, less or more. They did not, indeed, precisely go to school and learn tasks, that last of evils in my estimation, but it did not escape my boyish observation that they were all bothered with something or other like duty or labour, all but the happy Captain Doolittle. The minister had his parish to visit, and his preaching to prepare, though perhaps he made more fuss than he needed about both. The laird had his farming and improving operations to superintend, and besides he had to attend trustee meetings, and lieutenancy meetings, and head courts, and meetings of justices, and what not, was as early up, that I detested, and as much in the open air, wet and dry, as his own grieve. The shopkeeper, the village boasted but one of eminence, stood indeed pretty much at his ease behind his counter, for his custom was by no means overburdensome, but he enjoyed his status, as the bailie calls it, upon condition of tumbling all the wares in his booth over and over, when any one chose to want a yarn of muslin, a mouse-trap, an ounce of caraways, a paper of pins, the sermons of Mr. Peddin, or the life of Jack the Giant Queller, not Killer, as usually erroneously written and pronounced. See my essay on the true history of this worthy, where real facts have in a peculiar degree been obscured by fable. In short, all in the village were under the necessity of doing something which they would rather have left undone, excepting Captain Doolittle, who walked every morning in the open street, which formed the high mall of our village, in a blue coat with a red neck, and played at whist the whole evening when he could make up a party. This happy vacuity of all employment appeared to me so delicious, that it became the primary hint, which, according to the system of Helvetius, as the minister says, determined my infant talents towards the profession I was destined to illustrate. But who, alas, can form a just estimate of their future prospects in this deceitful world? I was not long engaged in my new profession, before I discovered, that if the independent indolence of half pay was a paradise, the officer must pass through the purgatory of duty and service in order to gain admission to it. Captain Doolittle might brush his blue coat with the red neck, or leave it unbrushed at his pleasure, but Ensign Clutterbuck had no such option. Captain Doolittle might go to bed at 10 o'clock, if he had a mind, but the ensign must make the rounds in his turn. What was worse, the captain might repose under the tester of his tent-bed until noon, if he was so pleased, but the ensign, God help him, had to appear upon parade at peep of day. As for duty, I made that as easy as I could, had the sergeant to whisper to me the words of command, and bustled through as other folks did. Of service, I saw enough for an indolent man, was buffeted up and down the world, and visited both the East and West Indies, Egypt, and other distant places, which my youth had scarce dreamed of. The French I saw, and felt too, witness 2 fingers on my right hand, which one of their cursed hussars took off with his sabre as neatly as an hospital surgeon. At length, the death of an old aunt, who left me some 1,500 pounds, snugly vested in the 3 per cents, gave me the long-wished for opportunity of retiring, with the prospect of enjoying a clean shirt and a guinea 4 times a week at least. For the purpose of commencing my new way of life, I selected for my residence the village of Kennaquhair, in the south of Scotland, celebrated for the ruins of its magnificent monastery, intending there to lead my future life in the otium cum dignitate of half pay and annuity. I was not long, however, in making the grand discovery, that in order to enjoy leisure, it is absolutely necessary it should be preceded by occupation. For some time it was delightful to wake at daybreak, dreaming of the reveille, then to recollect my happy emancipation from the slavery that doomed me to start at a piece of clattering parchment, turn on my other side, damn the parade, and go to sleep again. But even this enjoyment had its termination, and time, when it became a stock entirely at my own disposal, began to hang heavy on my hand. I angled for 2 days, during which time I lost 20 hooks and several scores of yards of gut and line, and caught not even a minnow. Hunting was out of the question, for the stomach of a horse by no means agrees with the half-pay establishment. When I shot, the shepherds and ploughmen and my very dog quizzed me every time that I missed, which was, generally speaking, every time I fired. Besides, the country gentlemen in this quarter like their game, and began to talk of prosecutions and interdicts. I did not give up fighting the French to commence a domestic war with the pleasant men of Teviotdale, as the song calls them. so I e'en spent 3 days, very agreeably, in cleaning my gun, and disposing it upon 2 hooks over my chimney piece. The success of this accidental experiment set me on trying my skill in the mechanical arts. Accordingly, I took down and cleaned my landlady's cuckoo clock, and in so doing, silenced that companion of the spring for ever and a day. I mounted a turning lathe, and in attempting to use it, I very nearly cribbed off with an inch and half former one of the fingers which the hussar had left me. Books I tried, both those of the little circulating library and of the more rational subscription collection maintained by this intellectual people. But neither the light reading of the one, nor the heavy artillery of the other, suited my purpose. I always fell asleep at the 4th or 5th page of history or disquisition, and it took me a month's hard reading to wade through a half-bound trashy novel, during which I was pestered with applications to return the volumes, by every half-bred milliner's miss about the place. In short, during the time when all the town besides had something to do, I had nothing for it, but to walk in the churchyard and whistle till it was dinner time. During these promenades, the ruins necessarily forced themselves on my attention, and by degrees I found myself engaged in studying the more minute ornaments, and at length the general plan of this noble structure. The old sexton aided my labours, and gave me his portion of traditional lore. Every day added something to my stock of knowledge respecting the ancient state of the building, and at length I made discoveries concerning the purpose of several detached and very ruinous portions of it, the use of which had hitherto been either unknown altogether, or erroneously explained. The knowledge which I thus acquired I had frequent opportunities of retailing to those visitors whom the progress of a Scottish tour brought to visit this celebrated spot. Without encroaching on the privilege of my friend the sexton, I became gradually an assistant cicerone in the task of description and explanation, and often, seeing a fresh party of visitors arrive, has he turned over to me those to whom he had told half his story, with the flattering observation, "What needs I say? Ony mair about it? There's the captain kens mair anent it than I do, or any man in town." Then would I salute the strangers courteously, and expatiate to their astonished minds upon crypts and chancels and naves, arches, Gothic and Saxon architraves, mullions and flying buttresses. It not unfrequently happened that an acquaintance which commenced in the Abbey concluded in the inn, which served to relieve the solitude as well as the monotony of my landlady's shoulder of mutton, whether roast, cold, or hashed. By degrees my mind became enlarged. I found a book or two which enlightened me on the subject of Gothic architecture, and I read now with pleasure, because I was interested in what I read about. Even my character began to dilate and expand. I spoke with more authority at the club, and was listened to with deference, because on one subject, at least, I possessed more information than any of its members. Indeed, I found that even my stories about Egypt, which, to say the truth, were somewhat threadbare, were now listened to with more respect than formerly. The captain, they said, had something in him after a'. There were few folk kenned sae muckle about the Abbey. With this general approbation waxed my own sense of self-importance, and my feeling of general comfort. I ate with more appetite, I digested with more ease, I lay down at night with joy, and slept sound till morning, when I arose with a sense of busy importance, and hied me to measure, to examine, and to compare the various parts of this interesting structure. I lost all sense and consciousness of certain unpleasant sensations of a nondescript nature, about my head and stomach, to which I had been in the habit of attending, more for the benefit of the village apothecary than my own, for the pure want of something else to think about. I had found out an occupation unwittingly, and was happy because I had something to do. In a word, I had commenced local antiquary, and was not unworthy of the name. Whilst I was in this pleasing career of busy idleness, for so it might at best be called, it happened that I was one night sitting in my little parlour adjacent to the closet which my landlady calls my bedroom, in the act of preparing for an early retreat to the realms of Morpheus. Dugdale's Monasticon, borrowed from the library at A, was lying on the table before me, flanked by some excellent Cheshire cheese, a present, by the way, from an honest London citizen to whom I had explained the difference between a Gothic and a Saxon arch, and a glass of Vanderhagen's best ale. Thus armed at all points against my old enemy Time, I was leisurely and deliciously preparing for bed, now reading a line of old Dugdale, now sipping my ale or munching my bread and cheese, now undoing the strings at my breeches knees or a button or two of my waistcoat, until the village clock should strike 10, before which time I make it a rule never to go to bed. A loud knocking, however, interrupted my ordinary process on this occasion, and the voice of my honest landlord of the George was heard vociferating. [Footnote: The George was, and is, the principal inn in the village of Kennaquhair, or Melrose, but the landlord of the period was not the same civil and quiet person by whom the inn is now kept. David Kyle, a Melrose proprietor of no little importance, a first-rate person of consequence in whatever belonged to the business of the town, was the original owner and landlord of the inn. Poor David, like many other busy men, took so much care of public affairs as in some degree to neglect his own. There are persons still alive at Kennaquhair who can recognize him and his peculiarities in the following sketch of mine, host of the George. What the deevil, Mrs. Grimslees? The captain is no in his bed, and a gentleman at our house has ordered a fowl and minced collops and a bottle of sherry, and has sent to ask him to supper, to tell him all about the Abbey. Na, answered Lucky Grimslees, in the true sleepy tone of a Scottish matron when 10 o'clock is going to strike. He's no in his bed, but I'se warrant him no gay outer this time o' night to keep folks sitting up waiting for him. The captain's a decent man." I plainly perceived this last compliment was made for my hearing, by way both of indicating and of recommending the course of conduct which Mrs. Grimslees desired I should pursue. But I had not been knocked about the world for 30 years and odd, and lived a bluff bachelor all the while to come home and be put under petticoat government by my landlady. Accordingly, I opened my chamber door, and desired my old friend David to walk up stairs. "Captain," said he as he entered, "I am as glad to find you up as if I had hooked a 20-pound salmon. There's a gentleman up yonder that will not sleep sound in his bed this blessed night, unless he has the pleasure to drink a glass of wine with you." "You know, David," I replied with becoming dignity, "that I cannot with propriety go out to visit strangers at this time of night, or accept of invitations from people of whom I know nothing." David swore a round oath, and added, "Was ever the like heard of? He has ordered a fowl and egg sauce, a pancake and minced collops, and a bottle of sherry. Do you think I would come up and ask you to go to keep company with only a bit English rider, that sups on toasted cheese and a cheerer of rum toddy? This is a gentleman every inch of him, and a virtuoso, a clean virtuoso, a sad coloured stand of claithes, and a wig like the curled back of a mug ewe. The very first question he speered was about the old drawbrig, that has been seen at the bottom of the water these 12 years. I have seen the foundations when we were sticking salmon, and how the deevil should he ken only thing about the old drawbrig, unless he were a virtuoso. [Footnote: There is more to be said about this old bridge hereafter. See note, page 57.] David, being a virtuoso in his own way, and moreover a landholder and heritor, was a qualified judge of all who frequented his house, and therefore I could not avoid again tying the strings of my knees. "That's right, captain," vociferated David. "You twa will be as thick as three in a bed and ance ye forgather. I hanna seen the like o' him my very sell, since I saw the great Dr. Samuel Johnson on his tower through Scotland, whilk tower is lying in me back parlour for the amusement of my guests, with the twa boards tawn off." "Then the gentleman is a scholar, David?" "I'se uphaud him a scholar," answered David. "He has a black coat on, or a brown ane, at ony rate." "Is he a clergyman?" "I am thinking no, for he looked after his horse's supper before he spoke o' his ain," replied mine host. "Has he a servant?" demanded I. "Nae servant," answered David, "but a grand face o' his ain, that wad gar onybody be willing to serve him that looks upon him." And what makes him think of disturbing me? Ah, David, this has been some of your chattering. You are perpetually bringing your guests on my shoulders, as if it were my business to entertain every man who comes to the George." "What the deil wad ye ha me do, captain?" answered mine host. "A gentleman lights down, and asks me in a most earnest manner, what man of sense and learning there is about our town, that can tell him about the antiquities of the place, and specially about the auld abbey. Ye wadna ha me tell the gentleman a lee? And ye can weel enough there is naebody in the town can say a reasonable word about it, be it no yoursell, except the bedrel, and he is as foul as a piper by this time." "So," says I, "there's Captain Clutterbuck, that's a very civil gentleman, and has little to do for be telling the old cracks about the Abbey, and dwells just hard by. Then says the gentleman to me, 'Sir,' says he, very civilly, 'have the goodness to step to Captain Clutterbuck with my compliments, and say I am a stranger, who have been led to these parts chiefly by the fame of these ruins, and that I would call upon him, but the hour is late.' And mair he said that I have forgotten, but I weel remember it ended, 'And landlord, get a bottle of your best sherry, and supper for two.' Ye wadna ha me refuse to do the gentleman's bidding, and me a publican." "Well, David," said I wish your virtuoso had taken a fitter hour, but as you say, he is a gentleman. I'se uphaud him in that. The order speaks for itself. A bottle of sherry, minched collops, and a fowl. That's speaking like a gentleman, I trow. That's right, captain. Button weel up, the night's raw, but the water's clearing for all that. We'll be on it neist night wi' my lord's boats, and we'll ha' ill luck if I dinna send you a kipper to relish your ale at e'en." [Footnote: The nobleman whose boats are mentioned in the text is the late kind and amiable Lord Somerville, an intimate friend of the author. David Kyle was a constant and privileged attendant when Lord Somerville had a party for spearing salmon. On such occasions 80 or 100 fish were often killed between Gleamer and Leaderfoot. End of introductory epistle, Part A. Introductory epistle, Part B, for The Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introductory epistle, Part B. In 5 minutes after this dialogue I found myself in the parlour of the George, and in the presence of the stranger. He was a grave personage, about my own age, which we shall call about 50, and really had, as my friend David expressed it, something in his face that inclined men to oblige and to serve him. Yet this expression of authority was not at all of the cast which I have seen in the countenance of a general of brigade, neither was the stranger's dress at all martial. It consisted of a uniform suit of iron grey clothes, cut in rather an old-fashioned form. His legs were defended with strong leathern gambadoes, which, according to an antiquarian contrivance, opened at the sides, and were secured by steel clasps. His countenance was worn as much by toil and sorrow as by age, for it intimated that he had seen and endured much. His address was singularly pleasing and gentlemanlike, and the apology which he made for disturbing me at such an hour, and in such a manner, was so well and handsomely expressed that I could not reply otherwise than by declaring my willingness to be of service to him. "I have been a traveller to-day, sir," said he, "and I would willingly defer the little I have to say till after supper, for which I feel rather more appetized than usual." We sate down to table, and notwithstanding the stranger's alleged appetite, as well as the gentle preparation of cheese and ale which I had already laid aboard, I really believe that I of the two did the greater honour to my friend David's fowl and minced collops. When the cloth was removed, and we had each made a tumbler of negus, of that liquor which hosts call sherry, and guests call Lisbon, I perceived that the stranger seemed pensive, silent, and somewhat embarrassed, as if he had something to communicate which he knew not well how to introduce. To pave the way for him, I spoke of the ancient ruins of the monastery, and of their history, but to my great surprise I found I had met my match with a witness. The stranger not only knew all that I could tell him, but a great deal more, and, what was still more mortifying, he was able, by reference to dates, charters, and other evidence of fact that, as Burns says, "downa be disputed," to correct many of the vague tales which I had adopted on loose and vulgar tradition, as well as to confute more than one of my favourite theories on the subject of the old monks and their dwellings, which I had sported freely in all the presumption of superior information. And here I cannot but remark, that much of the stranger's arguments and inductions rested upon the authority of Mr. Deputy Register of Scotland. [Footnote: Thomas Thomson, Esquire, whose well-deserved panegyric ought to be found on another page than one written by an intimate friend of 30 years' standing.] and his lucubrations. A gentleman whose indefatigable research into the national records is like to destroy my trade, and that of all local antiquaries, by substituting truth instead of legend and romance. Alas! I would the learned gentleman did but know how difficult it is for us dealers in petty wares of antiquity to pluck from our memories a rooted legend, raze out the written records of our brain, or cleanse our bosoms of that perilous stuff, and so forth. It would, I am sure, move his pity to think how many old dogs he hath set to learn new tricks, how many venerable parrots he hath taught to sing a new song, how many grey heads he hath addled by vain attempts to exchange their old Mumpsimus for his new Sumpsimus. But let it pass. Humana perpessi sumus. All changes round us, past, present, and to come. That which was history yesterday becomes fable today, and the truth of today is hatched into a lie by tomorrow. Finding myself to be overpowered in the Monastery, which I had hitherto regarded as my citadel, I began, like a skilful general, to evacuate that place of defence, and fight my way through the adjacent country. I had recourse to my acquaintance with the families and antiquities of the neighbourhood, ground on which I thought I might skirmish at large without its being possible for the stranger to meet me with advantage. But I was mistaken. The man in the iron grey suit showed a much more minute knowledge of these particulars than I had the least pretension to. He could tell the very year in which the family of De Haga first settled on their ancient barony. [Footnote: The family of De Haga, modernized into Hague, of Bemerside, is of the highest antiquity, and is the subject of one of the prophecies of Thomas the Rhymer. Betide, betide, whate'er betide, Hague shall be Hague of Bemerside. Not a thane within reach but he knew his family and connections, how many of his ancestors had fallen by the sword of the English, how many in domestic brawl, and how many by the hand of the executioner for march treason. Their castles he was acquainted with from turret to foundation stone, and as for the miscellaneous antiquities scattered about the country, he knew every one of them, from a cromlech to a cairn, and could give as good an account of each as if he had lived in the time of the Danes or Druids. I was now in the mortifying predicament of one who suddenly finds himself a scholar when he came to teach, and nothing was left for me but to pick up as much of his conversation as I could, for the benefit of the next company. I told, indeed, Allan Ramsay's story of the monk and miller's wife, in order to retreat with some honour under a cover of parting volley. Here, however, my flank was again turned by the eternal stranger. "You are pleased to be facetious, sir," said he, "but you cannot be ignorant that the ludicrous incident you mentioned is the subject of a tale much older than that of Allan Ramsay." I nodded, unwilling to acknowledge my ignorance, though, in fact, I knew no more what he meant than did one of my friend David's post horses. "I do not allude," continued my omniscient companion, "to the curious poem published by Pinkerton from the Maitland manuscript, called the Friars of Berwick, although it presents a very minute and amusing picture of Scottish manners during the reign of James V, but rather to the Italian novelist by whom, so far as I know, the story was first printed, although unquestionably he first took his original from some ancient fabliau. [Footnote: It is curious to remark at how little expense of inventions successive ages are content to receive amusement. The same story which Ramsay and Dunbar have successively handled, forms also the subject of the modern farce, No Song, No Supper." "It is not to be doubted," answered I, not very well understanding, however, the proposition to which I gave such unqualified assent. "Yet," continued my companion, "I question much, had you known my situation and profession, whether you would have pitched upon this precise anecdote for my amusement." This observation he made in a tone of perfect good humour. I pricked up my ears at the hint, and answered as politely as I could that my ignorance of his condition and rank could be the only cause of my having stumbled on anything disagreeable, and that I was most willing to apologize for my unintentional offence, so soon as I should know wherein it consisted. "Nay, no offence, sir," he replied. "Offence can only exist where it is taken. I have been too long accustomed to more severe and cruel misconstructions to be offended at a popular jest, though directed at my profession." "Am I to understand, then," I answered, "that I am speaking with a Catholic clergyman?" "An unworthy monk of the order of Saint Benedict," said the stranger, "belonging to a community of your own countrymen, long established in France, and scattered unhappily by the events of the Revolution." "Then," said I, "you are a native Scotchman, and from this neighbourhood?" "Not so," answered the monk. "I am a Scotchman by extraction only, and never was in this neighbourhood during my whole life." "Never in this neighbourhood, and yet so minutely acquainted with its history, its traditions, and even its external scenery! You surprise me, sir," I replied. "It is not surprising," he said, "that I should have that sort of local information, when it is considered, that my uncle, an excellent man, as well as a good Scotchman, the head also of our religious community, employed much of his leisure in making me acquainted with these particulars; and that I myself, disgusted with what has been passing around me, have for many years amused myself by digesting and arranging the various scraps of information which I derived from my worthy relative and other aged brethren of our order." "I presume, sir," said I, "though I would by no means intrude the question, that you are now returned to Scotland with a view to settle amongst your countrymen, since the great political catastrophe of our time has reduced your corps?" "No, sir," replied the Benedictine, "such is not my intention. A European potentate, who still cherishes the Catholic faith, has offered us a retreat within his dominions, where a few of my scattered brethren are already assembled, to pray to God for blessings on their protector and pardon to their enemies. No one, I believe, will be able to object to us under our new establishment, that the extent of our revenues will be inconsistent with our vows of poverty and abstinence. But let us strive to be thankful to God, that the snare of temporal abundance is removed from us." "Many of your convents abroad, sir," said I, "enjoyed very handsome incomes, and yet, allowing for times, I question if any were better provided for than the monastery of this village. It is said to have possessed nearly 2000 pounds in yearly money rent, 14 chalders and 9 bulls of wheat, 56 chalders, 5 bulls barley, 44 chalders and 10 bulls oats, capons and poultry, butter, salt, carriage and ariage, peats and cane, wool and ale." "Even too much of all these temporal goods, sir," said my companion, "which, though well intended by the pious donors, served only to make the establishment the envy and the prey of those by whom it was finally devoured." "In the meanwhile, however," I observed, "the monks had an easy life of it, and, as the old song goes, made good kale on Fridays when they fasted." "I understand you, sir," said the Benedictine. "It is difficult, saith the proverb, to carry a full cup without spilling. Unquestionably, the wealth of the community, as it endangered the safety of the establishment by exciting the cupidity of others, was also in frequent instances a snare to the brethren themselves. And yet we have seen the revenues of convents expended, not only in acts of beneficence and hospitality to individuals, but in works of general and permanent advantage to the world at large. The noble folio collection of French historians, commenced in 1737, under the inspection and at the expense of the community of St. Maur, will long show that the revenues of the Benedictines were not always spent in self-indulgence, and that the members of that order did not uniformly slumber in sloth and indolence, when they had discharged the formal duties of their rule. As I knew nothing earthly at the time about the community of St. Maur, and their learned labours, I could only return a mumbling assent to this proposition. I have since seen this noble work in the library of a distinguished family, and I must own I am ashamed to reflect that, in so wealthy a country as ours, a similar digest of our historians should not be undertaken, under the patronage of the noble and the learned, in rivalry of that which the Benedictines of Paris executed at the expense of their own conventual funds. "I perceive," said the ex-Benedictine, smiling, "that your heretical prejudices are too strong to allow us poor brethren any merit, whether literary or spiritual." "Far from it, sir," said I. "I assure you that I have been much obliged to monks in my time. When I was quartered in a monastery in Flanders, in the campaign of 1793, I never lived more comfortably in my life. They were jolly fellows, the Flemish canons, and right sorry was I to leave my good quarters, and to know that my honest hosts were to be at the mercy of the sans culotte. But fortune de la guerre." The poor Benedictine looked down and was silent. I had unwittingly awakened a train of bitter reflections, or rather I had touched somewhat rudely upon a chord which seldom ceased to vibrate of itself. But he was too much accustomed to this sorrowful train of ideas to suffer it to overcome him. On my part, I hastened to atone for my blunder. If there was any object of his journey to this country in which I could with propriety assist him, I begged to offer him my best services. I own I laid some little emphasis on the words "with propriety," as I felt it would ill become me, as a sound Protestant, and a servant of government so far as my half pay was concerned, to implicate myself in any recruiting which my companion might have undertaken in behalf of foreign seminaries, or in any similar design for the advancement of popery, which, whether the Pope be actually of the old Lady of Babylon or no, it did not become me in any manner to advance or countenance. My new friend hastened to relieve my indecision. "I was about to request your assistance, sir," he said, "in a matter which cannot but interest you as an antiquary, and a person of research. But I assure you it relates entirely to events and persons removed to the distance of 2 centuries and a half. I have experienced too much evil from the violent unsettlement of the country in which I was born, to be a rash labourer in the work of innovation in that of my ancestors." I again assured him of my willingness to assist him in anything that was not contrary to my allegiance or religion. "My proposal," he replied, "affects neither. May God bless the reigning family in Britain! They are not, indeed, of that dynasty to restore which my ancestors struggled and suffered in vain. But the Providence who has conducted his present Majesty to the throne, has given him the virtues necessary to his time, firmness and intrepidity, a true love of his country, and an enlightened view of the dangers by which she is surrounded. For the religion of these realms, I am contented to hope that the great power, whose mysterious dispensation has rent them from the bosom of the Church, will, in his own good time and manner, restore them to its holy pale. The efforts of an individual, obscure and humble as myself, might well retard, but could never advance, a work so mighty." "May I then inquire, sir," said I, "with what purpose you seek this country?" Ere my companion replied, he took from his pocket a clasped paper book, about the size of a regimental orderly book, full, as it seemed, of memoranda, and drawing one of the candles close to him, for David, as a strong proof of his respect for the stranger, had indulged us with 2, he seemed to peruse the contents very earnestly. "There is among the ruins of the western end of the Abbey church," said he, looking up to me, yet keeping the memorandum book half open, and occasionally glancing at it, as if to refresh his memory, "a sort of recess or chapel beneath a broken arch, and in the immediate vicinity of one of those shattered Gothic columns which once supported the magnificent roof, whose fall has now encumbered that part of the building with its ruins." "I think," said I, "that I know whereabouts you are. Is there not in the side wall of the chapel or recess which you mention a large carved stone, bearing a coat of arms, which no one hitherto has been able to decipher?" "You are right," answered the Benedictine, and again consulting his memoranda, he added, "The arms on the dexter side are those of Glendinning, being a cross parted by a cross indented and countercharged of the same, and on the sinister 3 spur rowels of those for Avenel. They are 2 ancient families, now almost extinct in this country, the arms pari per pal." "I think," said I, "there is no part of this ancient structure with which you are not as well acquainted as was the mason who built it. But if your information be correct, he who made out these bearings must have had better eyes than mine." "His eyes," said the Benedictine, "have long been closed in death. Probably when he inspected the monument it was in a more perfect state, or he may have derived his information from the tradition of the place." "I assure you," said I, "that no such tradition now exists. I have made several reconnoissances among the old people, in hopes to learn something of the armorial bearings, but I never heard of such a circumstance." "It seems odd that you should have acquired it in a foreign land." "These trifling particulars," he replied, "were formerly looked upon as more important, and they were sanctified to the exiles who retained recollection of them, because they related to a place dear indeed to memory, but which their eyes could never again behold. It is possible, in like manner, that on the Potomac or Susquehanna you may find traditions current concerning places in England, which are utterly forgotten in the neighbourhood where they originated. But to my purpose. In this recess, marked by the armorial bearings, lies buried a treasure, and it is in order to remove it that I have undertaken my present journey." "A treasure?" in astonishment. "Yes," replied the monk, "an inestimable treasure, for those who know how to use it rightly." I own my ears did tingle a little at the word treasure, and that a handsome tilbury, with a neat groom in blue and scarlet livery, having a smart cockade on his glazed hat, seemed as it were to glide across the room before gay eyes, while a voice, as of a crier, pronounced my ear, "Captain Clutterbuck's tilbury, drive up." But I resisted the devil, and he fled from me. "I believe," said I, "all hidden treasure belongs either to the king or to the lord of the soil; and as I have served his majesty, I cannot concern myself in any adventure which may have an end in the court of exchequer." "The treasure I seek," said the stranger, smiling, "will not be envied by princes or nobles. It is simply the heart of an upright man." "Ah, I understand you," I answered. "Some relic, forgotten in the confusion of the Reformation. I know the value which men of your persuasion put upon the bodies and limbs of saints. I have seen the Three Kings of Cologne." End of Introductory Epistle, Part B. Introductory Epistle, Part C, of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introductory Epistle, Part C. "The relics which I seek, however," said the Benedictine, "are not precisely of that nature. The excellent relative whom I have already mentioned, amused his leisure hours with putting into form the traditions of his family, particularly some remarkable circumstances which took place about the first breaking out of the schism of the Church in Scotland. He became so much interested in his own labours, that at length he resolved that the heart of one individual, the hero of his tale, should rest no longer in a land of heresy, now deserted by all his kindred. As he knew where it was deposited, he formed the resolution to visit his native country for the purpose of recovering this valued relic. But age, and at length disease, interfered with his resolution, and it was on his deathbed that he charged me to undertake the task in his stead. The various important events which have crowded upon each other, our ruin and our exile, have for many years obliged me to postpone this delegated duty. Why, indeed, transfer the relics of a holy and worthy man to a country where religion and virtue are become the mockery of the scorner? I have now a home, which I trust may be permanent, if anything in this earth can be termed so. Thither will I transport the heart of the good father, and beside the shrine which it shall occupy, I will construct my own grave." "He must indeed have been an excellent man," replied I, "whose memory at so distant a period calls forth such strong marks of regard." "He was, as you justly term him," said the ecclesiastic, "indeed excellent excellent in his life and doctrine excellent, above all, in his self-denied and disinterested sacrifice of all that life holds dear to principle and to friendship. But you shall read his history. I shall be happy at once to gratify your curiosity, and to show my sense of your kindness, if you will have the goodness to procure me the means of accomplishing my object." I replied to the Benedictine, that as the rubbish amongst which he proposed to search was no part of the ordinary burial ground, and as I was on the best terms with the sexton, I had little doubt that I could procure him the means of executing his pious purpose. With this promise we parted for the night, and on the ensuing morning I made it my business to see the sexton, who, for a small gratuity, readily granted permission of search, on condition, however, that he should be present himself, to see that the stranger removed nothing of intrinsic value. "To banes and skulls and hearts, if he can find ony, he shall be welcome," said this guardian of the ruined monastery. "There's plenty about, and he's curious of them. But if there be ony picts," meaning perhaps pyx, "or chalishes, or the like of popish vessels of gold and silver, they'll hae me, and I conneve at their being removed." The sexton also stipulated that our researches should take place at night, being unwilling to excite observation or to give rise to scandal. My new acquaintance and I spent the day as became lovers of hoar antiquity. We visited every corner of these magnificent ruins again and again during the forenoon, and having made a comfortable dinner at David's, we walked in the afternoon to such places in the neighbourhood as ancient tradition or modern conjecture had rendered mark-worthy. Night found us in the interior of the ruins, attended by the sexton, who carried a dark lantern, and stumbling alternately over the graves of the dead and the fragments of that architecture, which they doubtless trusted would have canopied their bones till doomsday. I am by no means particularly superstitious, and yet there was that in the present service which I did not very much like. There was something awful in the resolution of disturbing, at such an hour, and in such a place, the still and mute sanctity of the grave. My companions were free from this impression, the stranger from his energetic desire to execute the purpose for which he came, and the sexton from habitual indifference. We soon stood in the aisle, which, by the account of the Benedictine, contained the bones of the family of Glendinning, and were busily employed in removing the rubbish from a corner which the stranger pointed out. If a half-pay captain could have represented an ancient border knight, or an ex-Benedictine of the 19th century a wizard monk of the 16th, we might have aptly enough personified the search after Michael Scott's lamp and book of magic power. But the sexton would have been de trop in the group. [Footnote: This is one of those passages which must now read awkwardly, since every one knows that the novelist and the author of the Lay of the Minstrel is the same person. But before the avowal was made, the author was forced into this and similar offences against good taste, to meet an argument, often repeated, that there was something very mysterious in the author of Waverley's Reserve concerning Sir Walter Scott, an author sufficiently voluminous at least. I had a great mind to remove the passages from this edition, but the more candid way is to explain how they came there. Ere the stranger, assisted by the sexton in his task, had been long at work, they came to some hewn stones, which seemed to have made part of a small shrine, though now displaced and destroyed. "Let us remove these with caution, my friend," said the stranger, "lest we injure that which I come to seek." "They are prime stanes," said the sexton, "picked free of every ane of them, warse than the best wad ever served the monks, I'se warrant." A minute after he had made this observation, he exclaimed, "I have fund something now that stands again the spade, as if it were neither earth nor stane." The stranger stooped eagerly to assist him. "Na, na, hail my ain," said the sexton, "nae halves or quarters," and he lifted from amongst the ruins a small leaden box. "You will be disappointed, my friend," said the Benedictine, "if you expect anything there but the mouldering dust of a human heart, closed in an inner case of porphyry." I interposed as a neutral party, and taking the box from the sexton, reminded him that if there were treasure concealed in it, still it could not become the property of the finder. I then proposed, that as the place was too dark to examine the contents of the leaden casket, we should adjourn to David's, where we might have the advantage of light and fire while carrying on our investigation. The stranger requested us to go before, assuring us that he would follow in a few minutes. I fancy that old Mattocks suspected these few minutes might be employed in effecting farther discoveries amongst the tombs, for he glided back through a side aisle to watch the Benedictine's motions, but presently returned, and told me in a whisper that "the gentleman was on his knees among the cauld stanes, praying like ony sant." I stole back, and beheld the old man actually employed as Mattocks had informed me. The language seemed to be Latin, and as the whispered yet solemn accent glided away through the ruined aisles, I could not help reflecting how long it was since they had heard the forms of that religion, for the exercise of which they had been reared at such cost of time, taste, labour, and expense. Come away, said I. Let us leave him to himself, Maddox. This is no business of ours. My certes, no, Captain, said Maddox. Ne'ertheless, it winna be amiss to keep an eye on him. My father, rest his saul, was a horse cooper, and used to say he never was cheated in a naig in his life, saving by a west country whig frae Kilmarnock, that said a grace or a dram of whiskey. But this gentleman will be a Roman, I'se warrant. You are perfectly right in that, Saunders, said I. Ay, I have seen 2 or 3 of their priests that were chased o'er here some score a years syne. They just danced like mad when they looked on the friars' heads and the nuns' heads in the cloister yonder. They took to them like auld acquaintance like. Odd, he is not stirring yet, mair than he were a through-stane. Footnote, a tombstone. End footnote. I never kenned a Roman to say kenned him, but ane mair, by token, he was the only ane in the town to ken, and that was old Jack of the Pend. It would have been lang ere ye find Jack praying in the abbey in a thick night wi' his knees on a cauld stane. Jack lickit a kirk wi' a chimley in it. Mony a merry ploy ha I had wi' him down at the inn yonder, and when he died, decently I would ha earded him. But, or I gat his grave weel how kit, some of the quality that were his ain unhappy persuasion. Had the corpse worried away up the water, and buried him after their ain pleasure, doubtless they kenned best. I would ha made nae great charge. I wouldna ha excised Johnny, dead or alive. Stay, see, the strange gentleman is coming. Hold the lantern to assist him, Maddox, said I. This is rough walking, sir. Yes, replied the Benedictine, I may say with a poet who is doubtless familiar to you. I should be surprised if he were, thought I internally. The stranger continued, Saint Francis be my speed! How oft to-night have my old feet stumbled at graves! We are now clear of the churchyard, said I, and have but a short walk to David's, where I hope we shall find a cheerful fire to enliven us after our night's work. We entered, accordingly, the little parlour into which Maddox was also about to push himself with sufficient effrontery, when David, with a most astounding oath, expelled him by head and shoulders, damning his curiosity, that would not let gentlemen be private in their own inn. Apparently mine host considered his own presence as no intrusion, for he crowded up to the table on which I had laid down the leaden box. It was frail and wasted, as might be guessed from having lain so many years in the ground. On opening it, we found deposited within a case made of porphyry, as the stranger had announced to us. I fancy, he said, gentlemen, your curiosity will not be satisfied. Perhaps I should say that your suspicions will not be removed, unless I undo this casket. Yet it only contains the mouldering remains of a heart, once the seat of the noblest thoughts. He undid the box with great caution, but the shrivelled substance which it contained bore now no resemblance to what it might once have been, the means used having been apparently unequal to preserve its shape and colour, although they were adequate to prevent its total decay. We were quite satisfied, notwithstanding, that it was, what the stranger asserted, the remains of a human heart, and David readily promised his influence in the village, which was almost coordinate with that of the bailie himself, to silence all idle rumours. He was, moreover, pleased to favour us with his company to supper, and having taken the lion's share of 2 bottles of sherry, he not only sanctioned with his plenary authority the stranger's removal of the heart, but, I believe, would have authorized the removal of the Abbey itself, were it not that it happens considerably to advantage the worthy publican's own custom. The object of the Benedictine's visit to the land of his forefathers being now accomplished, he announced his intention of leaving us early in the ensuing day, but requested my company to breakfast with him before his departure. I came accordingly, and when we had finished our morning's meal, the priest took me apart, and pulling from his pocket a large bundle of papers, he put them into my hands. These, said he, Captain Clutterbuck, are genuine memoirs of the 16th century, and exhibit in a singular and, as I think, an interesting point of view, the manners of that period. I am induced to believe that their publication will not be an unacceptable present to the British public, and willingly make over to you any profit that may accrue from such a transaction." I stared a little at this annunciation, and observed that the hand seemed too modern for the date he assigned to the manuscript. "Do not mistake me, sir," said the Benedictine. "I did not mean to say the memoirs were written in the 16th century, but only that they were compiled from authentic materials of that period, but written in the taste and language of the present day. My uncle commenced this book, and I, partly to improve my habit of English composition, partly to divert melancholy thoughts, amused my leisure hours with continuing and concluding it. You will see the period of the story where my uncle leaves off his narrative, and I commence mine. In fact, they relate in a great measure to different persons, as well as to a different period." Retaining the papers in my hand, I proceeded to state to him my doubts whether, as a good Protestant, I could undertake or superintend a publication written probably in the spirit of popery. "You will find," he said, "no matter of controversy in these sheets, nor any sentiments stated with which, I trust, the good in all persuasions will not be willing to join. I remembered I was writing for a land unhappily divided from the Catholic faith, and I have taken care to say nothing which, justly interpreted, could give ground for accusing me of partiality. But if, upon collating my narrative with the proofs to which I refer you, for you will find copies of many of the original papers in that parcel, you are of the opinion that I have been partial to my own faith, I freely give you leave to correct my errors in that respect. I own, however, I am not conscious of this defect, and have rather to fear that the Catholics may be of opinion that I have mentioned circumstances respecting the decay of discipline which preceded and partly occasioned the great schism, called by you the Reformation, over which I ought to have drawn a veil. And indeed, this is one reason why I choose the papers should appear in a foreign land, and pass to the press through the hands of a stranger." To this I had nothing to reply, unless to object my own incompetency to the task the good father was desirous to impose upon me. On this subject he was pleased to say more, I fear, than his knowledge of me fully warranted, more at any rate than my modesty will permit me to record. At length he ended with advising me, if I continued to feel the diffidence which I stated, to apply to some veteran of literature, whose experience might supply my deficiencies. Upon these terms we parted, with mutual expressions of regard, and I have never since heard of him. After several attempts to peruse the quires of paper thus singularly conferred on me, in which I was interrupted by the most inexplicable fits of yawning, I, at length, in a sort of despair, communicated them to our village club, from whom they found a more favourable reception than the unlucky conformation of my nerves had been able to afford them. They unanimously pronounced the work to be exceedingly good, and assured me I would be guilty of the greatest possible injury to our flourishing village, if I should suppress what threw such an interesting and radiant light upon the history of the ancient Monastery of St. Mary. At length, by dint of listening to their opinion, I became dubious of my own, and indeed, when I heard passages read forth by the sonorous voice of our worthy pastor, I was scarce more tired than I have felt myself at some of his own sermons. Such and so great is the difference betwixt reading a thing one's self, making toilsome way through all the difficulties of manuscript, and, as the man says in the play, having the same read to you. It is positively like being wafted over a creek in a boat, or wading through it on your feet, with the mud up to your knees. Still, however, there remained the great difficulty of finding some one who could act as editor, corrector at once of the press and of the language, which, according to the schoolmaster, was absolutely necessary. Since the trees walked forth to choose themselves a king, never was an honour so bandied about. The parson would not leave the quiet of his chimney corner, the baillie pleaded the dignity of his situation, and the approach of the great annual fair, as reasons against going to Edinburgh to make arrangements for printing the Benedictine's manuscript. The schoolmaster alone seemed of malleable stuff, and desirous perhaps of emulating the fame of Jedediah Cleishbotham, evinced a wish to undertake this momentous commission. But a remonstrance from 3 opulent farmers, whose sons he had at bed, board, and schooling, for 20 pounds per annum a head, came like a frost over the blossoms of his literary ambition, and he was compelled to decline the service. In these circumstances, sir, I apply to you, by the advice of our little council of war, nothing doubting you will not be disinclined to take the duty upon you, as it is much connected with that in which you have distinguished yourself. What I request is, that you will review, or rather revise and correct, the enclosed packet, and prepare it for the press by such alterations, additions, and curtailments as you think necessary. Forgive my hinting to you that the deepest well may be exhausted, the best corps of grenadiers, as our old general of brigade expressed himself, may be used up. A few hints can do you no harm, and, for the prize money, let the battle be first won, and it shall be parted at the drumhead. I hope you will take nothing amiss that I have said. I am a plain soldier, and little accustomed to compliments. I may add that I should be well contented to march in the front with you, that is, to put my name with yours on the title page. I have the honour to be, sir, your unknown humble servant, Cuthbert Clutterbuck, village of Kennaquhair, of April 18 . For the author of Waverley, etc., care of Mr. John Ballantyne, Hanover Street, Edinburgh. End of Introductory Epistle, Part C. Answer by the author of Waverley to the foregoing letter from Captain Clutterbuck. As part of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Answer by the author of Waverley to the foregoing letter from Captain Clutterbuck. Dear Captain, do not admire that, notwithstanding the distance and ceremony of your address, I return an answer in the terms of familiarity. The truth is, your origin and native country are better known to me than even to yourself. You derive your respectable parentage, if I am not greatly mistaken, from a land which has afforded much pleasure, as well as profit, to those who have traded to it successfully. I mean that part of the terra incognita which is called the province of Utopia. Its productions, though censured by many, and some who use tea and tobacco without scruple, as idle and unsubstantial luxuries, have nevertheless, like many other luxuries, a general acceptation, and are secretly enjoyed even by those who express the greatest scorn and dislike of them in public. The dram drinker is often the first to be shocked at the smell of spirits. It is not unusual to hear old maiden ladies declaim against scandal. The private bookcases of some grave-seeming men would not brook decent eyes. And many, I say not of the wise and learned, but of those most anxious to seem such, when the spring-lock of their library is drawn, their velvet cap pulled over their ears, their feet insinuated into their turkey slippers, are to be found, were their retreats suddenly intruded upon, busily engaged with the last new novel, and will open the said novel as avowedly as they would the lid of their snuff-box. I will only quote one instance, though I know 100. Did you know the celebrated Watt of Birmingham, Captain Clutterbuck? I believe not, though, from what I am about to state, he would not have failed to have sought an acquaintance with you. It was only once my fortune to meet him, whether in body or in spirit it matters not. There were assembled about 50 of our northern lights, who had amongst them, heaven knows how, a well-known character of your country, Jedediah Cleishbotham. This worthy person, having come to Edinburgh during the Christmas vacation, had become a sort of lion in the place, and was led in leash from house to house along with the Grisards, the Stone Eater, and other amusements of the season, which exhibited their unparalleled feats to private family parties, if required. Amidst this company stood Mr. Watt, the man whose genius discovered the means of multiplying our national resources to a degree perhaps even beyond his own stupendous powers of calculation and combination, bringing the treasures of the abyss to the summit of the earth, giving the feeble arm of man the momentum of an Afrit, commanding manufactures to arise, as the rod of the prophet produced water in the desert, affording the means of dispensing with that time and tide which wait for no man, and of sailing without that wind which defied the commands and threats of Xerxes himself. Footnote: probably the ingenious author alludes to the national adage, "The king said sail, but the wind said no." Our schoolmaster, who is also a land surveyor, thinks this whole passage refers to Mr. Watt's improvements on the steam engine. Note by Captain Clutterbuck. This potent commander of the elements, this abridger of time and space, this magician, whose cloudy machinery has produced a change on the world, the effects of which, extraordinary as they are perhaps only now beginning to be felt, was not only the most profound man of science, the most successful combiner of powers and calculator of numbers as adapted to practical purposes, was not only one of the most generally well informed, but one of the best and kindest of human beings. There he stood, surrounded by the little band I have mentioned of northern literati, men not less tenacious, generally speaking, of their own fame and their own opinions, than the national regiments are supposed to be jealous of the high character which they have won upon service. Methinks I yet see and hear what I shall never see or hear again. In his 85th year, the alert, kind, benevolent old man had his attention alive to every one's question, his information at every one's command. His talents and fancy overflowed on every subject. One gentleman was a deep philologist. He talked with him on the origin of the alphabet as if he had been coeval with Cadmus. Another, a celebrated critic, you would have said the old man had studied political economy and belles lettres all his life. Of science it is unnecessary to speak, it was his own distinguished walk. And yet, Captain Clutterbuck, when he spoke with your countryman, Jedediah Cleishbotham, you would have sworn he had been coeval with Clavers and Burleigh, with the persecutors and persecuted, and could number every shot the dragoons had fired at the fugitive Covenanters. In fact, we discovered that no novel of the least celebrity escaped his perusal, and that the gifted man of science was as much addicted to the productions of your native country, the land of Utopia aforesaid, in other words, as shameless and obstinate a peruser of novels as if he had been a very milliner's apprentice of 18. I know little apology for troubling you with these things, excepting the desire to commemorate a delightful evening, and a wish to encourage you to shake off that modest diffidence which makes you afraid of being supposed connected with the fairyland of delusive fiction. I will requite your tag of verse from Horace himself, with a paraphrase for your own use, my dear Captain, and for that of your country club, accepting in reverence the clergyman and schoolmaster. Ne sit ensile tibi amor pudore, etc. Take thou no scorn of fiction born, fair fiction's muse to woe. Old Homer's theme was but a dream, himself a fiction too. Having told you your country, I must next, my dear Captain Clutterbuck, make free to mention your own immediate descent. You are not to suppose your land of prodigies so little known to us as the careful concealment of your origin would seem to imply. But you have it in common with many of your country, studiously and anxiously to hide any connection with it. There is this difference, indeed, betwixt your countrymen and those of our more material world, that many of the most estimable of them, such as an old Highland gentleman called Ossian, a monk of Bristol called Rowley, and others, are inclined to pass themselves off as denizens of the land of reality, whereas most of our fellow citizens who deny their country are such as that country would be very willing to disclaim. The especial circumstances you mention relating to your life and services impose not upon us. We know the versatility of the unsubstantial species to which you belong permits them to assume all manner of disguises. We have seen them apparelled in the caftan of a Persian, and the silken robe of a Chinese. [Footnote: See the Persian Letters, and the Citizen of the World.] And are prepared to suspect their real character under every disguise. But how can we be ignorant of your country and manners, or deceived by the evasion of its inhabitants, when the voyages of discovery which have been made to it rival in number those recorded by Purchas or by Hakluyt? [Footnote: See Les Voyages Imaginaires.] And to show the skill and perseverance of your navigators and travellers, we have only to name Sinbad, Abu Fararis, and Robinson Crusoe. These were the men for discoveries. Could we have sent Captain Greenland to look out for the Northwest Passage, or Peter Wilkins to examine Baffin's Bay, what discoveries might we not have expected? But there are feats, and these both numerous and extraordinary, performed by the inhabitants of your country, which we read about without once attempting to emulate. I wander from my purpose, which was to assure you that I know you as well as the mother who did not bear you, for Macduff's peculiarity sticks in your whole race. You are not born of woman, unless indeed in that figurative sense in which the celebrated Maria Edgeworth may, in her state of single blessedness, be termed mother of the finest family in England. You belong, sir, to the editors of the Land of Utopia, a sort of persons for whom I have the highest esteem. How is it possible it should be otherwise, when you reckon among your corporation the sage Sinhamet Benengeli, the short-faced president of the Spectators' Club, poor Ben Silton, and many others, who have acted as gentlemen ushers to works which have cheered our heaviest and added wings to our lightest hours? What I have remarked as peculiar to editors of the class in which I venture to enroll you, is the happy combination of fortuitous circumstances which usually put you in possession of the works which you have the goodness to bring into public notice. One walks on the seashore, and a wave casts on land a small cylindrical trunk or casket, containing a manuscript much damaged with sea water, which is with difficulty deciphered, and so forth. [Footnote: See the History of Automathes.] Another steps into a chandler's shop, to purchase a pound of butter, and behold, the waste paper on which it is laid is the manuscript of a Kabbalist. [Footnote: Adventures of a Guinea.] A third is so fortunate as to obtain from a woman who lets lodgings the curious contents of an antique bureau, the property of a deceased lodger. [Footnote: Adventures of an Atom.] All these are certainly possible occurrences, but I know not how, they seldom occur to any editors save those of your country. At least I can answer for myself, that in my solitary walks by the sea, I never saw it cast ashore anything but dulse and tangle, and now and then a deceased starfish. My landlady never presented me with any manuscript save her cursed bill, and the most interesting of my discoveries in the way of waste paper was finding a favourite passage of one of my own novels wrapped around an ounce of snuff. No, Captain, the funds from which I have drawn my power of amusing the public have been bought otherwise than by fortuitous adventure. I have buried myself in libraries to extract from the nonsense of ancient days new nonsense of my own. I have turned over volumes which, from the pothooks I was obliged to decipher, might have been the cabalistic manuscripts of Cornelius Agrippa, although I never saw the door open and the devil come in. [Footnote: See Southey's ballad on the young man who read in a conjurer's books.] But all the domestic inhabitants of the libraries were disturbed by the vehemence of my studies. From my research the boldest spider fled, and moths, retreating, trembled as I read. From this learned sepulchre I emerged, like the magician in the Persian tales, from his 12 months' residence in the mountain, not like him to soar over the heads of the multitude, but to mingle in the crowd, and to elbow amongst the throng, making my way from the highest society to the lowest, undergoing the scorn, or what is harder to brook, the patronizing condescension of the one, and enduring the vulgar familiarity of the other. And all, you will say, for what? To collect materials for one of those manuscripts with which mere chance so often accommodates your countrymen. In other words, to write a successful novel. O Athenians, how hard we labour to deserve your praise! I might stop here, my dear Clutterbuck, it would have a touching effect, and the air of proper deference to our dear public, but I will not be false with you, though falsehood is, excuse the observation, the current coin of your country. The truth is, I have studied and lived for the purpose of gratifying my own curiosity, and passing my own time. And though the result has been, that in one shape or other I have been frequently before the public, perhaps more frequently than prudence warranted, yet I cannot claim from them the favour due to those who have dedicated their ease and leisure to the improvement and entertainment of others. Having communicated thus freely with you, my dear Captain, it follows, of course, that I will gratefully accept of your communication, which, as your Benedictine observed, divides itself both by subject, manner, and age, into two parts. But I am sorry I cannot gratify your literary ambition by suffering your name to appear upon the title page, and I will candidly tell you the reason. The editors of your country are of such a soft and passive disposition, that they have frequently done themselves great disgrace by giving up the coadjutors who first brought them into public notice and public favour, and suffering their names to be used by those quacks and impostors who live upon the ideas of others. Thus I shame to tell how the sage of Cid Hamet Benengeli was induced by one Juan Avellaneda to play the Turk with the ingenious Miguel Cervantes, and to publish a second part of the adventures of his hero, the renowned Don Quixote, without the knowledge or cooperation of his principal aforesaid. It is true, the Arabian sage returned to his allegiance, and thereafter composed a genuine continuation of the Knight of La Mancha, in which the said Avellaneda of Tordesillas is severely chastised. For in this you pseudo-editors resemble the juggler's disciplined ape, to which a sly old Scotsman likened James I. If you have Jackoo in your hand, you can make him bite me. If I have Jackoo in my hand, I can make him bite you. Yet, notwithstanding the amende honorable thus made by Cid Hamet Benengeli, his temporary defection did not the less occasion the decease of the ingenious Hidalgo Don Quixote, if he can be said to die, whose memory is immortal. Cervantes put him to death lest he should again fall into bad hands. Awful, yet just consequence of Cid Hamet's defection. To quote a more modern and much less important instance, I am sorry to observe my old acquaintance Jedediah Cleishbotham has misbehaved himself so far as to desert his original patron, and set up for himself. I am afraid the poor pedagogue will make little by his new allies, unless the pleasure of entertaining the public, and for aught I know the gentleman of the long robe, with disputes about his identity. Footnote: I am since more correctly informed that Mr. Cleishbotham died some months since at Gandercleugh, and that the person assuming his name is an impostor. The real Jedediah made a most Christian and edifying end, and as I am credibly informed, having sent for a Cameronian clergyman when he was in extremis, was so fortunate as to convince the good man, that after all, he had no wish to bring down on the scattered remnant of mountain folks the bonnets of Bonnie Dundee. Hard that the speculators in print and paper will not allow a good man to rest quiet in his grave. This note, and the passages in the text, were occasioned by a London bookseller having printed, as a speculation, an additional collection of tales of my landlord, which was not so fortunate as to succeed in passing on the world as genuine. Observe, therefore, Captain Clutterbuck, that, wise by these great examples, I receive you as a partner, but a sleeping partner only, as I give you no title to employ or use the firm of the copartnery we are about to form. I will announce my property in my title page, and put my own mark on my own chattels, which the attorney tells me it will be a crime to counterfeit, as much as it would to imitate the autograph of any other empiric; a crime amounting, as advertisements upon little vials assure us, to nothing short of felony. If, therefore, my dear friend, your name should hereafter appear in any title page without mine, readers will know what to think of you. I scorn to use either arguments or threats, but you cannot but be sensible that, as you owe your literary existence to me on the one hand, so on the other your very all is at my disposal. I can at pleasure cut off your annuity, strike your name from the half-pay establishment, nay, actually put you to death, without being answerable to any one. These are plain words to a gentleman who has served during the whole war, but I am aware you will take nothing amiss at my hands. And now, my good sir, let us address ourselves to our task, and arrange, as best we can, the manuscript of your Benedictine, so as to suit the taste of this critical age. You will find I have made very liberal use of his permission, to alter whatever seemed too favourable to the Church of Rome, which I abominate, were it but for her fasts and penances. Our reader is doubtless impatient, and we must own, with John Bunyan, we have too long detained him in the porch, and kept him from the sunshine with a torch. Adieu, therefore, my dear Captain. Remember me respectfully to the parson, the schoolmaster, and the bailie, and all friends of the happy club in the village of Kennaquhair. I have never seen, and never shall see, one of their faces; and notwithstanding, I believe that as yet I am better acquainted with them than any other man who lives. I shall soon introduce you to my jocund friend, Mr. John Ballantyne, of Trinity Grove, whom you will find warm from his match at singlestick with a brother publisher. [Footnote: In consequence of the pseudo-tales of my landlord printed in London, as already mentioned, the late Mr. John Ballantyne, the author's publisher, had a controversy with the interloping bibliopolist, each insisting that his Jedediah Cleishbotham was the real Simon Pure.] Peace to their differences. It is a wrathful trade, and the irritabile genus comprehends the bookselling as well as the book-writing species. Once more, adieu. The Author of Waverley. End of Answer by the Author of Waverley. Chapter 1 of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Oh, ay, the monks, they did the mischief. Theirs all the grossness, all the superstition of a most gross and superstitious age. May he be praised that sent the healthful tempest and scattered all these pestilential vapours. But that we owed them all to yonder harlot throned on the 7 hills with her cup of gold, I will as soon believe with kind Sir Roger, that old Moll White took wing with cat and broomstick, and raised the last night's thunder. Old Play. The village described in the Benedictine's manuscript by the name of Kennaquhair bears the same Celtic termination which occurs in Tranquhair, Caquhair, and other compounds. The learned Chalmers derives this word quhair from the winding course of a stream, a definition which coincides in a remarkable degree with the serpentine turns of the river Tweed, near the village of which we speak. It has been long famous for the splendid Monastery of St. Mary, founded by David I of Scotland, in whose reign were formed, in the same county, the no less splendid establishments of Melrose, Jedburgh, and Kelso. The donations of land with which the king endowed these wealthy fraternities procured him from the monkish historians the epithet of saint, and from one of his impoverished descendants the splenetic censure that he had been a sore saint for the crown. It seems probable, notwithstanding, that David, who was a wise as well as a pious monarch, was not moved solely by religious motives to those great acts of munificence to the church, but annexed political views to his pious generosity. His possessions in Northumberland and Cumberland became precarious after the loss of the Battle of the Standard, and since the comparatively fertile valley of Teviot Dale was likely to become the frontier of his kingdom, it is probable he wished to secure at least a part of these valuable possessions by placing them in the hands of the monks, whose property was for a long time respected, even amidst the rage of a frontier war. In this manner alone had the king some chance of ensuring protection and security to the cultivators of the soil. And, in fact, for several ages the possessions of these abbeys were each a sort of Goshen, enjoying the calm light of peace and immunity, while the rest of the country, occupied by wild clans and marauding barons, was one dark scene of confusion, blood, and unremitted outrage. But these immunities did not continue down to the union of the crowns. Long before that period the wars betwixt England and Scotland had lost their original character of international hostilities, and had become, on the part of the English, a struggle for subjugation, on that of the Scots a desperate and infuriated defence of their liberties. This introduced on both sides a degree of fury and animosity unknown to the earlier period of their history, and as religious scruples soon gave way to a national hatred spurred by a love of plunder, the patrimony of the Church was no longer sacred from incursions on either side. Still, however, the tenants and vassals of the great abbeys had many advantages over those of the lay barons, who were harassed by constant military duty, until they became desperate, and lost all relish for the arts of peace. The vassals of the church, on the other hand, were only liable to be called to arms on general occasions, and at other times were permitted in comparative quiet to possess their farms and feus. [Footnote: Small possessions conferred upon vassals and their heirs, held for a small quit rent or a moderate proportion of the produce. This was a favourite manner, by which the churchmen peopled the patrimony of their convents, and many descendants of such feuars, as they are called, are still to be found in possession of their family inheritances in the neighbourhood of the great monasteries of Scotland.] They of course exhibited superior skill in everything that related to the cultivation of the soil, and were therefore both wealthier and better informed than the military retainers of the restless chiefs and nobles in their neighbourhood. The residence of these church vassals was usually in a small village or hamlet, where, for the sake of mutual aid and protection, some 30 or 40 families dwelt together. This was called the town, and the land belonging to the various families by whom the town was inhabited was called the township. They usually possessed the land in common, though in various proportions, according to their several grants. The part of the township properly arable, and kept as such continually under the plough, was called infield. Here the use of quantities of manure supplied in some degree the exhaustion of the soil, and the feuars raised tolerable oats and bear, or big, a kind of coarse barley, usually sowed on alternate ridges, on which the labour of the whole community was bestowed without distinction, the produce being divided after harvest agreeably to their respective interests. There was besides outfield, land from which it was thought possible to extract a crop now and then, after which it was abandoned to the skyey influences until the exhausted powers of vegetation were restored. These outfield spots were selected by any feuar at his own choice, amongst the sheep walks and hills which were always annexed to the township, to serve as pasturage to the community. The trouble of cultivating these patches of outfield, and the precarious chance that the crop would pay the labour, were considered as giving a right to any feuar who chose to undertake the adventure, to the produce which might result from it. There remained the pasturage of extensive moors, where the valleys often afforded good grass, and upon which the whole cattle belonging to the community fed indiscriminately during the summer, under the charge of the town herd, who regularly drove them out to pasture in the morning, and brought them back at night, without which precaution they would have fallen a speedy prey to some of the snatchers in the neighbourhood. These are things to make modern agriculturists hold up their hands and stare. But the same mode of cultivation is not yet entirely in desuetude in some distant parts of North Britain, and may be witnessed in full force and exercise in the Zetland archipelago. The habitations of the church feuars were not less primitive than their agriculture. In each village or town were several small towers, having battlements projecting over the side walls, and usually an advanced angle or two, with shot holes for flanking the doorway, which was always defended by a strong door of oak, studded with nails, and often by an exterior grated door of iron. These small peel houses were ordinarily inhabited by the principal feuars and their families, but, upon the alarm of approaching danger, the whole inhabitants thronged from their own miserable cottages, which were situated around, to garrison these points of defence. It was then no easy matter for a hostile party to penetrate into the village, for the men were habituated to the use of bows and firearms, and the towers being generally so placed, that the discharge from one crossed that of another, it was impossible to assault any of them individually. The interior of these houses was usually sufficiently wretched, for it would have been folly to have furnished them in a manner which could excite the avarice of their lawless neighbours. Yet the families themselves exhibited in their appearance a degree of comfort, information, and independence, which could hardly have been expected. Their infield supplied them with bread and home-brewed ale, their herds and flocks with beef and mutton. The extravagance of killing lambs or calves was never thought of. Each family killed a mart, or fat bullock, in November, which was salted up for winter use, to which the good wife could, upon great occasions, add a dish of pigeons or a fat capon. The ill-cultivated garden afforded lang kale, and the river gave salmon to serve as a relish during the season of Lent. Of fuel they had plenty, for the bogs afforded turf, and the remains of the abused woods continued to give them logs for burning, as well as timber for the usual domestic purposes. In addition to these comforts, the good man would now and then sally forth to the greenwood, and mark down a buck of season with his gun or his crossbow, and the father confessor seldom refused him absolution for the trespass, if duly invited to take his share of the smoking haunch. Some, still bolder, made either with their own domestics, or by associating themselves with the moss troopers, in the language of shepherds, a start and overloop; and the golden ornaments and silken head gear, worn by the females of one or two families of note, were invidiously traced by their neighbours to such successful excursions. This, however, was a more inexplicable crime in the eyes of the Abbot and community of St. Mary's, than the borrowing of one of the good king's deer, and they failed not to discountenance and punish, by every means in their power, offences which were sure to lead to severe retaliation upon the property of the church, and which tended to alter the character of their peaceful vassalage. As for the information possessed by those dependents of the abbacies, they might have been truly said to be better fed than taught, even though their fare had been worse than it was. Still, however, they enjoyed opportunities of knowledge from which others were excluded. The monks were in general well acquainted with their vassals and tenants, and familiar in the families of the better class among them, where they were sure to be received with the respect due their twofold character of spiritual father and secular landlord. Thus it often happened, when a boy displayed talents and inclination for study, one of the brethren, with a view to his being bred to the church, or out of good nature, in order to pass away his own idle time, if he had no better motive, initiated him into the mysteries of reading and writing, and imparted to him such other knowledge as he himself possessed. And the heads of these allied families, having more time for reflection, and more skill, as well as stronger motives for improving their small properties, bore amongst their neighbours the character of shrewd, intelligent men, who claimed respect on account of their comparative wealth, even while they were despised for a less warlike and enterprising turn than the other borderers. They lived as much as they well could amongst themselves, avoiding the company of others, and dreading nothing more than to be involved in the deadly feuds and ceaseless contentions of the secular landholders. Such is a general picture of these communities. During the fatal wars and the commencement of Queen Mary's reign, they had suffered dreadfully by the hostile invasions, for the English, now a Protestant people, were so far from sparing the church lands, that they forayed them with more unrelenting severity than even the possessions of the laity. But the peace of 1550 had restored some degree of tranquillity to those distracted and harassed regions, and matters began again gradually to settle upon the former footing. The monks repaired their ravaged shrines, the feuar again roofed his small fortalice which the enemy had ruined, the poor labourer rebuilt his cottage, an easy task, where a few sods, stones, and some pieces of wood from the next copse furnished all the materials necessary. The cattle, lastly, were driven out of the wastes and thickets in which the remnant of them had been secreted, and the mighty bull moved at the head of his seraglio and their followers, to take possession of their wonted pastures. There ensued peace and quiet, the state of the age and nation considered, to the Monastery of St. Mary and its dependencies for several tranquil years. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. In yon lone vale his early youth was bred. Not solitary then, the bugle horn of fell Alecto often waked its windings, from where the brook joins the majestic river, to the wild northern bog, the curlew's haunt, where oozes forth its first and feeble streamlet. Old Play. We have said that most of the feuars dwelt in the village belonging to their townships. This was not, however, universally the case. a lonely tower, to which the reader must now be introduced, was at least one exception to the general rule. It was of small dimensions, yet larger than those which occurred in the village, as intimating that, in case of assault, the proprietor would have to rely upon his own unassisted strength. 2 or 3 miserable huts at the foot of the fortalice held the bondsmen and tenants of the feuar. The site was a beautiful green knoll, which started up suddenly in the very throat of a wild and narrow glen, and which, being surrounded, except on one side, by the winding of a small stream, afforded a position of considerable strength. But the great security of Glendearg, for so the place was called, lay in its secluded and almost hidden situation. To reach the tower, it was necessary to travel 3 miles up the glen, crossing about 20 times the little stream, which, winding through the narrow valley, encountered at every 100 yards the opposition of a rock or precipitous bank on the one side, which altered its course, and caused it to shoot off in an oblique direction to the other. The hills which ascend on each side of this glen are very steep, and rise boldly over the stream, which is thus imprisoned within their barriers. The sides of the glen are impracticable for horse, and are only to be traversed by means of the sheep paths which lie along their sides. It would not be readily supposed that a road so hopeless and so difficult could lead to any habitation more important than the summer shieling of a shepherd. Yet the glen, though lonely, nearly inaccessible, and sterile, was not then absolutely void of beauty. The turf, which covered the small portion of level ground on the sides of the stream, was as close and verdant as if it had occupied the scythes of 100 gardeners once a fortnight; and it was garnished with an embroidery of daisies and wild flowers, which the scythes would certainly have destroyed. The little brook, now confined betwixt closer limits, now left at large to choose its course through the narrow valley, danced carelessly on from stream to pool, light and unturbid, as that better class of spirits who pass their way through life, yielding to insurmountable obstacles, but as far from being subdued by them as the sailor who meets by chance with an unfavourable wind, and shapes his course so as to be driven back as little as possible. The mountains, as they would have been called in England, Scatis, the steep braes, rose abruptly over the little glen, here presenting the grey face of a rock, from which the turf had been peeled by the torrents, and there displaying patches of wood and copse, which had escaped the waste of the cattle and the sheep of the feuars, and which, feathering naturally up the beds of empty torrents, or occupying the concave recesses of the bank, gave at once beauty and variety to the landscape. Above these scattered woods rose the hill, in barren but purple majesty, the dark rich hue, particularly in autumn, contrasting beautifully with the thickets of oak and birch, the mountain ashes and thorns, the alders and quivering aspens, which checkered and varied the descent, and not less with the dark green and velvet turf, which composed the level part of the narrow glen. Yet, though thus embellished, the scene could neither be strictly termed sublime nor beautiful, and scarcely even picturesque or striking. But its extreme solitude pressed on the heart. The traveller felt that uncertainty whither he was going, or in what so wild a path was to terminate, which, at times, strikes more on the imagination than the grand features of a show scene, when you know the exact distance of the inn where your dinner is bespoke, and at the moment preparing. These are ideas, however, of a far later age, for at the time we treat of, the picturesque, the beautiful, the sublime, and all their intermediate shades, were ideas absolutely unknown to the inhabitants and occasional visitors of Glendearg. These had, however, attached to the scene feelings fitting the time. Its name, signifying the Red Valley, seems to have been derived not only from the purple colour of the heath, with which the upper part of the rising banks was profusely clothed, but also from the dark red colour of the rocks, and of the precipitous earthen banks, which in that country are called scaurs. Another glen about the head of Ettrick has acquired the same name from similar circumstances, and there are probably more in Scotland to which it has been given. As our Glendearg did not abound in mortal visitants, superstition, that it might not be absolutely destitute of inhabitants, had peopled its recesses with beings belonging to another world. The savage and capricious brown man of the moors, a being which seems the genuine descendant of the northern dwarfs, was supposed to be seen there frequently, especially after the autumnal equinox, when the fogs were thick and objects not easily distinguished. The Scottish fairies, too, a whimsical, irritable, and mischievous tribe, who, though at times capriciously benevolent, were more frequently adverse to mortals, were also supposed to have formed a residence in a particularly wild recess of the glen, of which the real name was, in allusion to that circumstance, Corri nan Shian, which in corrupted Celtic signifies the hollow of the fairies. But the neighbours were more cautious in speaking about this place, and avoided giving it a name, from an idea common then throughout all the British and Celtic provinces of Scotland, and still retained in many places, that to speak either good or ill of this capricious race of imaginary beings is to provoke their resentment, and that secrecy and silence is what they chiefly desire from those who may intrude upon their revels, or discover their haunts. A mysterious terror was thus attached to the dale, which afforded access from the broad valley of the Tweed, up the little glen we have described, to the fortalice called the Tower of Glendearg. Beyond the knoll, where, as we have said, the tower was situated, the hills grew more steep, and narrowed on the slender brook, so as scarce to leave a footpath, and there the glen terminated in a wild waterfall, where a slender thread of water dashed in a precipitous line of foam over 2 or 3 precipices. Yet farther in the same direction, and above these successive cataracts, lay a wild and extensive morass, frequented only by waterfall, wide, waste, apparently almost interminable, and serving in a great measure to separate the inhabitants of the glen from those who lived to the northward. To restless and indefatigable moss troopers, indeed, these morasses were well known, and sometimes afforded a retreat. They often rode down the glen, called at this tower, asked and received hospitality, but still with a sort of reserve on the part of its more peaceful inhabitants, who entertained them as a party of North American Indians might be received by a new European settler, as much out of fear as hospitality, while the uppermost wish of the landlord is the speedy departure of the savage guests. This had not always been the current of feeling in the little valley and its tower. Simon Glendinning, its former inhabitant, boasted his connection by blood to that ancient family of Glendonwyne on the western border. He used to narrate at his fireside, in the autumn evenings, the feats of the family to which he belonged, one of whom fell by the side of the brave Earl of Douglas at Otterbourne. On these occasions, Simon usually held upon his knee an ancient broadsword, which had belonged to his ancestors before any of the family had consented to accept a fief under the peaceful dominion of the monks of St. Mary's. In modern days, Simon might have lived at ease on his own estate, and quietly murmured against the fate that had doomed him to dwell there, and cut off his access to martial renown. But so many opportunities, nay, so many calls there were for him, who in those days spoke big, to make good his words by his actions, that Simon Glendinning was soon under the necessity of marching with the men of the Halidome, as it was called, of St. Mary's, in that disastrous campaign which was concluded by the Battle of Pinkie. The Catholic clergy were deeply interested in that national quarrel, the principal object of which was to prevent the union of the infant Queen Mary with the son of the heretical Henry VIII. The monks had called out their vassals under an experienced leader. Many of themselves had taken arms, and marched to the field under a banner representing a female, supposed to personify the Scottish Church, kneeling in the attitude of prayer, with the legend, Afflicte sponsae ne obliviscaris. Footnote, forget not the afflicted spouse. End footnote. The Scots, however, in all their wars had more occasion for good and cautious generals than for excitation, whether political or enthusiastic. Their headlong and impatient courage uniformly induced them to rush into action without duly weighing either their own situation or that of their enemies, and the inevitable consequence was frequent defeat. With the dolorous slaughter of Pinkie we have nothing to do, excepting that, among 10,000 men of low and high degree, Simon Glendinning of the Tower of Glendearg bit the dust, no way disparaging in his death that ancient race from which he claimed his descent. When the doleful news, which spread terror and mourning through the whole of Scotland, reached the Tower of Glendearg, the widow of Simon, Elspeth Brydone by her family name, was alone in that desolate habitation, excepting a hind or two, alike past martial and agricultural labour, and the helpless widows and families of those who had fallen with their master. The feeling of desolation was universal, but what availed it? The monks, their patrons and protectors, were driven from their abbey by the English forces, who now overran the country, and enforced at least an appearance of submission on the part of the inhabitants. The Protector, Somerset, formed a strong camp among the ruins of the ancient castle of Roxborough, and compelled the neighbouring country to come in, pay tribute, and take assurance from him, as the phrase then went. Indeed, there was no power of resistance remaining, and the few barons, whose high spirit disdained even the appearance of surrender, could only retreat into the wildest fastnesses of the country, leaving their houses and property to the wrath of the English, who detached parties everywhere to distress by military exaction those whose chiefs had not made their submission. The Abbot and his community having retreated beyond the Forth, their lands were severely forayed, as their sentiments were held peculiarly inimical to the alliance with England. Amongst the troops detached on this service was a small party, commanded by Stawarth Bolton, a captain in the English army, and full of the blunt and unpretending gallantry and generosity which has so often distinguished that nation. Resistance was in vain. Elspeth Bydone, when she descried a dozen of horsemen threading their way up the glen, with a man at their head, whose scarlet cloak, bright armour, and dancing plume proclaimed him a leader, saw no better protection for herself than to issue from the iron grate, covered with a long mourning veil, and holding one of her two sons in each hand, to meet the Englishman, state her deserted condition, place the little tower at his command, and beg for his mercy. She stated in a few brief words her intention, and added, "I submit, because I have nae means of resistance." "And I do not ask your submission, mistress, for the same reason," replied the Englishman. "To be satisfied of your peaceful intentions is all I ask, and from what you tell me, there is no reason to doubt them." "At least, sir," said Elspeth Brydone, "take share of what our spence and our garners afford. Your horses are tired, your folk want refreshment." "Not a whit, not a whit," answered the honest Englishman. "It shall never be said we disturbed by carousal the widow of a brave soldier, while she was mourning for her husband. Comrades, face about. Yet stay," he added, checking his war horse, "my parties are out in every direction. They must have some token that your family are under my assurance of safety. Here, my little fellow," said he, speaking to the eldest boy, who might be about 9 or 10 years old, "lend me thy bonnet." The child reddened, looked sulky, and hesitated, while the mother, with many a fie, and nay, pshaw, and such sarsenet chidings as tender mothers give to spoiled children, at length succeeded in snatching the bonnet from him, and handing it to the English leader. Stawarth Bolton took his embroidered red cross from his barret cap, and putting it into the loop of the boy's bonnet, said to the mistress, for the title of lady was not given to dames of her degree, "By this token, which all my people will respect, you will be freed from any importunity on the part of our forayers." [Footnote: As gallantry of all times and nations has the same mode of thinking and acting, so it often expresses itself by the same symbols. In the Civil War of 1745-6, a party of Highlanders, under a chieftain of rank, came to Rose Castle, the seat of the Bishop of Carlisle, but then occupied by the family of Squire Dacre of Cumberland. They demanded quarters, which of course were not to be refused to armed men of a strange attire and unknown language. But the domestic represented to the captain of the mountaineers, that the lady of the mansion had been just delivered of a daughter, and expressed her hope that under these circumstances his party would give as little trouble as possible. "God forbid," said the gallant chief, "that I or mine should be the means of adding to a lady's inconvenience at such a time. May I request to see the infant?" The child was brought, and the Highlander, taking his cockade out of his bonnet, and pinning it on the child's breast, "That will be a token," he said, "to any of our people who may come hither, that Donald MacDonald of Kinloch Moidart has taken the family of Rose Castle under his protection. The lady who received in infancy this gage of Highland protection is now Mary, Lady Clerk of Pennycuik, and on the 10th of June still wears the cockade which was pinned on her breast, with a white rose as a kindred decoration. He placed it on the boy's head, but it was no sooner there than the little fellow, his veins swelling, and his eyes shooting fire through tears, snatched the bonnet from his head, and ere his mother could interfere, skimmed it into the brook. The other boy ran instantly to fish it out again, threw it back to his brother, first taking out the cross, which with great veneration he kissed and put into his bosom. The Englishman was half diverted, half surprised, with the scene. "What mean ye by throwing away Saint George's red cross?" said he to the elder boy, in a tone betwixt jest and earnest. "Because Saint George is a southern saint," said the child sulkily. "Good," said Stawarth Bolton. "And what did you mean by taking it out of the brook again, my little fellow?" he demanded of the younger. "Because the priest says it is the common sign of salvation to all good Christians." "Why, good again," said the honest soldier. "I protest unto you, mistress, I envy you these boys. Are they both yours?" Stawarth Bolton had reason to put the question, for Halbert Glendinning, the elder of the two, had hair as dark as the raven's plumage, black eyes, large, bold, and sparkling, that glittered under eyebrows of the same complexion, a skin deep and browned, though it could not be termed swarthy, and an air of activity, frankness, and determination, far beyond his age. On the other hand, Edward, the younger brother, was light-haired, blue-eyed, and of fairer complexion, in countenance rather pale, and not exhibiting that rosy hue which colours the sanguine cheek of robust health. Yet the boy had nothing sickly or ill-conditioned in his look, but was, on the contrary, a fair and handsome child, with a smiling face and mild yet cheerful eye. The mother glanced a proud motherly glance, first at the one and then at the other, ere she answered the Englishman, "Surely, sir, they are both my children." "And by the same father, mistress?" said Stawarth. But seeing a blush of displeasure arise on her brow, he instantly added, "Nay, I mean no offence. I would have asked the same question at any of my gossips in Merry Lincoln. Well, dame, you have two fair boys. I would I could borrow one, for Dame Bolton and I live childless in our old hall. Come, little fellows, which of you will go with me?" The trembling mother, half fearing as he spoke, drew the children towards her, one with either hand, while they both answered the stranger. "I will not go with you," said Halbert boldly, "for you are a false-hearted Southern, and the Southrons killed my father, and I will war on you to the death when I can draw my father's sword." "God a mercy, my little Leven Bolt," said Stawarth, "the goodly custom of deadly feud will never go down in thy day, I presume. And you, my fine white head, will you not go with me to ride a cock horse?" "No," said Edward demurely, "for you are a heretic." "Why, God a mercy still," said Stawarth Bolton. "Well, dame, I see I shall find no recruits for my troop from you. And yet I do envy you these two little chubby knaves." He sighed a moment, as was visible, in spite of gorget and corslet, and then added, "And yet my dame and I would but quarrel which of the knaves we should like best, for I should wish for the black-eyed rogue, and she, I warrant me, for that blue-eyed, fair-haired darling. Natheless, we must brook our solitary wedlock and wish joy to those that are more fortunate. Sergeant Britson, do thou remain here till recalled. Protect this family, as under assurance. Do them no wrong, and suffer no wrong to be done to them, as thou wilt answer it. Dame, Britson is a married man, old and steady. Feed him on what you will, but give him not over much liquor." Dame Glendinning again offered refreshments, but with a faltering voice, and an obvious desire her invitation should not be accepted. The fact was that, supposing her boys as precious in the eyes of the Englishman as her own, the most ordinary of parental errors, she was half afraid that the admiration he expressed of them in his blunt manner might end in his actually carrying off one or other of the little darlings whom he appeared to covet so much. She kept hold of their hands, therefore, as if her feeble strength could have been of service, had any violence been intended, and saw with joy she could not disguise the little party of horse countermarch in order to descend the glen. Her feelings did not escape Bolton. "I forgive you, dame," he said, "for being suspicious that an English falcon was hovering over your Scottish moor brood. But fear not. Those who have fewest children have fewest cares. nor does a wise man covet those of another household. Adieu, dame. When the black-eyed rogue is able to drive a foray from England, teach him to spare women and children, for the sake of Stawarth Bolton." "God be with you, gallant Southern," said Elspeth Glendinning, but not till he was out of hearing, spurring on his good horse to regain the head of his party, whose plumage and armour were now glancing and gradually disappearing in the distance, as they winded down the glen. "Mother," said the elder boy, "I will not say amen to a prayer for a Southern." "Mother," said the younger, more reverentially, "is it right to pray for a heretic?" "The God to whom I pray only knows," answered poor Elspeth. "But these two words, Southern and heretic, have already cost Scotland 10,000 of her best and bravest, and me a husband, and you a father, and whether blessing or banning, I never wish to hear them more. Follow me to the place, sir," she said to Britson, "and such as we have to offer you shall be at your disposal." Chapter 3 of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 They lighted down on Tweed water, and blew their coats sae het, and fired the March and Teviotdale all in an evening late. Old Maitland. The report soon spread through the patrimony of St. Mary's and its vicinity that the mistress of Glendearg had received assurance from the English captain, and that her cattle were not to be driven off, or her corn burned. Among others who heard this report, it reached the ears of a lady who, once much higher in rank than Elspeth Glendinning, was now by the same calamity reduced to even greater misfortune. She was the widow of a brave soldier, Walter Avenel, descended of a very ancient border family, who once possessed immense estates in Eskdale. These had long since passed from them into other hands, but they still enjoyed an ancient barony of considerable extent, not very far from the patrimony of St. Mary's, and lying upon the same side of the river with the narrow vale of Glendearg, at the head of which was the little tower of the Glendinnings. Here they had lived, bearing a respectable rank amongst the gentry of their province, though neither wealthy nor powerful. This general regard has been much augmented by the skill, courage, and enterprise which had been displayed by Walter Avenel, the last baron. When Scotland began to recover from the dreadful shock she had sustained after the battle of Pinkie Cleuch, Avenel was one of the first who, assembling a small force, set an example in those bloody and unsparing skirmishes, which showed that a nation, though conquered and overrun by invaders, may yet wage against them such a war of detail as shall in the end become fatal to the foreigners. In one of these, however, Walter Avenel fell, and the news which came to the house of his fathers was followed by the distracting intelligence that a party of Englishmen were coming to plunder the mansion and lands of his widow, in order, by this act of terror, to prevent others from following the example of the deceased. The unfortunate lady had no better refuge than the miserable cottage of a shepherd among the hills, to which she was hastily removed, scarce conscious where or for what purpose her terrified attendants were removing her, and her infant daughter, from her own house. Here she was tended with all the duteous service of ancient times by the shepherd's wife, Tib Tacket, who in better days had been her own bower woman. For a time the lady was unconscious of her misery, but when the first stunning effect of grief was so far passed away that she could form an estimate of her own situation, the widow of Avenel had cause to envy the lot of her husband in his dark and silent abode. The domestics who had guided her to her place of refuge were presently obliged to disperse for their own safety, or to seek for necessary subsistence, and the shepherd and his wife, whose poor cottage she shared, were soon after deprived of the means of affording their late mistress even that coarse sustenance which they had gladly shared with her. Some of the English forayers had discovered and driven off the few sheep which had escaped the first researches of their avarice. 2 cows shared the fate of the remnant of their stock. They had afforded the family almost their sole support, and now famine appeared to stare them in the face. "We are broken and beggared now, out and out," said old Martin the shepherd, and he wrung his hands in the bitterness of agony. "The thieves, the harrying thieves, I not a cloot left of the hale hersel." "And to see poor Grizzle and Grumbie," said his wife, "turning back their necks to the byre, and routing while the stony hearted villains were brogging them on with their lances." "There were but 4 of them," said Martin, "and I have seen the day 40 wad not have ventured this length, but our strength and manhood is gane with our puir master." "For the sake of the Holy Rood, whisht man," said the good wife, "our leddy is half gane already, as ye may see by the flaitering of the eelid. A word mair, and she's dead outright." "I could almost wish," said Martin, "we were a' gane, for what to do passes my poor wit. I care little for mysell, or you, Tib, we can make a fend, work or want, we can do baith, but she can do neither." They canvassed their situation thus openly before the lady, convinced by the paleness of her look, her quivering lip, and dead set eye, that she neither heard nor understood what they were saying. "There is a way," said the shepherd, "but I kenna if she could bring her heart to it. There's Simon Glendinning's widow of the glen yonder has had assurance from the southern loons, and nae soldier to steer them for one cause or other. Now, if the leddy could bow her mind to take quarters with Elspeth Glendinning till better days cast up, nae doubt it wad be doing an honour to the like of her, but—" "An honour," answered Tibb, "ay, by my word, sic an honour as wad be pride to her kin mony a lang year after her banes were in the mould. Oh, goodman, to hear ye even the Lady of Avenel to seeking quarters wi' a kirk vassal's widow!" "Loth I should be to wish her to it," said Martin; "but what may we do? To stay here is mere starvation, and where to go, I'm sure I ken nae mair than ony tup I ever hearded." "Speak no more of it," said the widow of Avenel, suddenly joining in the conversation. "I will go to the Tower. Dame Elspeth is of good folk, a widow, and the mother of orphans. She will give us house room until something be thought upon. These evil showers make the low bush better than no bield." See there," said Martin, "you see the leddy has twice our sense." "And natural it is," said Tibb, "seeing that she is convent bred, and can lay silk broidery, forby white seam and shell work." "Do you think," said the lady to Martin, still clasping her child to her bosom, and making it clear from what motives she desired the refuge, "that Dame Glendinning will make us welcome?" Blithely welcome, my lady," answered Martin, cheerily, "and we shall deserve a welcome at her hand. Men are scarce now, my lady, with these wars, and gie me a thought of time to it, I can do as good a day's darg as ever I did in my life, and Tibb can sort cows with ony living woman." "And muckle mair could I do," said Tibb, "were it ony feasible house. But there will be neither perlins to mend, nor pinnace to busk up, in Elspeth Glendinning's." "Whisht with your pride, woman," said the shepherd; "enough you can do, baith outside and inside, an ye set your mind to it; and hard it is if we twa canna work for 3 folks meat, forby my dainty wee leddy there. Come awa, nae use in staying here langer. We have 5 Scots miles over moss and muir, and that is nae easy walk for a lady born and bred." Household stuff there was little or none to remove or care for. An old pony which had escaped the plunderers, owing partly to its pitiful appearance, partly from the reluctance which it showed to be caught by strangers, was employed to carry the few blankets and other trifles which they possessed. When Shagram came to his master's well known whistle, he was surprised to find the poor thing had been wounded, though slightly, by an arrow, which one of the forayers had shot off in anger after he had long chased it in vain. "Ay, Shagram," said the old man, as he applied something to the wound, "must you rue the langbow as weel as all of us?" "What corner in Scotland rues it not?" said the Lady of Avenel. "Ay, madam," said Martin. "God keep the kindly Scot from the cloth yard shaft, and he will keep himself from the handy stroke. But let us go our way. The trash that is left I can come back for. There is nae ane to stir it but the good neighbours, and they—" "For the love of God, good man," said his wife, in a remonstrating tone, "hold your peace. Think what you're saying, and we ha sae muckle wild land to go over before we win to the girth gate." The husband nodded acquiescence, for it was deemed highly imprudent to speak of the fairies, either by their title of good neighbours, or by any other, especially when about to pass the places which they were supposed to haunt. [Footnote: This superstition continues to prevail, though one would suppose it must now be antiquated. It is only a year or two since an itinerant puppet show man, who, disdaining to acknowledge the profession of Guinness de Passamonte, called himself an artist from Vauxhall, brought a complaint of a singular nature before the author, as Sheriff of Selkirkshire. The singular dexterity with which the showman had exhibited the machinery of his little stage had, upon a Selkirk fair day, excited the eager curiosity of some mechanics of Galashiels. These men, from no worse motive that could be discovered than a thirst after knowledge beyond their sphere, committed a burglary upon the barn in which the puppets had been consigned to repose, and carried them off in the nook of their plaids, when returning from Selkirk to their own village. But with the morning cool reflection came. The party found, however, they could not make Punch dance, and that the whole troop were equally intractable. They had also, perhaps, some apprehensions of the Rhadamanth of the district, and, willing to be quit of their booty, they left the puppets seated in a grove by the side of the Ettrick, where they were sure to be touched by the first beams of the rising sun. Here a shepherd, who was on foot with sunrise to pen his master's sheep on a field of turnips, to his utter astonishment, saw this train, profusely gay, sitting in the little grotto. His examination proceeded thus: Sheriff. You saw these gay-looking things? What did you think they were? Shepherd. I am no that free to say what I might think they were. Sheriff. Come, lad, I must have a direct answer. Who did you think they were? Shepherd. Sir, troth I am no free to say that I mind what I might think they were. Sheriff. Come, sir, I ask you distinctly, did you think they were the fairies you saw? Shepherd. Indeed, sir, and I winna say but I might think it was the good neighbours. Thus unwillingly was he brought to allude to the irritable and captious inhabitants of Fairyland. They set forward on their pilgrimage on the last day of October. "This is thy birthday, my sweet Mary," said the mother, as a sting of bitter recollection crossed her mind. "Oh, who could have believed that the head, which a few years since was cradled amongst so many rejoicing friends, may perhaps this night seek a cover in vain?" The exiled family then set forward. Mary Avenel, a lovely girl between 5 and 6 years old, riding gipsy fashion upon Shagram, betwixt two bundles of bedding, the Lady of Avenel walking by the animal's side, Tibb leading the bridle, and old Martin walking a little before, looking anxiously around him to explore the way. Martin's task as guide, after 2 or 3 miles walking, became more difficult than he himself had expected, or than he was willing to avow. It happened that the extensive range of pasturage with which he was conversant lay to the west, and to get into the little valley of Glendearg he had to proceed easterly. In the wilder districts of Scotland the passage from one vale to another, otherwise than by descending that which you leave, and reascending the other, is often very difficult. Heights and hollows, mosses and rocks intervene, and all those local impediments which throw a traveller out of his course. So that Martin, however sure of his general direction, became conscious, and at length was forced reluctantly to admit, that he had missed the direct road to Glendearg, though he insisted they must be very near it. "If we can but win across this wide bog," he said, "I shall warrant ye are on top of the tower." But to get across the bog was a point of no small difficulty. The farther they ventured into it, though proceeding with all the caution which Martin's experience recommended, the more unsound the ground became, until, after they had passed some places of great peril, their best argument for going forward came to be, that they had to encounter equal danger in returning. The Lady of Avenel had been tenderly nurtured, but what will not a woman endure when her child is in danger? Complaining less of the dangers of the road than her attendants, who had been inured to such from their infancy, she kept herself close by the side of the pony, watching its every footstep, and ready, if it should flounder in the morass, to snatch her little Mary from its back. At length they came to a place where the guide greatly hesitated, for all around him was broken lumps of heath, divided from each other by deep sloughs of black tenacious mire. After great consideration, Martin, selecting what he thought the safest path, began himself to lead forward Shagram, in order to afford greater security to the child. But Shagram snorted, laid his ears back, stretched his 2 feet forward, and drew his hind feet under him, so as to adopt the best possible posture for obstinate resistance, and refused to move 1 yard in the direction indicated. Old Martin, much puzzled, now hesitated whether to exert his absolute authority, or to defer to the contumacious obstinacy of Shagram, and was not greatly comforted by his wife's observation, who, seeing Shagram stare with his eyes, distend his nostrils, and tremble with terror, hinted that he surely saw more than they could see. In this dilemma, the child suddenly exclaimed, "Bonny leddy signs to us to come yon gate." They all looked in the direction where the child pointed, but saw nothing save a wreath of rising mist, which fancy might form into a human figure, but which afforded to Martin only the sorrowful conviction that the danger of their situation was about to be increased by a heavy fog. He once more essayed to lead forward Shagram, but the animal was inflexible in its determination not to move in the direction Martin recommended. "Take your own way for it, then," said Martin, "and let us see what you can do for us." Shagram, abandoned to the discretion of his own free will, set off boldly in the direction the child had pointed. There was nothing wonderful in this, nor in its bringing them safe to the other side of the dangerous morass, for the instinct of these animals in traversing bogs is one of the most curious parts of their nature, and is a fact generally established. But it was remarkable that the child more than once mentioned the beautiful lady and her signals, and that Shagram seemed to be in the secret, always moving in the same direction which she indicated. The Lady of Avenel took little notice at the time, her mind being probably occupied by the instant danger. But her attendants changed expressive looks with each other more than once. "All Hallow Eve," said Tibb, in a whisper to Martin. "For the mercy of Our Lady, not a word of that now," said Martin in reply. "Tell your beads, woman, if you cannot be silent." When they got once more on firm ground, Martin recognized certain landmarks or cairns on the tops of the neighbouring hills, by which he was enabled to guide his course, and ere long they arrived at the Tower of Glendearg. It was at the sight of this little fortalice that the misery of her lot pressed hard on the poor Lady of Avenel. When by any accident they had met at church, market, or other place of public resort, she remembered the distant and respectful air with which the wife of the warlike baron was addressed by the spouse of the humble feuar. And now so much was her pride humbled, that she was to ask to share the precarious safety of the same feuar's widow, and her pittance of food, which might perhaps be yet more precarious. Martin probably guessed what was passing in her mind, for he looked at her with a wistful glance, as if to deprecate any change of resolution, and answering to his looks rather than his words, she said, while the sparkle of subdued pride once more glanced from her eye, "If it were for myself alone, I could but die, but for this infant, the last pledge of Avenel." "True, my lady," said Martin, hastily, and as if to prevent the possibility of her retracting, he added, "I will step on and see Dame Elspeth. I kenned her husband weel, and have bought and sold with him, for as great a man as he was." Martin's tale was soon told, and met all acceptance from her companion in misfortune. The Lady of Avenel had been meek and courteous in her prosperity. In adversity, therefore, she met with the greatest sympathy. Besides, there was a point of pride in sheltering and supporting a woman of such superior birth and rank. And not to do Elspeth Glendinning injustice, she felt sympathy for one whose fate resembled her own in so many points, yet was so much more severe. Every species of hospitality was gladly and respectfully extended to the distressed travellers, and they were kindly requested to stay as long at Glendearg as their circumstances rendered necessary, or their inclination prompted. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Ne'er I be found by thee unawed, on that thrice hallowed eve abroad, when goblins haunt from flood and fen the steps of men. Collins's Ode to Fear. As the country became more settled, the Lady of Avenel would have willingly returned to her husband's mansion, But that was no longer in her power. It was a reign of minority, when the strongest had the best right, and when acts of usurpation were frequent amongst those who had much power and little conscience. Julian Avenel, the younger brother of the deceased Walter, was a person of this description. He hesitated not to seize upon his brother's house and lands, so soon as the retreat of the English permitted him. At first he occupied the property in the name of his niece, but when the lady proposed to return with her child to the mansion of its fathers, he gave her to understand that Avenel, being a male fief, descended to the brother, instead of the daughter, of the last possessor. The ancient philosopher declined a dispute with the Emperor, who commanded 20 legions, and the widow of Walter Avenel was in no condition to maintain a contest with the leader of 20 moss troopers. Julian was also a man of service, who could back a friend in case of need, and was sure, therefore, to find protectors among the ruling powers. In short, however clear the little Mary's right to the possessions of her father, her mother saw the necessity of giving way, at least for the time, to the usurpation of her uncle. Her patience and forbearance were so far attended with advantage, that Julian, for very shame's sake, could no longer suffer her to be absolutely dependent on the charity of Elspeth Glendinning. A drove of cattle and a bull, which were probably missed by some English farmer, were driven to the pastures of Glendearg. Presents of raiment and household stuff were sent liberally, and some little money, though with a more sparing hand, for those in the situation of Julian Avenel could come more easily by the goods, than the representing medium of value, and made their payments chiefly in kind. In the meantime, the widows of Walter Avenel and Simon Glendinning had become habituated to each other's society, and were unwilling to part. The lady could hope no more secret and secure residence than in the Tower of Glendearg, and she was now in a condition to support her share of the mutual housekeeping. Elspeth, on the other hand, felt pride, as well as pleasure, in the society of a guest of such distinction, and was at all times willing to pay much greater deference than the lady of Walter Avenel could be prevailed on to accept. Martin and his wife diligently served the united family in their several vocations, and yielded obedience to both mistresses, though always considering themselves as the especial servants of the Lady of Avenel. This distinction sometimes occasioned a slight degree of difference between Dame Elspeth and Tibb, the former being jealous of her own consequence, and the latter apt to lay too much stress upon the rank and family of her mistress. But both were alike desirous to conceal such petty squabbles from the lady, her hostess scarce yielding to her old domestic in respect for her person. Neither did the difference exist in such a degree as to interrupt the general harmony of the family, for one wisely gave way as she saw the other become warm, and Tibb, though she often gave the first provocation, had generally the sense to be the first in relinquishing the argument. The world which lay beyond was gradually forgotten by the inhabitants of this sequestered glen, and unless when she attended mass at the Monastery church upon some high holiday, Alice of Avenel almost forgot that she once held an equal rank with the proud wives of the neighbouring barons and nobles who on such occasions crowded to the solemnity. The recollection gave her little pain. She loved her husband for himself, and in his inestimable loss all lesser subjects of regret had ceased to interest her. At times, indeed, she thought of claiming the protection of the Queen Regent, Mary of Guise, for her little orphan, but the fear of Julian Avenel always came between. She was sensible that he would have neither scruple nor difficulty in spiriting away the child, if he did not proceed farther, should he once consider its existence as formidable to his interest. Besides, he led a wild and unsettled life, mingling in all feuds and forays, wherever there was a spear to be broken. He evinced no purpose of marrying, and the fate which he continually was braving might at length remove him from his usurped inheritance. Alice of Avenel, therefore, judged it wise to check all ambitious thoughts for the present, and remain quiet in the rude but peaceful retreat to which Providence had conducted her. It was upon an All Hallows Eve, when the family had resided together for the space of 3 years, that the domestic circle was assembled round the blazing turf fire in the old narrow hall of the Tower of Glendearg. The idea of the master or mistress of the mansion feeding or living apart from their domestics was at this period never entertained. The highest end of the board, the most commodious settle by the fire, These were the only marks of distinction, and the servants mingled with deference indeed, but unreproved and with freedom, in whatever conversation was going forward. But the 2 or 3 domestics, kept merely for agricultural purposes, had retired to their own cottages without, and with them a couple of wenches, usually employed within doors, the daughters of one of the hinds. After their departure, Martin locked first the iron grate, and secondly the inner door of the tower, when the domestic circle was thus arranged. Dame Elspeth sate pulling the thread from her distaff. Tibb watched the progress of scalding the whey, which hung in a large pot upon the crook, a chain terminated by a hook, which was suspended in the chimney to serve the purpose of the modern crane. Martin, while busied in repairing some of the household articles, for every man in those days was his own carpenter and smith, as well as his own tailor and shoemaker, kept from time to time a watchful eye upon the 3 children. They were allowed, however, to exercise their juvenile restlessness by running up and down the hall behind the seats of the elder members of the family, with the privilege of occasionally making excursions into 1 or 2 small apartments which opened from it, and gave excellent opportunity to play at hide and seek. This night, however, the children seemed not disposed to avail themselves of their privilege of visiting these dark regions, but preferred carrying on their gambols in the vicinity of the light. In the meanwhile, Alice of Avenel, sitting close to an iron candlestick, which supported a misshapen torch of domestic manufacture, read small detached passages from a thick clasped volume, which she preserved with the greatest care. The art of reading the lady had acquired by her residence in a nunnery during her youth, but she seldom of late years put it to any other use than perusing this little volume, which formed her whole library. The family listened to the portions which she selected, as to some good thing which there was a merit in hearing with respect, whether it was fully understood or no. To her daughter, Alice of Avenel had determined to impart their mystery more fully, but the knowledge at that period was attended with personal danger, and was not rashly to be trusted to a child. The noise of the romping children interrupted, from time to time, the voice of the lady, and drew on the noisy culprits the rebuke of Elspeth. Could they not go farther afield, if they behoved to make such a din, and disturb the lady's good words? And this command was backed with the threat of sending the whole party to bed, if it was not attended to punctually. Acting under the injunction, the children first played at a greater distance from the party, and more quietly, and then began to stray into the adjacent apartments, as they became impatient of the restraint to which they were subjected. But all at once the 2 boys came open-mouthed into the hall, to tell that there was an armed man in the spence. "It must be Christie of Clinthill," said Martin, rising. "What can have brought him here at this time?" "Or how came he in?" said Elspeth. "Alas! what can he seek?" said the Lady of Avenel, to whom this man, a retainer of her husband's brother, and who sometimes executed his commissions at Glendearg, was an object of secret apprehension and suspicion. "Gracious heavens!" she added, rising up, "where is my child?" All rushed to the spence, Halbert Glendinning first arming himself with a rusty sword, and the younger seizing upon the lady's book. They hastened to the spence, and were relieved of a part of their anxiety by meeting Mary at the door of the apartment. She did not seem in the slightest degree alarmed or disturbed. They rushed into the spence, a sort of interior apartment in which the family ate their victuals in the summer season, but there was no one there. "Where is Christie of Clinthill?" said Martin. "I do not know," said little Mary; "I never saw him." "And what made you, ye misleard loons," said Dame Elspeth to her 2 boys, "come yon gate into the ha, roaring like bull's eggs, to frighten the lady, and her far frae strong?" The boys looked at each other in silence and confusion, and their mother proceeded with her lecture. "Could ye find nae night for daffin but Hallowe'en, and nae time but when the leddy was reading to us about the holy saints? May ne'er be in my fingers if I dinna sort ye baith for it." The eldest boy bent his eyes on the ground, the younger began to weep, but neither spoke, and the mother would have proceeded to extremities, but for the interposition of the little maiden. "Dame Elspeth, it was my fault. I did say to them that I saw a man in the spence." "And what made you do so, child?" said her mother, "to startle us all thus?" "Because," said Mary, lowering her voice, "I could not help it." "Not help it, Mary? You occasioned all this idle noise, and you could not help it? How mean you by that, minion?" "There really was an armed man in this spence," said Mary, "and because I was surprised to see him, I cried out to Halbert and Edward." "She has told it herself," said Halbert Glendinning, "or it had never been told by me." "Nor by me neither," said Edward, emulously. "Mistress Mary," said Elspeth, "you never told us anything before that was not true. Tell us if this was a Hallowe'en cantrip, and make an end of it." The Lady of Avenel looked as if she would have interfered, but knew not how; and Elspeth, who was too eagerly curious to regard any distant hint, persevered in her inquiries. "Was it Christie of the Clinthill? I would not for a mark that he were about the house, and a body no ken where." "It was not Christie," said Mary, it was a gentleman with a bright breastplate, like what I hae seen langsyne, when we dwelt at Avenel." "What like was he?" continued Tibb, who now took share in the investigation. "Black haired, black eyed, with a peaked black beard," said the child, "and many a fold of pearling round his neck, and hanging down his breast ower his breastplate. And he had a beautiful hawk, with silver bells, standing on his left hand, with a crimson silk hood upon its head." "Ask her no more questions, for the love of God," said the anxious menial to Elspeth, "but look to my leddy." But the Lady of Avenel, taking Mary in her hand, turned hastily away, and walking into the hall, gave them no opportunity of remarking in what manner she received the child's communication, which she thus cut short. What Tibb thought of it appeared from her crossing herself repeatedly, and whispering into Elspeth's ear, "Saint Mary preserve us! the lassie has seen her father." When they reached the hall, they found the lady holding her daughter on her knee, and kissing her repeatedly. When they entered, she again rose as if to shun observation, and retired to the little apartment where her child and she occupied the same bed. The boys were also sent to their cabin, and no one remained by the hall fire save the faithful Tibb and Dame Elspeth, excellent persons both, and as thorough gossips as ever wagged a tongue. It was but natural that they should instantly resume the subject of the supernatural appearance, for such they deemed it, which had this night alarmed the family. "I could have wished it had been the deil himself, be good to and preserve us, rather than Christie of the Clinthill," said the matron of the mansion, "for the word runs rife in the country that he is ane of the maist masterful thieves ever lap on horse." "Hout tout, Dame Elspeth," said Tibb, "fear ye naething frae Christie. Tods keep their ain holes clean. You kirk folk make sic a fasherie about men shifting a wee bit for their living, but our Border lairds would ride with few men at their back, if a' the light handed lads were out o' gate." "Better they rade with nane than distress the countryside the gate they do," said Dame Elspeth. "But wha is to haud back the Southron then," said Tibb, "if ye take away the lances and broadswords? I trow we old wives couldna do that wi' rock and wheel, and as little the monks wi' bell and book. And sae weel as the lances and broadswords hae kept them back, I trow, I was mair beholden to a Southron, and that was Stawarth Bolton, than to a' the Border riders ever wore Saint Andrew's cross. I reckon their skelping back and forward, and lifting honest men's gear, has been a main cause of the breach between us and England, and I am sure that cost me a kind goodman. They spoke about the wedding of the prince and our queen, but it's as like to be the driving of the Cumberland folks' stocking that brought them down on us like dragons." Tibb would not have failed in other circumstances to answer what she thought reflections disparaging to her country folk, but she recollected that Dame Elspeth was mistress of the family, curbed her own zealous patriotism, and hastened to change the subject. "And is it not strange," she said, "that the heiress of Avenel should have seen her father this blessed night?" "And ye think it was her father, then?" said Elspeth Glendinning. "What else can I think?" said Tibb. "It may have been something waur in his likeness," said Dame Glendinning. "I ken naething about that," said Tibb, "but his likeness it was, that I will be sworn to, just as he used to ride out a hawking. For having enemies in the country, he seldom laid off the breastplate. And for my part," added Tibb, "I dinna think a man looks like a man unless he has steel on his breast, and by his side too." "I have no skill of your harness on breast or side either," said Dame Glendinning, "but I ken there is little luck in Hallowe'en sights, for I have had ane myself. "Indeed, Dame Elspeth," said old Tibb, edging her stool closer to the huge elbow chair occupied by her friend, "I should like to hear about that." "Ye maun ken, then, Tibb," said Dame Glendinning, "that when I was a hempie of 19 or 20, it wasna my fault if I wasna at the merrymakings time about." "That was very natural," said Tibb, "but ye hae sobered since that, or ye wadna haud our braw gallants sae lightly." "I have had that wad sober me or ony ane," said the matron. "Aweel, Tibb, a lass like me wasna to lack wooers, for I wasna sae ill favoured that the tykes wad bark after me." "How should that be?" said Tibb, "and you sic a weel favoured woman to this day?" "Fye, fye, cummer," said the matron of Glendearg, hitching her seat of honour in her turn a little nearer to the cuttle stool on which Tibb was seated, "weel favoured is past my time of day. But I might pass then, for I wasna sae tocherless but what I had a bit of land at my breastlace. My father was portioner of Little Dearg." "Ye hae telled me that before," said Tibb, "but anent the Hallowe'en." "Aweel, aweel, I had mair joes than ane, but I favoured nane of them. And sae, at Hallowe'en, Father Nicholas the cellarer, he was cellarer before this father, Father Clement, that now is, was cracking his nuts and drinking his brown beer with us, and as blithe as might be, and they would have me try a cantrip to ken wha suld wed me, and the monk said there was nae ill in it, and if there was, he would assoil me for it. And what but I into the barn to winnow my 3 weights o' naething. Sair, sair, my mind misgave me for fear of wrang doing, and wrang suffering baith, but I had aye a bold spirit. I had not winnowed the last weight clean out, and the moon was shining bright upon the floor, when in stalked the presence of my dear Simon Glendinning, that is now happy. I never saw him plainer in my life than I did that moment. He held up an arrow as he passed me, and I swarfed away wi' fright. Muckle wark there was to bring me to my cell again, and sair they tried to make me believe it was a trick of Father Nicholas and Simon between them, and that the arrow was to signify Cupid's shaft, as the father called it. And mony a time Simon wad threep it to me after I was married. Good man, he liked not it should be said that he was seen out of the body. But mark the end to it, Tibb. We were married, and the grey goose wing was the death o' him after a'." "As it has been of ower mony brave men," said Tibb. "I wish there wasna sic a bird as a goose in the wide warld, forby the clecking that we hae at the burn side." "But tell me, Tibb," said Dame Glendinning, "what does your leddy aye do reading out of that thick black book with the silver clasps? There are ower mony good words in it to come frae ony body but a priest. An it were about Robin Hood, or some o' David Lindsay's ballants, ane would ken better what to say to it. I am no misdoubting your mistress nae way, but I would like ill to hae a decent house haunted wi' ghaists and gyrecarlines." "Ye hae nae reason to doubt my leddy, or onything she says or does, Dame Glendinning," said the faithful Tibb, something offended; "and touching the bairn, it's weel kend she was born on Hallowe'en, was 9 years gane, and they that are born on Hallowe'en whiles see mair than ither folk." "And that would be the cause, then, that the bairn dinna make muckle din about what it saw. If it had been my Halbert himself, forby Edward, who is of softer nature, he would hae yammered the haill night of a constancy. But it's like Mistress Mary has sic sights mair natural to her." "That may weel be," said Tibb, "for on Hallowe'en she was born, as I tell ye, and our old parish priest would fain ha' had the night ower, and All Hallow Day begun. But for a' that, the sweet bairn is just like ither bairns, as ye may see yourself; and except this blessed night, and ance before when we were in that weary bog on the road here, I kenna that I saw mair than ither folk." "But what saw she in the bog, then?" said Dame Glendinning, "forby moorcocks and heather blutters?" "The wean saw something like a white leddy that weised us the gate," said Tibb, "when we were like to have perished in the moss hags. Certain it was that Shagram resisted, and I ken Martin thinks he saw something." "And what might the white lady be?" said Elspeth; "have ye ony guess o' that?" "It's weel kend that, Dame Elspeth," said Tibb. "If ye had lived under grit folk as I had done, ye wadna be to seek in that matter." "I hae aye keepit my ain house abune my head," said Elspeth, not without emphasis; "and if I havena lived wi' grit folk,
Grit folk have lived with me." "Weel, weel, dame," said Tibb, "your pardon's prayed, there was nae offence meant. But ye maun ken the great ancient families canna be just served wi' the ordinary saunts, praise to them, like Sant Anthony, Sant Cuthbert, and the like, that come and gang at every sinner's bidding, but they hae a sort of saunts or angels, or what not, to themselves. And as for the White Maiden of Avenel, she is kent ower the haill country, and she is aye seen to yammer and wail before ony of that family dies, as was weel kenned by 20 folk before the death of Walter Avenel, haly be his cast." "If she can do nae mair than that," said Elspeth, somewhat scornfully, "they needna make mony vows to her, I trow. Can she make nae better fend for them than that, and has naething better to do than wait on them?" "Mony braw services can the White Maiden do for them to the boot of that, and has dune in the old histories," said Tibb; "but I mind o' naething in my day, except it was her that the bairn saw in the bog." "Aweel, Tibb," said Dame Glendinning, rising and lighting the iron lamp, "these are the great privileges of your grand folk; but Our Lady and Sant Paul are good enough saints for me, and I'se warrant them never leave me in a bog that they can help me out o', seeing I send 4 waxen candles to their chapels every Candlemas; and if they are not seen to weep at my death, I'se warrant them smile at my joyful rising again, whilk Heaven send to all of us, Amen." "Amen," answered Tibb devoutly. "And now it's time I should hap up the wee bit gathering turf, as the fire is ower low." Busily she set herself to perform this duty. The relict of Simon Glendinning did but pause a moment to cast a heedful and cautious glance all around the hall, to see that nothing was out of its proper place. Then, wishing Tibb good night, she retired to repose. "The deil's in the carline," said Tibb to herself; "because she was the wife of a cocklaird, she thinks herself grander, I trow, than the bower woman of a lady of that ilk." Having given vent to her suppressed spleen in this little ejaculation, Tibb also betook herself to slumber. Chapter 5,
Part A of The Monastery, by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part A. A priest, ye cry, a priest! Lame shepherds they, how shall they gather in the straggling flock? Dumb dogs which bark not, how shall they compel the loitering vagrants to the Master's fold, fitter to bask before the blazing fire, and snuff the mess neat-handed Phyllis dresses, than on the snow-wreath battle with the wolf? Reformation. The heath of the Lady of Avenel had been gradually decaying ever since her disaster. It seemed as if the few years which followed her husband's death had done on her the work of half a century. She lost the fresh elasticity of form, the colour and the mien of health, and became wasted, wan, and feeble. She appeared to have no formed complaint. Yet it was evident to those who looked on her that her strength waned daily. Her lips at length became blenched, and her eye dim. Yet she spoke not of any desire to see a priest, until Elspeth Glendinning, in her zeal, could not refrain from touching upon a point which she deemed essential to salvation. Alice of Avenel received her hint kindly, and thanked her for it. "If any good priest would take the trouble of such a journey," she said, "he should be welcome, for the prayers and lessons of the good must at all times be advantageous." This quiet acquiescence was not quite what Elspeth Glendinning wished or expected. She made up, however, by her own enthusiasm, for the lady's want of eagerness to avail herself of ghostly counsel, and Martin was dispatched, with such haste as chagrin would make, to pray one of the religious men of St. Mary's to come up to administer the last consolations to the widow of Walter Avenel. When the Sacristan had announced to the Lord Abbot that the Lady of the Umquhile, Walter de Avenel, was in very weak health in the Tower of Glendearg, and desired the assistance of a father confessor, the lordly monk paused on the request. "We do remember Walter de Avenel," he said, "a good knight and a valiant. He was dispossessed of his lands, and slain by the Southron. May not the lady come hither to the sacrament of confession? The road is distant and painful to travel." "The lady is unwell, holy father," answered the Sacristan, "and unable to bear the journey." "True ay, yes, then must one of our brethren go to her. Knowest thou if she hath aught of a jointure from this Walter de Avenel?" "Very little, holy father," said the Sacristan. "She hath resided at Glendearg since her husband's death, well nigh on the charity of a poor widow called Elspeth Glendinning." "Why, thou knowest all the widows in the country side," said the Abbot. "Ho, ho, ho!" and he shook his portly sides at his own jest. "Ho, ho, ho!" echoed the Sacristan, in the tone and tune in which an inferior applauds the jest of his superior; then added, with a hypocritical shuffle, and a sly twinkle of his eye, "It is our duty, most holy father, to comfort the widow he, he, he!" This last laugh was more moderate, until the Abbot should put his sanction on the jest. "Ho, ho!" said the Abbot; "then to leave jesting, Father Philip, take thou thy riding gear, and go to confess this Dame Avenel." "But," said the Sacristan, "give me no buts neither but nor if pass between monk and abbot, Father Philip. The bands of discipline must not be relaxed. Heresy gathers force like a snowball. The multitude expect confessions and preachings from the Benedictine, as they would from so many beggarly friars, and we may not desert the vineyard, though the toil be grievous unto us." "And with so little advantage to the holy Monastery," said the Sacristan. "True, Father Philip, but wot you not that what preventeth harm doth good? This Julian de Avenel lives a light and evil life, and should we neglect the widow of his brother, he might foray our lands, and we never able to show who hurt us. Moreover, it is our duty to an ancient family, who in their day have been benefactors to the Abbey. Away with thee, instantly, brother ride night and day, an it be necessary, and let men see how diligent Abbot Boniface and his faithful children are in the execution of their spiritual duty. Toil not deterring them, for the glen is 5 miles in length. Fear not withholding them, for it is said to be haunted of spectres, nothing moving them from pursuit of their spiritual calling, to the confusion of calumnious heretics, and the comfort and edification of all true and faithful sons of the Catholic Church. I wonder what our brother Eustace will say to this?" Breathless with his own picture of the dangers and toil which he was to encounter, and the fame which he was to acquire, both by proxy, the Abbot moved slowly to finish his luncheon in the refectory, and the Sacristan, with no very good will, accompanied old Martin in his return to Glendearg, the greatest impediment in the journey being the trouble of restraining his pampered mule, that she might tread in something like an equal pace with poor jaded Shagram. After remaining an hour in private with his penitent, the monk returned moody and full of thought. Dame Elspeth, who had placed for the honoured guest some refreshment in the hall, was struck with the embarrassment which appeared in his countenance. Elspeth watched him with great anxiety. She observed there was that on his brow which rather resembled a person come from hearing the confession of some enormous crime, than the look of a confessor who resigns a reconciled penitent, not to earth, but to heaven. After long hesitating, she could not at length refrain from hazarding a question. She was sure, she said, the leddy had made an easy shrift. 5 years they had resided together, and she could safely say no woman lived better. "Woman," said the Sacristan sternly, "thou speakest thou knowest not what. What avails clearing the outside of the platter, if the inside be foul with heresy?" "Our dishes and trenchers are not so clean as they could be wished, holy father," said Elspeth, but half understanding what he said, and beginning with her apron to wipe the dust from the plates, of which she supposed him to complain. "Forbear, Dame Elspeth," said the monk, "your plates are as clean as wooden trenchers and pewter flagons can well be. The foulness of which I speak is of that pestilential heresy which is daily becoming ingrained in this our holy Church of Scotland, and as a canker worm in the rose garland of the spouse." "Holy Mother of Heaven!" said Dame Elspeth, crossing herself, "have I kept house with a heretic?" "No, Elspeth, no," replied the monk, "it were too strong a speech for me to make of this unhappy lady. But I would I could say she is free from heretical opinions. Alas! they fly about like the pestilence by noonday, and infect even the first and fairest of the flock. For it is easy to see of this dame that she hath been high in judgment as in rank." "And she can write and read, I had almost said, as weel as your reverence," said Elspeth. "Whom doth she write to, and what doth she read?" said the monk eagerly. "Nay," replied Elspeth, "I cannot say I ever saw her write at all, but her maiden that was, she now serves the family, says she can write, and for reading she has often read to us good things out of a thick black volume with silver clasps." "Let me see it," said the monk hastily, "on your allegiance as a true vassal, on your faith as a Catholic Christian, instantly, instantly let me see it." The good woman hesitated, alarmed at the tone in which the confessor took up her information, and being moreover of opinion, that what so good a woman as the Lady of Avenel studied so devoutly, could not be of a tendency actually evil. But borne down by the clamour, exclamations, and something like threats used by Father Philip, she at length brought him the fatal volume. It was easy to do this without suspicion on the part of the owner, as she lay on her bed exhausted with the fatigue of a long conference with her confessor, and as the small round or turret closet in which was the book and her other trifling property was accessible by another door. Of all her effects, the book was the last she would have thought of securing, for of what use or interest could it be in a family who neither read themselves, nor were in the habit of seeing any one who did? So that Dame Elspeth had no difficulty in possessing herself of the volume, although her heart all the while accused her of an ungenerous and an inhospitable part towards her friend and inmate. The double power of a landlord and a feudal superior was before her eyes, and, to say truth, the boldness, with which she might otherwise have resisted this double authority, was, I grieve to say it, much qualified by the curiosity she entertained, as a daughter of Eve, to have some explanation respecting the mysterious volume which the lady cherished with so much care, yet whose contents she imparted with such caution. For never had Alice of Avenel read them any passage from the book in question, until the iron door of the tower was locked, and all possibility of intrusion prevented. Even then she had shown, by the selection of particular passages, that she was more anxious to impress on their minds the principles which the volume contained, than to introduce them to it as a new rule of faith. When Elspeth, half curious, half remorseful, had placed the book in the monk's hands, he exclaimed, after turning over the leaves, "Now, by mine order, it is as I suspected. My mule, my mule! I will abide no longer here. Well hast thou done, dame, in placing in my hands this perilous volume." "Is it then witchcraft or devil's work?" said Dame Elspeth, in great agitation. "Nay, God forbid," said the monk, signing himself with the cross. "It is the Holy Scripture, but it is rendered into the vulgar tongue, and therefore, by the order of the Holy Catholic Church, unfit to be in the hands of any lay person." "And yet is the Holy Scripture communicated for our common salvation," said Elspeth. "Good father, you must instruct mine ignorance better, but lack of wit cannot be a deadly sin, and truly, to my poor thinking, I should be glad to read the Holy Scripture." "I dare say thou wouldst," said the monk, "and even thus did our mother Eve seek to have knowledge of good and evil, and thus sin came into the world, and death by sin." "I am sure, and it is true," said Elspeth. "Oh, if she had dealt by the counsel of St. Peter and St. Paul!" "If she had reverenced the command of Heaven," said the monk, "which, as it gave her birth, life, and happiness, fixed upon the grant such conditions as best corresponded with its holy pleasure. I tell thee, Elspeth, the word slayeth. That is, the text alone, read with unskilled eye and unhallowed lips, is like those strong medicines which sick men take by the advice of the learned. Such patients recover and thrive, while those dealing in them at their own hand shall perish by their own deed." Nay doubt," said the poor woman, "your reverence knows best." "Not I," said Father Philip, in a tone as deferential as he thought could possibly become the Sacristan of St. Mary's, "not I, but the Holy Father of Christendom, and our own Holy Father, the Lord Abbot, know best. I, the poor Sacristan of St. Mary's, can but repeat what I hear from others my superiors. Yet of this, good woman, be assured, the word, the mere word, slayeth. But the Church hath her ministers to glose and to expound the same unto her faithful congregation. And this I say not so much, my beloved brethren, I mean my beloved sister," for the Sacristan had got into the end of one of his old sermons,
This I speak not so much of the rectors, curates, and secular clergy, so called because they live after the fashion of the saeculum, or age, unbound by those ties which sequestrate us from the world, neither do I speak this of the mendicant friars, whether black or grey, whether crossed or uncrossed, but of the monks, and especially of the monks Benedictine, reformed on the rule of Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, thence called Cistercian, of which monks, Christian brethren, sister, I would say, great is the happiness and glory of the country in possessing the holy ministers of Saint Mary's, whereof I, though an unworthy brother, may say it hath produced more saints, more bishops, more popes, may our patrons make us thankful, than any holy foundation in Scotland. Wherefore, but I see Martin hath my mule in readiness, and I will but salute you with a kiss of sisterhood, which maketh not ashamed, and so betake me to my toilsome return, for the glen is of bad reputation for the evil spirits which haunt it. Moreover, I may arrive too late at the bridge, whereby I may be obliged to take to the river, which I observed to be somewhat waxen. End of Chapter 5, Part A. Chapter 5, Part B of The Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part B. Accordingly, he took his leave of Dame Elspeth, who was confounded by the rapidity of his utterance and the doctrine he gave forth, and by no means easy on the subject of the book, which her conscience told her she should not have communicated to any one without the knowledge of its owner. Notwithstanding the haste which the monk as well as the mule made to return to better quarters than they had left at the head of Glendearg, notwithstanding the eager desire Father Philip had to be the very first who should acquaint the Abbot that a copy of the book they most dreaded had been found within the Halidome, or patrimony of the Abbey, notwithstanding, moreover, certain feelings which induced him to hurry as fast as possible through the gloomy and evil-reputed glen, still the difficulties of the road, and the rider's want of habitude of quick motion, were such, that twilight came upon him ere he had nearly cleared the narrow valley. It was indeed a gloomy ride. The two sides of the vale were so near that at every double of the river the shadows from the western sky fell upon and totally obscured the eastern bank. The thickets of copsewood seemed to wave with a portentous agitation of boughs and leaves, and the very crags and scaurs seemed higher and grimmer than they had appeared to the monk while he was travelling in daylight and in company. Father Philip was heartily rejoiced when, emerging from the narrow glen, he gained the open valley of the Tweed, which held on its majestic course from current to pool, and from pool stretched away to other currents with a dignity peculiar to itself amongst the Scottish rivers. For whatever may have been the drought of the season, the Tweed usually fills up the space between its banks, seldom leaving those extensive sheets of shingle which deform the margins of many of the celebrated Scottish streams. The monk, insensible to beauties which the age had not regarded as deserving of notice, was, nevertheless, like a prudent general, pleased to find himself out of the narrow glen in which the enemy might have stolen upon him unperceived. He drew up his bridle, reduced his mule to her natural and luxurious amble, instead of the agitating and broken trot at which, to his no small inconvenience, she had hitherto proceeded, and, wiping his brow, gazed forth at leisure on the broad moon, which now, mingling with the lights of evening, was rising over field and forest, village and fortalice, and above all over the stately monastery, seen far and dim amid the yellow light. The worst part of the magnificent view, in the monk's apprehension, was that the monastery stood on the opposite side of the river, and that of the many fine bridges which have since been built across that classical stream, not one then existed. There was, however, in recompense, a bridge then standing, which has since disappeared, although its ruins may still be traced by the curious. It was of a very peculiar form. Two strong abutments were built on either side of the river, at a part where the stream was peculiarly contracted. Upon a rock in the centre of the current was built a solid piece of masonry, constructed like the pier of a bridge, and presenting, like a pier, an angle to the current of the stream. The masonry continued solid until the pier rose to a level with the two abutments upon either side, and from thence the building rose in the form of a tower.
The lower story of this tower consisted only of an archway or passage through the building, over either entrance to which hung a drawbridge with counterpoises, either of which, when dropped, connected the archway with the opposite abutment, where the farther end of the drawbridge rested. When both bridges were thus lowered, the passage over the river was complete. The bridge keeper, who was the dependent of a neighbouring baron, resided with his family in the second and third stories of the tower, which, when both drawbridges were raised, formed an insulated fortalice in the midst of the river. He was entitled to a small toll or custom for the passage, concerning the amount of which disputes sometimes arose between him and the passengers. It is needless to say that the bridge ward had usually the better in these questions, since he could at pleasure detain the traveller on the opposite side, or, suffering him to pass half-way, might keep him prisoner in his tower till they were agreed on the rate of pontage. [Footnote: A bridge of the very peculiar construction described in the text actually existed at a small hamlet about 1.5 miles above Melrose, called from the circumstance Bridge End. It is thus noticed in Gordon's Iter Septentrional. In another journey through the south parts of Scotland, about 1.5 miles from Melrose, in the shire of Teviotdale, I saw the remains of a curious bridge over the river Tweed, consisting of 3 octangular pillars, or rather towers, standing within the water, without any arches to join them. The middle one, which is the most entire, has a door towards the north, and I suppose another opposite one toward the south, which I could not see without crossing the water. In the middle of this tower is a projection or cornice surrounding it. The whole is hollow from the door upwards, and now open at the top, near which is a small window. I was informed that not long ago a countryman and his family lived in this tower, and got his livelihood by laying out planks from pillar to pillar, and conveying passengers over the river. Whether this be ancient or modern I know not, but as it is singular in its kind, I have thought fit to exhibit it." The vestiges of this uncommon species of bridge still exist, and the author has often seen the foundations of the columns when drifting down the Tweed at night for the purpose of killing salmon by torchlight. Mr. John Mercer of Bridge End recollects that about 50 years ago the pillars were visible above water, and the late Mr. David Kyle of the George Inn, Melrose, told the author that he saw a stone taken from the river bearing this inscription: "I, Sir John Pringle of Palmersteed, give an 100 markis of gowd say reed, to help to big my brig ower Tweed." Pringle of Galashiels, afterwards of Whitbank, was the baron to whom the bridge belonged. But it was most frequently with the monks of St. Mary's that the warder had to dispute his perquisites. These holy men insisted for, and at length obtained, a right of gratuitous passage to themselves, greatly to the discontent of the bridge keeper. But when they demanded the same immunity for the numerous pilgrims who visited the shrine, the bridge keeper waxed restive, and was supported by his lord in his resistance. The controversy grew animated on both sides. The abbot menaced excommunication, and the keeper of the bridge, though unable to retaliate in kind, yet made each individual monk who had to cross and recross the river endure a sort of purgatory, ere he would accommodate them with a passage. This was a great inconvenience, and would have proved a more serious one, but that the river was fordable for man and horse in ordinary weather. It was a fine moonlight night, as we have already said, when Father Philip approached this bridge, the singular construction of which gives a curious idea of the insecurity of the times. The river was not in flood, but it was above its ordinary level, a heavy water, as it is called in that country, through which the monk had no particular inclination to ride, if he could manage the matter better. "Peter, my good friend," cried the Sacristan, raising his voice, "my very excellent friend Peter, be so kind as to lower the drawbridge. Peter, I say, dost thou not hear? It is thy gossip, Father Philip, who calls thee." Peter heard him perfectly well, and saw him into the bargain, but as he had considered the Sacristan as peculiarly his enemy in his dispute with the convent, he went quietly to bed, after reconnoitring the monk through his loophole, observing to his wife that riding the water in a moonlight night would do the Sacristan no harm, and would teach him the value of a brig the neist time, on whilk a man might pass high and dry, winter and summer, flood and ebb.
After exhausting his voice in entreaties and threats, which were equally unattended to by Peter of the Brig, as he was called, Father Philip at length moved down the river to take the ordinary ford at the head of the next stream. Cursing the rustic obstinacy of Peter, he began, nevertheless, to persuade himself that the passage of the river by the ford was not only safe, but pleasant. The banks and scattered trees were so beautifully reflected from the bosom of the dark stream, the whole cool and delicious picture formed so pleasing a contrast to his late agitation, to the warmth occasioned by his vain endeavours to move the relentless porter of the bridge, that the result was rather agreeable than otherwise. As Father Philip came close to the water's edge, at the spot where he was to enter it, there sat a female under a large broken scathed oak tree, or rather under the remains of such a tree, weeping, wringing her hands, and looking earnestly on the current of the river. The monk was struck with astonishment to see a female there at that time of night, but he was in all honest service, and if a step farther, I put it upon his own conscience, a devoted squire of dames. After observing the maiden for a moment, although she seemed to take no notice of his presence, he was moved by her distress, and willing to offer his assistance. "Damsel," said he, "thou seemest in no ordinary distress. Peradventure, like myself, thou hast been refused passage at the bridge by the churlish keeper, and thy crossing may concern thee either for performance of a vow or some other weighty charge." The maiden uttered some inarticulate sounds, looked at the river, and then in the face of the sacristan. It struck Father Philip, at that instant, that a Highland chief of distinction had been for some time expected to pay his vows at the shrine of St. Mary's, and that possibly this fair maiden might be one of his family, travelling alone for accomplishment of a vow, or left behind by some accident, to whom, therefore, it would be but right and prudent to use every civility in his power, especially as she seemed unacquainted with the Lowland tongue. Such at least was the only motive the sacristan was ever known to assign for his courtesy. If there was any other, I once more refer to his own conscience. To express himself by signs, the common language of all nations, the cautious sacristan first pointed to the river, then to his mule's crupper, and then made, as gracefully as he could, a sign to induce the fair solitary to mount behind him. She seemed to understand his meaning, for she rose up as if to accept his offer, and while the good monk, who, as we have hinted, was no great cavalier, laboured with the pressure of the right leg and the use of the left rein to place his mule with her side to the bank in such a position that the lady might mount with ease, she rose from the ground with rather portentous activity, and at one bound sate behind the monk upon the animal, much the firmer rider of the two. The mule by no means seemed to approve of this double burden. She bounded, bolted, and would soon have thrown Father Philip over her head, had not the maiden with a firm hand detained him in the saddle. At last the restive brute changed her humour, and from refusing to budge off the spot, suddenly stretched her nose homeward, and dashed into the ford as fast as she could scamper. A new terror now invaded the monk's mind. The ford seemed unusually deep. The water eddied off in strong ripple from the counter of the mule, and began to rise upon her side. Philip lost his presence of mind, which was at no time his most ready attribute. The mule yielded to the weight of the current, and as the rider was not attentive to keep her head turned up the river, she drifted downward, lost the ford and her footing at once, and began to swim with her head down the stream. And what was sufficiently strange, at the same moment, notwithstanding the extreme peril, the damsel began to sing, thereby increasing, if anything could increase, the bodily fear of the worthy sacristan. Merrily swim we, the moon shines bright, both current and ripple are dancing in light. We have roused the night raven, I heard him croak, as we plashed along beneath the oak that flings its broad branches so far and so wide, their shadows are dancing in the midst of the tide. Who wakens my nestlings? The raven he said, my beak shall ere morn in his blood be red. For a blue swoon corpse is a dainty meal, and I'll have my share with the pike and the eel. Merrily swim we, the moon shines bright, there's a golden gleam on the distant height, there's a silver shower on the alders dank, and the drooping willows that wave on the bank. I see the abbey, both turret and tower, it is all astir for the vesper hour. The monks for the chapel are leaving each cell, but where's Father Philip, should toll the bell? Merrily swim we, the moon shines bright, downward we drift through shadow and light, under yon rock the eddies sleep, calm and silent, dark and deep. The Kelpie has risen from the fathomless pool, he has lighted his candle of death and of dool. Look, father, look, and you'll laugh to see how he gapes and glares with his eyes on thee. Good luck to your fishing, whom watch ye tonight? A man of mien or a man of might? Is it layman or priest that must float in your cove, or lover who crosses to visit his love? Hark! Heard ye the Kelpie reply as we passed? God's blessing on the warder, he locked the bridge fast. All that come to my cove are sunk, priest or layman, lover or monk. How long the damsel might have continued to sing, or where the terrified monk's journey might have ended, is uncertain. As she sung the last stanza, they arrived at, or rather in, a broad tranquil sheet of water, caused by a strong wear or dam head running across the river, which dashed in a broad cataract over the barrier. The mule, whether from choice or influenced by the suction of the current, made towards the cut intended to supply the convent mills, and entered it half swimming, half wading, and pitching the unlucky monk to and fro in the saddle at a fearful rate. As his person flew hither and thither, his garment became loose, and in an effort to retain it, his hand lighted on the volume of the Lady of Avenel which was in his bosom. No sooner had he grasped it, than his companion pitched him out of the saddle into the stream, where, still keeping her hand on his collar, she gave him 2 or 3 good souses in the watery fluid, so as to ensure that every other part of him had its share of wetting, and then quitted her hold when he was so near the side, that by a slight effort, of a great one he was incapable, he might scramble on shore. This accordingly he accomplished, and turning his eyes to see what had become of his extraordinary companion, she was nowhere to be seen. But still he heard, as if from the surface of the river, and mixing with the noise of the water breaking over the dam head, a fragment of her wild song, which seemed to run thus: Landed, landed, the Black Book hath won, else you had seen Berwick with morning sun. Sain ye, and save ye, and blithe mought ye be, for seldom they land that go swimming with me. The ecstasy of the monk's terror could be endured no longer. His head grew dizzy, and after staggering a few steps onward and running himself against a wall, he sunk down in a state of insensibility. End of Chapter 5, Part B. Chapter 6 of The Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Now let us sit in conclave, that these weeds be rooted from the vineyard of the church, that these foul tares be severed from the wheat. We are, I trust, agreed. Yet how to do this, nor hurt the wholesome crop and tender vine plants, craves good advisement. The Reformation. The vesper service in the monastery church of St. Mary's was now over. The abbot had disrobed himself of his magnificent vestures of ceremony, and resumed his ordinary habit, which was a black gown, worn over a white cassock, with a narrow scapulary, a decent and venerable dress, which was calculated to set off to advantage the portly mien of Abbot Boniface. In quiet times no one could have filled the state of a mitred abbot, for such was his dignity more respectably than his worthy prelate. He had, no doubt, many of those habits of self-indulgence which men are apt to acquire who live for themselves alone. He was vain, moreover, and when boldly confronted, had sometimes shown symptoms of timidity, not very consistent with the high claims which he preferred as an eminent member of the church, or with the punctual deference which he exacted from his religious brethren, and all who were placed under his command. But he was hospitable, charitable, and by no means of himself disposed to proceed with severity against any one. In short, he would in other times have slumbered out his term of preferment with as much credit as any other purple abbot, who lived easily, but at the same time decorously, slept soundly, and did not disquiet himself with dreams. But the wide alarm spread through the whole Church of Rome by the progress of the reformed doctrines sorely disturbed the repose of Abbot Boniface, and opened to him a wide field of duties and cares which he had never so much as dreamed of. There were opinions to be combated and refuted, practices to be inquired into, heretics to be detected and punished, the fallen off to be reclaimed, the wavering to be confirmed, scandal to be removed from the clergy, and the vigour of discipline to be re-established. Post upon post arrived at the Monastery of St. Mary's, horses reeking, and riders exhausted, this from the Privy Council, that from the Primate of Scotland, and this other again from the Queen Mother, exhorting, approving, condemning, requesting advice upon this subject, and requiring information upon that. These missives Abbot Boniface received with an important air of helplessness, or a helpless air of importance, whichever the reader may please to term it, evincing at once gratified vanity and profound trouble of mind. The sharp-witted Primate of St. Andrews had foreseen the deficiencies of the Abbot of St. Mary's, and endeavoured to provide for them by getting admitted into his monastery as sub-prior a brother Cistercian, a man of parts and knowledge, devoted to the service of the Catholic Church, and very capable not only to advise the Abbot on occasions of difficulty, but to make him sensible of his duty in case he should, from good nature or timidity, be disposed to shrink from it. Father Eustace played the same part in the monastery as the old general who in foreign armies is placed at the elbow of the prince of the blood, who nominally commands in chief, on condition of attempting nothing without the advice of his dry nurse. And he shared the fate of all such dry nurses, being heartily disliked as well as feared by his principal. Still, however, the Primate's intention was fully answered. Father Eustace became the constant theme and often the bugbear of the worthy Abbot, who hardly dared to turn himself in his bed without considering what Father Eustace would think of it. In every case of difficulty, Father Eustace was summoned, and his opinion asked, and no sooner was the embarrassment removed, than the Abbot's next thought was how to get rid of his adviser. In every letter which he wrote to those in power, he recommended Father Eustace to some high church preferment, a bishopric, or an abbey, and as they dropped one after another, and were otherwise conferred, he began to think, as he confessed to the sacristan in the bitterness of his spirit, that the Monastery of St. Mary's had got a life-rent lease of their sub-prior. Yet more indignant he would have been, had he suspected that Father Eustace's ambition was fixed upon his own mitre, which, from some attacks of an apoplectic nature deemed by the Abbot's friends to be more serious than by himself, it was supposed might be shortly vacant. But the confidence which, like other dignitaries, he reposed in his own health, prevented Abbot Boniface from imagining that it held any concatenation with the motions of Father Eustace. The necessity under which he found himself of consulting with his grand adviser, in cases of real difficulty, rendered the worthy Abbot particularly desirous of doing without him in all ordinary cases of administration, though not without considering what Father Eustace would have said of the matter. He scorned, therefore, to give a hint to the sub-prior of the bold stroke by which he had dispatched Brother Philip to Glendearg. But when the vespers came without his reappearance, he became a little uneasy, the more as other matters weighed upon his mind. The feud with the warder or keeper of the bridge threatened to be attended with bad consequences, as the man's quarrel was taken up by the martial baron under whom he served, and pressing letters of an unpleasant tendency had just arrived from the Primate. Like a gouty man, who catches hold of his crutch while he curses the infirmity that induces him to use it, the Abbot, however reluctant, found himself obliged to require Eustace's presence, after the service was over, in his house, or rather palace, which was attached to, and made part of, the monastery. Abbot Boniface was seated in his high-backed chair, the grotesque carved back of which terminated in a mitre, before a fire where 2 or 3 large logs were reduced to one red glowing mass of charcoal. At his elbow, on an oaken stand, stood the remains of a roasted capon, on which his reverence had made his evening meal, flanked by a goodly stoup of Bordeaux of excellent flavour. He was gazing indolently on the fire, partly engaged in meditation on his past and present fortunes, partly occupied by endeavouring to trace towers and steeples in the red embers. Yes, thought the Abbot to himself, in that red perspective I could fancy to myself the peaceful towers of Dundrennan, where I passed my life ere I was called to pomp and to trouble. A quiet brotherhood we were, regular in our domestic duties, and when the frailties of humanity prevailed over us, we confessed, and were absolved by each other, and the most formidable part of the penance was the jest of the convent on the culprit. I can almost fancy that I see the cloister garden, and the pear trees which I grafted with my own hands. And for what have I changed all this, but to be overwhelmed with business which concerns me not, to be called my Lord Abbot, and to be tutored by Father Eustace? I would these towers were the Abbey of Aberbrothwick, and Father Eustace the Abbot, or I would he were in the fire on any terms, so I were rid of him. The Primate says our Holy Father, the Pope, has an adviser. I am sure he could not live a week with such a one as mine. Then there is no learning what Father Eustace thinks till you confess your own difficulties. No hint will bring forth his opinion. He is like a miser, who will not unbuckle his purse to bestow a farthing, until the wretch who needs it has owned his excess of poverty, and wrung out the boon by importunity. And thus I am dishonoured in the eyes of my religious brethren, who behold me treated like a child which hath no sense of its own. I will bear it no longer. Brother Bennet," a lay brother answered to his call, "tell Father Eustace that I need not his presence. I came to say to your reverence that the Holy Father is entering even now from the cloisters." "Be it so," said the Abbot, "he is welcome. Remove these things, or rather, place a trencher, the Holy Father may be a little hungry. Yet no, remove them, for there's no good fellowship in him. Let the stoup of wine remain, however, and place another cup." The lay brother obeyed these contradictory commands in the way he judged most seemly. He removed the carcass of the half-sacked capon, and placed 2 goblets beside the stoup of Bordeaux. At the same instant entered Father Eustace. He was a thin, sharp-faced, slight-made little man, whose keen grey eyes seemed almost to look through the person to whom he addressed himself. His body was emaciated not only with the fasts which he observed with rigid punctuality, but also by the active and unwearied exercise of his sharp and piercing intellect. A fiery soul which, working out its way, fretted the puny body to decay, and o'er-informed the tenement of clay. He turned with conventual reverence to the Lord Abbot, and as they stood together, it was scarce possible to see a more complete difference of form and expression. The good-natured rosy face and laughing eye of the Abbot, which even his present anxiety could not greatly ruffle, was a wonderful contrast to the thin pallid cheek and quick penetrating glance of the monk, in which an eager and keen spirit glanced through eyes to which it seemed to give supernatural lustre. The Abbot opened the conversation by motioning to his monk to take a stool, and inviting to a cup of wine. The courtesy was declined with respect, yet not without a remark that the vesper service was past. "For the stomach's sake, brother," said the Abbot, colouring a little, "you know the text." "It is a dangerous one," answered the monk, "to handle alone, or at late hours. Out off from the human society, the juice of the grape becomes a perilous companion of solitude, and therefore I ever shun it." Abbot Boniface had poured himself out a goblet which might hold about half an English pint, but, either struck with the truth of the observation, or ashamed to act in direct opposition to it, he suffered it to remain untasted before him, and immediately changed the subject. "The Primate hath written to us," said he, "to make strict search within our bounds after the heretical persons denounced in this list, who have withdrawn themselves from the justice which their opinions deserve. It is deemed probable that they will attempt to retire to England by our borders, and the Primate requireth me to watch with vigilance, and what not." "Assuredly," said the monk, "the magistrates should not bear the sword in vain. Those be they that turn the world upside down, and doubtless your reverend wisdom will with due diligence second the exertions of the right reverend Father in God, being in the peremptory defence of the Holy Church." "Ay, but how is this to be done?" answered the Abbot. "Saint Mary aid us! The Primate writes to me as if I were a temporal baron, a man under command, having soldiers under him. He says, send forth, scour the country, guard the passes. Truly these men do not travel as those who would give their lives for nothing. The last who went south passed the dry march at the riding burn with an escort of 30 spears, as our reverend brother, the Abbot of Kelso, did write unto us. How are cowls and scapularies to stop the way?" "Your bailiff is accounted a good man at arms, Holy Father," said Eustace. "Your vassals are obliged to rise for the defence of the Holy Kirk. It is the tenure on which they hold their lands. If they will not come forth for the church which gives them bread, let their possessions be given to others." "We shall not be wanting," said the Abbot, collecting himself with importance, "to do whatever may advantage the Holy Kirk. Thyself shall hear the charge to our bailiff and our officials. But here again is our controversy with the Warden of the Bridge and the Baron of Megalot. Saint Mary, vexations do so multiply upon the house, and upon the generation, that a man wots not where to turn to. Thou didst say, Father Eustace, thou wouldst look into our evidence touching this free passage for the pilgrims?" "I have looked into the chartulary of the house, holy father," said Eustace, "and therein I find a written and formal grant of all duties and customs payable at the drawbridge of Brigton, not only by ecclesiastics of this foundation, but by every pilgrim truly designed to accomplish his vows at this house, to the Abbot Alford, and the monks of the house of Saint Mary in Kennaquhair, from that time and for ever. The deed is dated on Saint Bridget's Eve in the year of Redemption, 1137, and bears the sign and seal of the granter, Charles of Megalot, great-great-grandfather of this baron, and purports to be granted for the safety of his own soul, and for the weal of the souls of his father and mother, and of all his predecessors and successors, being barons of Megalot." "But he alleges," said the Abbot, "that the bridge wards have been in possession of these dues, and have rendered them available for more than 50 years, and the Baron threatens violence. Meanwhile the journey of the pilgrims is interrupted to the prejudice of their own souls, and the diminution of the revenues of Saint Mary. The Sacristan advised us to put on a boat, but the Warden, whom thou knowest to be a godless man, has sworn the devil tear him, but if they put on a boat on the Laird's stream, he will rive her board from board, and then some say we should compound the claim for a small sum in silver." Here the Abbot paused a moment for a reply, but receiving none, he added, "But what thinkest thou, Father Eustace? Why art thou silent?" "Because I am surprised at the question which the Lord Abbot of Saint Mary's asks at the youngest of his brethren." "Youngest in time of your abode with us, Brother Eustace," said the Abbot, "not youngest in years, or I think in experience, Sub-Prior also of this convent." "I am astonished," continued Eustace, "that the Abbot of this venerable house should ask of any one, whether he can alienate the patrimony of our holy and divine patroness, or give up to an unconscientious, and perhaps a heretic baron, the rights conferred on this church by his devout progenitor. Popes and councils alike prohibit it. The honour of the living, and the weal of departed souls, alike forbid it. It may not be. To force, if he dare use it, we must surrender, but never by our consent should we see the goods of the church plundered, with as little scruple as he would drive off a herd of English beeves. Rouse yourself, reverend father, and doubt nothing but that the good cause shall prevail. Whet the spiritual sword, and direct it against the wicked who would usurp our holy rights. Whet the temporal sword, if it be necessary, and stir up the courage and zeal of your loyal vassals." The Abbot sighed deeply. "All this," he said, "is soon spoken by him who hath to act it not. But," he was interrupted by the entrance of Bennet rather hastily. "The mule on which the Sacristan had set out in the morning had returned," he said, "to the convent stable all over wet, and with the saddle turned round beneath her belly." "Sancta Maria!" said the Abbot, "our dear brother hath perished by the way." "It may not be," said Eustace hastily. "Let the bell be tolled. Cause the brethren to get torches. Alarm the village. Hurry down to the river. I myself will be the foremost." The real Abbot stood astonished and agape, when at once he beheld his office filled, and saw all which he ought to have ordered going forward at the dictates of the youngest monk in the convent. But ere the orders of Eustace, which nobody dreamed of disputing, were carried into execution, the necessity was prevented by the sudden apparition of the Sacristan, whose supposed danger excited all the alarm. Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Monastery by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Raze out the written troubles of the brain, cleanse the foul bosom of the perilous stuff that weighs upon the heart. Macbeth. What betwixt cold and fright the afflicted Sacristan stood before his Superior, propped up on the friendly arm of the convent miller, drenched with water, and scarce able to utter a syllable. After various attempts to speak, the first words he uttered were, "Swim we merrily, the moon shines bright." "Swim we merrily!" retorted the Abbot, indignantly. "A merry night have ye chosen for swimming, and a becoming salutation to your Superior." "Our brother is bewildered," said Eustace. "Speak, Father Philip, how is it with you?" "Good luck to your fishing," continued the Sacristan, making a most dolorous attempt at the tune of his strange companion. "Good luck to your fishing!" repeated the Abbot, still more surprised than displeased. "By my halidome, he is drunken with wine, and comes to our presence with his jolly catches in his throat. If bread and water can cure this folly " "With your pardon, venerable father," said the Sub Prior, "of water our brother has had enough, and methinks the confusion of his eye is rather that of terror than of aught unbecoming his profession. Where did you find him, Hob Miller?" "An it please your reverence, I did but go to shut the sluice of the mill, and as I was going to shut the sluice, I heard something groan near to me. But judging it was one of Giles Fletcher's hogs, for so please you he never shuts his gate, I caught up my lever, and was about Saint Mary forgive me, to strike where I heard the sound, when, as the saints would have it, I heard the second groan just like that of a living man. So I called up my knaves, and found the Father Sacristan lying wet and senseless under the wall of our kiln. So soon as we brought him to himself a bit, he prayed to be brought to your reverence, but I doubt me his wits have gone a bell wavering by the road. It was but now that he spoke in somewhat better form." "Well," said Brother Eustace, "thou hast done well, Hob Miller. Only begone now, and remember a second time to pause ere you strike in the dark." "Please your reverence, it shall be a lesson to me," said the Miller, "not to mistake a holy man for a hog again, so long as I live." And making a bow with profound humility, the Miller withdrew. "And now that this churl is gone, Father Philip," said Eustace, "wilt thou tell our venerable Superior what ails thee? Art thou vino gravatus, man? If so, we will have thee to thy cell." "Water, water, not wine," muttered the exhausted Sacristan. "Nay," said the monk, "if that be thy complaint, wine may perhaps cure thee," and he reached him a cup, which the patient drank off to his great benefit. "And now," said the Abbot, "let his garments be changed, or rather let him be carried to the infirmary, for it will prejudice our health, should we hear his narrative while he stands there steaming like a rising hoarfrost." "I will hear his adventure," said Eustace, "and report it to your reverence." And accordingly he attended the Sacristan to his cell. In about half an hour he returned to the Abbot. "How is it with Father Philip?" asked the Abbot, "and through what came he into such a state?" "He comes from Glendearg, reverend sir," said Eustace, "and for the rest he telleth such a legend as has not been heard in this Monastery for many a long day." He then gave the Abbot the outlines of the Sacristan's adventures in the homeward journey, and added, that for some time he was inclined to think his brain was infirm, seeing he had sung, laughed, and wept all in the same breath. "A wonderful thing it is to us," said the Abbot, "that Satan has been permitted to put forth his hand thus far on one of our sacred brethren." "True," said Father Eustace, "but for every text there is a paraphrase; and I have my suspicions, that if the drenching of Father Philip cometh of the evil one, yet it may not have been altogether without his own personal fault." "How?" said the Father Abbot. "I will not believe that thou makest doubt that Satan in former days hath been permitted to afflict saints and holy men, even as he afflicted the pious Job?" "God forbid I should make question of it," said the monk, crossing himself. "Yet where there is an exposition of the Sacristan's tale, which is less than miraculous, I hold it safe to consider it at least, if not to abide by it. Now this Hob the Miller hath a buxom daughter. Suppose, I say only suppose, that our Sacristan met her at the ford on her return from her uncle's on the other side, for there she hath this evening been. Suppose that in courtesy, and to save her stripping hose and shoon, the Sacristan brought her across behind him. Suppose he carried his familiarities farther than the maiden was willing to admit, and we may easily suppose farther that this wetting was the result of it." "And this legend invented to deceive us," said the Superior, reddening with wrath. "But most strictly shall it be sifted and inquired into. It is not upon us that Father Philip must hope to pass the result of his own evil practices for doings of Satan. To-morrow cite the wench to appear before us. We will examine and we will punish." "Under your reverence's favour," said Eustace, "that were but poor policy. As things now stand with us, the heretics catch hold of each flying report which tends to the scandal of our clergy. We must abate the evil, not only by strengthening discipline, but also by suppressing and stifling the voice of scandal. If my conjectures are true, the miller's daughter will be silent for her own sake, and your reverence's authority may also impose silence on her father, and on the sacristan. If he is again found to afford room for throwing dishonour on his order, he can be punished with severity, but at the same time with secrecy. For what say the Decretals? Facinora ostendi dum punienter flagitia autem abscondi debent. A sentence of Latin, as Eustace had before observed, had often much influence on the Abbot, because he understood it not fluently, and was ashamed to acknowledge his ignorance. On these terms they parted for the night. The next day, Abbot Boniface strictly interrogated Philip on the real cause of his disaster of the previous night, but the sacristan stood firm to his story, nor was he found to vary from any point of it, although the answers he returned were in some degree incoherent, owing to his intermingling with them ever and anon snatches of the strange damsel's song, which had made such deep impression on his imagination, that he could not prevent himself from imitating it repeatedly in the course of his examination. The Abbot had compassion with the sacristan's involuntary frailty, to which something supernatural seemed annexed, and finally became of opinion that Father Eustace's more natural explanation was rather plausible than just. And indeed, although we have recorded the adventure as we find it written down, we cannot forbear to add that there was a schism on the subject in the convent, and that several of the brethren pretended to have good reason for thinking that the miller's black-eyed daughter was at the bottom of the affair after all. Whichever way it might be interpreted, all agreed that it had too ludicrous a sound to be permitted to get abroad, and therefore the sacristan was charged, on his vow of obedience, to say no more of his ducking, an injunction which, having once eased his mind by telling his story, it may be well conjectured that he joyfully obeyed. The attention of Father Eustace was much less forcibly arrested by the marvellous tale of the sacristan's danger, and his escape, than by the mention of the volume which he had brought with him from the Tower of Glendearg. A copy of the Scriptures, translated into the vulgar tongue, had found its way even into the proper territory of the Church, and had been discovered in one of the most hidden and sequestered recesses of the Halidome of St. Mary's. He anxiously requested to see the volume. In this the sacristan was unable to gratify him, for he had lost it, as far as he recollected, when the supernatural being, as he conceived her to be, took her departure from him. Father Eustace went down to the spot in person, and searched all around it, in hopes of recovering the volume in question, but his labour was in vain. He returned to the Abbot, and reported that it must have fallen into the river or the mill stream. For I will hardly believe, he said, that Father Philip's musical friend would fly off with a copy of the Holy Scriptures. Being, said the Abbot, as it is an heretical translation, it may be thought that Satan may have power over it. Ay, said Father Eustace, it is indeed his chiefest magazine of artillery, when he inspireth presumptuous and daring men to set forth their own opinions and expositions of Holy Writ. But though thus abused, the Scriptures are the source of our salvation, and are no more to be reckoned unholy because of these rash men's proceedings, than a powerful medicine is to be contemned or held poisonous, because bold and evil leeches have employed it to the prejudice of their patients. With the permission of your reverence, I would that this matter were looked into more closely. I will myself visit the Tower of Glendearg, ere I am many hours older, and we shall see if any spectre or white woman of the wild will venture to interrupt my journey or return. Have I your reverend permission and your blessing?" he added, but in a tone that appeared to set no great store by either. "Thou hast both, my brother," said the Abbot. But no sooner had Eustace left the apartment than Boniface could not help breaking on the willing ear of the sacristan his sincere wish, that any spirit, black, white, or grey, would read the adviser such a lesson as to cure him of his presumption in esteeming himself wiser than the whole community. "I wish him no worse lesson," said the sacristan, "than to go swimming merrily down the river with a ghost behind, and kelpies, night crows, and mud eels all waiting to have a snatch at him. Merrily swim we, the moon shines bright, good luck to your fishing, whom watch you to night?" "Brother Philip," said the Abbot, "we exhort thee to say thy prayers, compose thyself, and banish that foolish chant from thy mind. It is but a deception of the devil's." "I will essay, reverend father," said the Sacristan, "but the tune hangs by my memory like a burr in a beggar's rags. It mingles with the Psalter, the very bells of the convent seem to repeat the words, and jingle to the tune, and were you to put me to death at this very moment, it is my belief I should die singing it. Now swim we merrily, it is as it were a spell upon me." He then again began to warble, "Good luck to your fishing," and checking himself in the strain, with difficulty, he exclaimed, "It is too certain, I am but a lost priest. Swim we merrily, I shall sing it at the very mass. Woe is me, I shall sing all the remainder of my life, and yet never be able to change the tune." The honest Abbot replied, he knew many a good fellow in the same condition, and concluded the remark with "Ho, ho, ho!" for his reverence, as the reader may partly have observed, was one of those dull folks who love a quiet joke. The Sacristan, well acquainted with his Superior's humour, endeavoured to join in the laugh, but his unfortunate canticle came again across his imagination, and interrupted the hilarity of his customary echo. "By the rood, brother Philip," said the Abbot, much moved, "you become altogether intolerable, and I am convinced that such a spell could not subsist over a person of religion, and in a religious house, unless he were under mortal sin. Wherefore, say the 7 penitentiary psalms. Make diligent use of thy scourge and haircloth. Refrain from 3 days from all food, save bread and water. I myself will shrive thee, and we will see if this singing devil may be driven out of thee. At least I think Father Eustace himself could devise no better exorcism." The Sacristan sighed deeply, but new remonstrance was in vain. He retired therefore to his cell, to try how far psalmody might be able to drive off the sounds of the siren tune which haunted his memory. Meanwhile, Father Eustace proceeded to the drawbridge, in his way to the lonely valley of Glendearg. In a brief conversation with the churlish warder, he had the address to render him more tractable in the controversy betwixt him and the convent. He reminded him that his father had been a vassal under the community, that his brother was childless, and that their possession would revert to the church on his death, and might be either granted to himself the warder, or to some greater favourite of the Abbot, as matters chanced to stand betwixt them at the time. The Sub Prior suggested to him also the necessary connexion of interests betwixt the Monastery and the office which this man enjoyed. He listened with temper to his rude and churlish answers, and by keeping his own interest firm pitched in his view, he had the satisfaction to find that Peter gradually softened his tone, and consented to let every pilgrim who travelled upon foot pass free of exaction until Pentecost next, they who travelled on horseback or otherwise contenting to pay the ordinary custom. Having thus accommodated a matter in which the weal of the convent was so deeply interested, Father Eustace proceeded on his journey. Chapter 8 of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Nay, dally not with time, the wise man's treasure, though fools are lavish on't. The fatal fisher hooks souls, while we waste moments. Old Play. A November mist overspread the little valley, up which slowly but steadily rode the monk Eustace. He was not insensible to the feeling of melancholy inspired by the scene and by the season. The stream seemed to murmur with a deep and oppressed note, as if bewailing the departure of autumn. Among the scattered copses, which here and there fringed its banks, the oak trees only retained that pallid green that precedes their russet hue. The leaves of the willows were most of them stripped from the branches, lay rustling at each breath, and disturbed by every step of the mule, while the foliage of other trees, totally withered, kept still precarious possession of the boughs, waiting the first wind to scatter them. The monk dropped into the natural train of pensive thought which these autumnal emblems of mortal hopes are peculiarly calculated to inspire. "There," he said, looking at the leaves which lay strewed around, "lie the hopes of early youth, first formed that they may soonest wither, and loveliest in spring to become most contemptible in winter. But you, ye lingerers," he added,
looking to a knot of beeches which still bore their withered leaves, "you are the proud plans of adventurous manhood, formed later, and still clinging to the mind of age, although it acknowledges their inanity. None lasts, none endures, save the foliage of the hardy oak, which only begins to show itself when that of the rest of the forest has enjoyed half its existence. A pale and decayed hue is all it possesses, but still it retains that symptom of vitality to the last. So be it with Father Eustace. The fairy hopes of my youth I have trodden under foot like those neglected rustlers. To the prouder dreams of my manhood I look back as to lofty chimeras, of which the pith and essence have long since faded. But my religious vows, the faithful profession which I have made in my maturer age, shall retain life while aught of Eustace lives. Dangerous it may be, feeble it must be, yet live it shall, the proud determination to serve the church of which I am a member, and to combat the heresies by which she is assailed." Thus spoke, at least thus thought, a man zealous according to his imperfect knowledge, confounding the vital interests of Christianity with the extravagant and usurped claims of the Church of Rome, and defending his cause with an ardour worthy of a better. While moving onward in this contemplative mood, he could not help thinking more than once that he saw in his path the form of a female dressed in white, who appeared in the attitude of lamentation. But the impression was only momentary, and whenever he looked steadily to the point where he conceived the figure appeared, it always proved that he had mistaken some natural object, a white crag, or the trunk of a decayed birch tree, with its silver bark, for the appearance in question. Father Eustace had dwelt too long in Rome to partake the superstitious feelings of the more ignorant Scottish clergy. Yet he certainly thought it extraordinary that so strong an impression should have been made on his mind by the legend of the sacristan. "It is strange," he said to himself, "that this story, which doubtless was the invention of Brother Philip to cover his own impropriety of conduct, should run so much in my head, and disturb my more serious thoughts. I am wont, I think, to have more command over my senses. I will repeat my prayers, and banish such folly from my recollection." The monk accordingly began with devotion to tell his beads in pursuance of the prescribed rule of his order, and was not again disturbed by any wanderings of the imagination, until he found himself beneath the little fortalice of Glendearg. Dame Glendinning, who stood at the gate, set up a shout of surprise and joy at seeing the good father. "Martin," she said, "Jasper, where be a' the folk? Help the right reverend Sub Prior to dismount, and take his mule from him. O father, God has sent you in our need. I was just going to send man and horse to the convent, though I ought to be ashamed to give so much trouble to your reverences." "Our trouble matters not, good dame," said Father Eustace. "In what can I pleasure you? I came hither to visit the Lady of Avenel." "Well a day," said Dame Alice, "and it was on her part that I had the boldness to think of summoning you, for the good lady will never be able to wear over the day. Would it please you to go to her chamber?" "Hath she not been shriven by Father Philip?" said the monk. "Shriven she was," said the Dame of Glendearg, "and by Father Philip, as your reverence truly says. But I wish it may have been a clean shrift. Methought Father Philip looked but moody upon it, and there was a book which he took away with him, that—" She paused as if unwilling to proceed. "Speak out, Dame Glendinning," said the father; "with us it is your duty to have no secrets." "Nay, if it please your reverence, it is not that I would keep anything from your reverence's knowledge, but I fear I should prejudice the lady in your opinion, for she is an excellent lady. Months and years has she dwelt in this tower, and none more exemplary than she. But this matter, doubtless she will explain it herself to your reverence." "I desire first to know it from you, Dame Glendinning," said the monk, "and I again repeat, it is your duty to tell it to me." "This book, if it please your reverence, which Father Philip removed from Glendearg, was this morning returned to us in a strange manner," said the good widow. "Returned!" said the monk. "How mean you?" "I mean," answered Dame Glendinning, "that it was brought back to the Tower of Glendearg, the saints best know how, that same book which Father Philip carried with him but yesterday. Old Martin, that is my tasker and the lady's servant, was driving out the cows to pasture, for we have 3 good milk cows, reverend father, blessed be Saint Waldave, and thanks to the holy Monastery." The monk groaned with impatience.
but he remembered that a woman of the good dame's condition was like a top, which, if you let it spin on untouched, must at last come to a pause. But if you interrupt it by flogging, there is no end to its gyrations. But to speak no more of the cows, your reverence, though they are likely cattle as ever were tied to a stake, the tasker was driving them out, and the lads, that is my Halbert and my Edward, that your reverence has seen at church on holidays, and especially Halbert, for you patted him on the head and gave him a brooch of St. Cuthbert, which he wears in his bonnet, and little Mary Avenel, that is the lady's daughter, they ran all after the cattle, and began to play up and down the pasture as young folk will, your reverence, and at length they lost sight of Martin and the cows, and they began to run up a little cleugh, which we call Corrinan Shian, where there is a wee bit stripe of a burn, and they saw there, good guide us, a white woman sitting on the burn side, wringing her hands. So the bairns were frighted to see a strange woman sitting there, all but Halbert, who will be 16 come Whitsuntide, and besides he never feared onything, and when they went up to her, behold, she was passed away." "For shame, good woman," said Father Eustace, "a woman of your sense to listen to a tale so idle. The young folk told you a lie, and that was all." "Nay, sir, it was more than that," said the old dame; "for besides that they never told me a lie in their lives, I must warn you that on the very ground where the white woman was sitting they found the Lady of Avenel's book, and brought it with them to the tower." "That is worthy of mark at least," said the monk. "Know you no other copy of this volume within these bounds?" "None, your reverence," returned Elspeth. "Why should there? No one could read it were there 20. "Then you are sure it is the very same volume which you gave to Father Philip?" said the monk. "As sure as that I now speak with your reverence." "It is most singular," said the monk, and he walked across the room in a musing posture. "I have been upon nettles to hear what your reverence would say," continued Dame Glendinning, "respecting this matter. There is nothing I would not do for the Lady of Avenel and her family, and that has been proved, and for her servants to boot, both Martin and Tibb, although Tibb is not so civil sometimes as altogether I have a right to expect. But I cannot think it beseeming to have angels, or ghosts, or fairies, or the like, waiting upon a leddy when she is in another woman's house, in respect it is no ways creditable. Ony thing she had to do was always done her hand, without costing her either pains or pence, as a country body says; and besides the discredit, I cannot but think that there is no safety in having such unchancy creatures about ane. But I have tied red thread round the bairns' throats," so her fondness still called them, "and given ilka ane of them a riding wand of rowan tree, forby sewing up a slip of witch elm into their doublets. And I wish to know of your reverence if there be ony thing mair that a lone woman can do in the matter of ghosts and fairies. Be here, that I should have named their unlucky names twice o'er." "Dame Glendinning," answered the monk, somewhat abruptly, when the good woman had finished her narrative, "I pray you, do you know the miller's daughter?" "Did I know Kate Happer?" replied the widow, "as well as the beggar knows his dish. A canty queen was Kate, and a special comer of my ain maybe 20 years syne." "She cannot be the wench I mean," said Father Eustace. "She after whom I inquire is scarce 15, a black-eyed girl. You may have seen her at the kirk." "Your reverence must be in the right, and she is my cummer's niece, doubtless, that you are pleased to speak of. But I thank God I have always been too duteous in attention to the mass, to know whether young wenches have black eyes or green ones." The good father had so much of the world about him, that he was unable to avoid smiling, when the dame boasted her absolute resistance to a temptation, which was not quite so liable to beset her as those of the other sex. "Perhaps, then," he said, "you know her usual dress, Dame Glendinning?" "Ay, ay, father," answered the dame readily enough; "a white kirtle the wench wears, to hide the dust of the mill, no doubt, and a blue hood, that might weel be spared for pridefulness." "Then may it not be she," said the father, "who has brought back this book, and stepped out of the way when the children came near her?" The dame paused, was unwilling to combat the solution suggested by the monk, but was at a loss to conceive why the lass of the mill should come so far from home into so wild a corner merely to leave an old book with 3 children, from whose observation she wished to conceal herself.
Above all, she could not understand why, since she had acquaintances in the family, and since the Dame Glendinning had always paid her multure and knaveship duly, the said lass of the mill had not come in to rest herself and eat a morsel, and tell her the current news of the water. These very objections satisfied the monk that his conjectures were right. "Dame," he said, "you must be cautious in what you say. This is an instance, I would it were the sole one, of the power of the enemy in these days. The matter must be sifted, with a curious and a careful hand." "Indeed," said Elspeth, trying to catch and chime in with the ideas of the Sub Prior, "I have often thought the miller's folk at the Monastery mill were far over careless in sifting our melder, and in bolting it too. Some folk say they will not stick at whiles to put in a handful of ashes amongst the Christian folk's cornmeal." "That shall be looked after also, dame," said the Sub Prior, not displeased to see that the good old woman went off on a false scent. "And now, by your leave, I will see this lady. Do you go before, and prepare her to see me." Dame Glendinning left the lower apartment accordingly, which the monk paced in anxious reflection, considering how he might best discharge, with humanity as well as with effect, the important duty imposed on him. He resolved to approach the bedside of the sick person with reprimands, mitigated only by a feeling for her weak condition. He determined, in case of her reply, to which late examples of hardened heretics might encourage her, to be prepared with answers to the customary scruples. High fraught also with zeal against her unauthorized intrusion into the priestly function, by study of the sacred Scriptures, he imagined to himself the answers which one of the modern school of heresy might return to him, the victorious refutation which should lay the disputant prostrate at the confessor's mercy, and the healing yet awful exhortation, which, under pain of refusing the last consolations of religion, he designed to make to the penitent, conjuring her, as she loved her own soul's welfare, to disclose to him what she knew of the dark mystery of iniquity, by which heresies were introduced into the most secluded spots of the very patrimony of the Church herself. What agents they had who could thus glide, as it were, unseen, from place to place, bring back the volume which the Church had interdicted to the spots from which it had been removed under her express auspices, and who, by encouraging the daring and profane thirst after knowledge forbidden and useless to the laity, had encouraged the fisher of souls to use with effect his old bait of ambition and vainglory. Much of this premeditated disputation escaped the good father, when Elspeth returned, her tears flowing faster than her apron could dry them, and made him a signal to follow her. "How," said the monk, "is she then so near her end? Nay, the Church must not break or bruise when comfort is yet possible." And forgetting his polemics, the good Sub Prior hastened to the little apartment, where, on the wretched bed which she had occupied since her misfortunes had driven her to the Tower of Glendearg, the widow of Walter Avenel had rendered up her spirit to her Creator. "My God!" said the Sub Prior, "and has my unfortunate dallying suffered her to depart without the Church's consolation? Look to her, dame," he exclaimed with eager impatience, "is there not yet a sparkle of the life left? May she not be recalled but for a moment? Oh, would that she could express, but by the most imperfect word, but by the most feeble motion, her acquiescence in the needful task of penitential prayer! Does she not breathe? Art thou sure she doth not?" "She will never breathe more," said the matron. "Oh, the poor fatherless girl, now motherless also! Oh, the kind companion I have had these many years whom I shall never see again! But she is in heaven for certain, if ever woman went there, for a woman of better life." "Woe to me," said the good monk, "if indeed she went not hence in good assurance! Woe to the reckless shepherd who suffered the wolf to carry a choice one from the flock, while he busied himself with trimming his sling and his staff to give the monster battle! Oh, if in the long hereafter aught but weal should that poor spirit share, what has my delay cost? The value of an immortal soul!" He then approached the body, full of the deep remorse natural to a good man of his persuasion, who devoutly believed the doctrines of the Catholic Church. "Ay," said he, gazing on the pallid corpse, from which the spirit had parted so placidly as to leave a smile upon the thin blue lips, which had been so long wasted by decay that they had parted with the last breath of animation without the slightest convulsive tremor. "Ay," said Father Eustace, "there lies the fated tree, and as it fell, so it lies. Awful thought for me, should my neglect have left it to descend in an evil direction." He then again and again conjured Dame Glendinning to tell him what she knew of the demeanour and ordinary walk of the deceased. All tended to the high honour of the deceased lady, for her companion, who admired her sufficiently while alive, notwithstanding some trifling points of jealousy, now idolized her after her death, and could think of no attribute of praise with which she did not adorn her memory. Indeed, the Lady of Avenel, however she might privately doubt of some of the doctrines announced by the Church of Rome, and although she had probably tacitly appealed from that corrupted system of Christianity to the volume on which Christianity itself is founded, had nevertheless been regular in her attendance on the worship of the Church, not perhaps extending her scruples so far as to break off communion. Such indeed was the first sentiment of the earlier reformers, who seemed to have studied, for a time at least, to avoid a schism, until the violence of the Pope rendered it inevitable. Father Eustace, on the present occasion, listened with eagerness to everything which could lead to assure him of the lady's orthodoxy in the main points of belief; for his conscience reproached him sorely that, instead of protracting conversation with the Dame of Glendearg, he had not instantly hastened where his presence was so necessary. "If," he said, addressing the dead body, "thou art yet free from the utmost penalty due to the followers of false doctrine, if thou dost but suffer for a time, to expiate faults done in the body, but partaking of mortal frailty more than of deadly sin, fear not that thy abode shall be long in the penal regions to which thou mayest be doomed. If vigils, if masses, if penance, if maceration of my body, till it resembles that extenuated form which the soul hath abandoned, may assure thy deliverance. The Holy Church, the godly foundation, our blessed patroness herself, shall intercede for one whose errors were counterbalanced by so many virtues. Leave me, dame, here, and by her bedside I will perform those duties which this piteous case demands." Elspeth left the monk, who employed himself in fervent and sincere, though erroneous, prayers for the weal of the departed spirit. For an hour he remained in the apartment of death, and then returned to the hall, where he found the still weeping friend of the deceased. But it would be injustice to Mrs. Glendinning's hospitality, if we suppose her to have been weeping during this long interval, or rather if we suppose her so entirely absorbed by the tribute of sorrow which she paid frankly and plentifully to her deceased friend, as to be incapable of attending to the rites of hospitality due the holy visitor, who was confessor at once, and sub-prior, mighty in all religious and secular considerations, so far as the vassals of the Monastery were interested. Her barley bread had been toasted, her choicest cask of home-brewed ale had been broached, her best butter had been placed on the hall table, along with her most savoury ham, and her choicest cheese, ere she abandoned herself to the extremity of sorrow. And it was not till she had arranged her little repast neatly on the board, that she sat down in the chimney corner, threw her checked apron over her head, and gave way to the current of tears and sobs. In this there was no grimace or affectation. The good dame held the honours of her house to be as essential a duty, especially when a monk was her visitant, as any other pressing call upon her conscience; nor until these were suitably attended to, did she find herself at liberty to indulge her sorrow for her departed friend. When she was conscious of the Sub Prior's presence, she rose with the same attention to his reception, but he declined all the offers of hospitality with which she endeavoured to tempt him. Not her butter, as yellow as gold, and the best, she assured him, that was made in the patrimony of Saint Mary, not the barley scones, which the departed Saint Godsain her used to say were so good, not the ale, or any other cates which poor Elspeth's stores afforded, could prevail on the Sub Prior to break his fast. "This day," he said, "I must not taste food till the sun go down. Happy if in so doing I can expiate my own negligence, happier still if my sufferings of this trifling nature, undertaken in pure faith and singleness of heart, may benefit the soul of the deceased. Yet, dame," he added, "I may not so far forget the living in my cares for the dead, as to leave behind me that book, which is to the ignorant what to our first parents the tree of knowledge of good and evil unhappily proved, excellent indeed in itself, but fatal because used by those to whom it is prohibited." "O blithely
reverend father," said the widow of Simon Glendinning, "will I give you the book, if so be I can wile it from the bairns. And indeed, poor things, as the case stands with them even now, you might take the heart out of their bodies, and they never find it out, they are sae begrutten. [Footnote: Begrutten, overweeped.] "Give them this missal instead, good dame," said the father, drawing from his pocket one which was curiously illuminated with paintings, "and I will come myself, or send one at a fitting time, and teach them the meaning of these pictures." "The bonny images!" said Dame Glendinning, forgetting for an instant her grief in her admiration; "and weel I wot," added she, "it is another sort of a book than the poor Lady of Avenel's; and blessed might we have been this day, if your reverence had found the way up the glen, instead of Father Philip, though the Sacristan is a powerful man too, and speaks as if he would ger the house fly abroad, save that the walls are gey thick. Simon's forbears, may he and they be blessed, took care of that." The monk ordered his mule, and was about to take his leave, and the good dame was still delaying him with questions about the funeral, when a horseman, armed and accoutred, rode into the little court yard which surrounded the keep. Chapter 8. Chapter 9, Part A of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part A. For since they rode among our doors with splent on spald and rusty spurs, there grows no fruit into our furs. Thus said John up on land. Danatine Manuscript. The Scottish laws, which were as wisely and judiciously made as they were carelessly and ineffectually executed, had in vain endeavoured to restrain the damage done to agriculture, by the chiefs and landed proprietors retaining in their service what were called jackmen, from the jack, or doublet, quilted with iron, which they wore as defensive armour. These military retainers conducted themselves with great insolence toward the industrious part of the community, lived in a great measure by plunder, and were ready to execute any commands of their master, however unlawful. In adopting this mode of life, men resigned the quiet hopes and regular labours of industry for an unsettled, precarious, and dangerous trade, which yet had such charms for those once accustomed to it, that they became incapable of following any other. Hence the complaint of John Upland, a fictitious character, representing a countryman, into whose mouth the poets of the day put their general satires upon men and manners. They ride about in such a rage, by forest, frith, and field, with buckler, bow, and brand. Lo, where they ride out through the rye, the devil mot save the company, quoth John up on land. Christie of the Clinthill, the horseman who now arrived at the little tower of Glendearg, was one of the hopeful company of whom the poet complains, as was indicated by his splent on spald, iron plates on his shoulder, his rusted spurs, and his long lance. An iron skull cap, none of the brightest, bore for distinction a sprig of the holly, which was Avenel's badge. A long two-edged straight sword, having a handle made of polished oak, hung down by his side. The meagre condition of his horse, and the wild and emaciated look of the rider, showed their occupation could not be accounted an easy or a thriving one. He saluted Dame Glendinning with little courtesy, and the monk with less, for the growing disrespect to the religious orders had not failed to extend itself among a class of men of such disorderly habits, although it may be supposed they were tolerably indifferent alike to the new or the ancient doctrines. "So our lady is dead, Dame Glendinning?" said the jackman. "My master has sent you even now a fat bullock for her mart. It may serve for her funeral. I have left him in the upper cleugh, as he is somewhat kenspeckle, [Footnote: Kenspeckle, that which is easily recognized by the eye,] and is marked both with cut and burn. The sooner the skin is off and he is in salt fat, the less like you are to have trouble. You understand me? Let me have a peck of corn for my horse, and beef and beer for myself, for I must go on to the Monastery, though I think this monk hero might do mine errand." "Thine errand, rude man," said the Sub Prior, knitting his brows. "For God's sake!" cried poor Dame Glendinning, terrified at the idea of a quarrel between them. "O Christie, it is the Sub Prior! O reverend sir, it is Christie of the Clinthill, the Laird's chief jackman! Ye know that little havings can be expected from the like o' them." "Are you a retainer of the Laird of Avenel?" said the monk, addressing himself to the horseman, "and do you speak thus rudely to a brother of Saint Mary's, to whom thy master is so much beholden?" "He means to be yet more beholden to your house, Sir Monk," answered the fellow, "for hearing his sister-in-law, the widow of Walter of Avenel, was on her deathbed, he sent me to say to the Father Abbot and the brethren that he will hold the funeral feast at their convent, and invites himself thereto, with a score of horse and some friends, and to abide there for 3 days and 3 nights, having horse meat and men's meat at the charge of the community; of which his intention he sends due notice, that fitting preparation may be timeously made." "Friend," said the Sub Prior, "believe not that I will do to the Father Abbot the indignity of delivering such an errand. Thinkest thou the goods of the church were bestowed upon her by holy princes and pious nobles, now dead and gone, to be consumed in revelry by every profligate layman, who numbers in his train more followers than he can support by honest means, or by his own incomings? Tell thy master, from the Sub Prior of Saint Mary's, that the Primate hath issued his commands to us, that we submit no longer to this compulsory exaction of hospitality on slight or false pretences. Our lands and goods were given to relieve pilgrims and pious persons, not to feast bands of rude soldiers." "This to me!" said the angry spearman, "this to me and to my master. Look to yourself then, Sir Priest, and try if Ave and Credo will keep bullocks from wandering, and haystacks from burning. Dost thou menace the Holy Church's patrimony with waste and fire raising?" said the Sub Prior, "and that in the face of the sun? I call on all who hear me to bear witness to the words this ruffian has spoken. Remember how the Lord James drowned such as you by scores in the black pool at Jeddart. To him and to the Primate will I complain." The soldier shifted the position of his lance, and brought it down to a level with the monk's body. Dame Glendinning began to shriek for assistance. "Tibb, Tacket, Martin, where be ye all? Christie, for the love of God, consider he is a man of Holy Kirk." "I care not for his spear," said the Sub Prior. "If I am slain in defending the rights and privileges of my community, the Primate will know how to take vengeance." "Let him look to himself," said Christie, but at the same time depositing his lance against the wall of the tower. "If the Fife men spoke true who came hither with the Governor in the last raid, Norman Leslie has him at feud, and is like to set him hard. We know Norman a true bloodhound, who will never quit the slot. But I had no design to offend the Holy Father," he added, thinking perhaps he had gone a little too far. "I am a rude man, bred to lance and stirrup, and not used to deal with book learned men and priests, and I am willing to ask his forgiveness and his blessing, if I have said aught amiss." "For God's sake, your reverence," said the widow of Glendearg, apart to the Sub Prior, "bestow on him your forgiveness. How shall we poor folk sleep in security in the dark nights, if the convent is at feud with such men as he is?" "You are right, dame," said the Sub Prior. "Your safety should and must be, in the first instance, consulted. Soldier, I forgive thee, and may God bless thee and send thee honesty." Christie of the Clinthill made an unwilling inclination with his head, and muttered apart, "That is as much as to say, God send thee starvation. But now to my master's demand, Sir Priest. What answer am I to return?" "That the body of the widow of Walter of Avenel," answered the father, "shall be interred as becomes her rank, and in the tomb of her valiant husband. For your master's profit visit of 3 days, with such a company and retinue, I have no authority to reply to it. You must intimate your chief's purpose to the reverend Lord Abbot." "That will cost me a farther ride," said the man, "but it is all in the day's work. How now, my lad?" said he to Halbert, who was handling the long lance which he had laid aside. "How do you like such a plaything? Will you go with me, and be a moss trooper?" "The saints in their mercy forbid!" said the poor mother; and then, afraid of having displeased Christie by the vivacity of her explanation, she followed it up by explaining that since Simon's death she could not look on a spear, or a bow, or any implement of destruction, without trembling. "Pshaw!" answered Christie, "thou shouldst take another husband, dame, and drive such follies out of thy thoughts. What sayest thou to such a strapping lad as I? Why, this old tower of thine is fensible enough, and there is no want of clenches, and crags, and bogs, and thickets, if one was set hard. A man might bide here and keep his half score of lads, and as many geldings, and live on what he could lay his hand on, and be kind to thee, old wench." "Alas, Master Christie," said the matron, "that you should talk to a lone woman in such a fashion, and death in the house besides." "Lone woman! Why, that is the very reason thou shouldst take a mate. Thy old friend is dead. Why, good, choose thou another of somewhat tougher frame, and that will not die of the pip like a young chicken. Better still, come, dame, let me have something to eat, and we will talk more of this." Dame Elspeth, though she well knew the character of the man, whom in fact she both disliked and feared, could not help simpering at the personal address which he thought proper to make to her. She whispered to the Sub Prior, "Ony thing just to keep him quiet," and went into the tower to set before the soldier the food he desired, trusting betwixt good cheer and the power of her own charms to keep Christie of the Clinthill so well amused, that the altercation betwixt him and the Holy Father should not be renewed. The Sub Prior was equally unwilling to hazard any unnecessary rupture between the community and such a person as Julian of Avenel. He was sensible that moderation, as well as firmness, was necessary to support the tottering cause of the Church of Rome, and that, contrary to former times, the quarrels betwixt the clergy and laity had, in the present, usually terminated to the advantage of the latter. He resolved, therefore, to avoid farther strife by withdrawing, but failed not, in the first place, to possess himself of the volume which the Sacristan carried off the evening before, and which had been returned to the glen in such a marvellous manner. Edward, the younger of Dame Elspeth's boys, made great objections to the book's being removed, in which Mary would probably have joined, but that she was now in her little sleeping chamber with Tibb, who was exerting her simple skill to console the young lady for her mother's death. But the younger Glendinning stood up in defence of her property, and with a positiveness which had hitherto made no part of his character, declared, that now the kind lady was dead, the book was Mary's, and no one but Mary should have it. "But if it is not a fit book for Mary to read, my dear boy," said the father gently, "you would not wish it to remain with her?" "The lady read it," answered the young champion of property, "and so it could not be wrong. It shall not be taken away. I wonder where Halbert is. Listening to the bravading tales of gay Christie, I reckon. He is always wishing for fighting, and now he is out of the way." "Why, Edward, you would not fight with me, who am both a priest and an old man?" "If you were as good a priest as the Pope," said the boy, "and as old as the hills to boot, you shall not carry away Mary's book without her leave. I will do battle for it." "But see you, my love," said the monk, amused with the resolute friendship manifested by the boy, "I do not take it. I only borrow it, and I leave in its place my own gay missal, as a pledge I will bring it again." Edward opened the missal with eager curiosity, and glanced at the pictures with which it was illustrated. Saint George and the Dragon, Halbert would like that, and Saint Michael brandishing his sword over the head of the wicked one, and that will do for Halbert too. And see the Saint John leading his lamb in the wilderness, with his little cross made of reeds, and his scrip and staff, that shall be my favourite. And where shall we find one for poor Mary? Here is a beautiful woman weeping and lamenting herself." "This is Saint Mary Magdalene repenting of her sins, my dear boy," said the father, "for she commits no faults, and is never angry with us, but when we do something wrong." "Then," said the father, "I will show you a Mary who will protect her and you, and all good children. See how fairly she is represented, with her gown covered with golden stars." The boy was lost in wonder at the portrait of the Virgin which the Sub Prior turned up to him. "This," he said, "is really like our sweet Mary, and I think I will let you take away the black book, that has no such goodly shows in it, and leave this for Mary instead. But you must promise to bring back the book, good father, for now I think upon it, Mary may like that best, which was her mother's." "I will certainly return," said the monk, evading his answer, "and perhaps I may teach you to write and read such beautiful letters as you see there written, and to paint them blue, green, and yellow, and to blazon them with gold." "Ay, and to make such figures as these blessed saints, and especially these two Marys?" said the boy. "With their blessings," said the Sub Prior, "I can teach you that art too, so far as I am myself capable of showing, and you of learning it." "Then," said Edward, "I will paint Mary's picture, and remember, you are to bring back the black book. That you must promise me." The Sub Prior, anxious to get rid of the boy's pertinacity, and to set forward on his return to the convent, without having any further interview with Christie the Galloper, answered by giving the promise Edward required, mounted his mule, and set forth on his return homeward. Chapter IX Part B of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter IX, Part B. The November day was well spent ere the Sub Prior resumed his journey, for the difficulty of the road, and the various delays which he had met with at the Tower, had detained him longer than he proposed. A chill easterly wind was sighing among the withered leaves, and stripping them from the hold they had yet retained on the parent trees. "Even so," said the monk, "our prospects in this vale of time grow more disconsolate as the stream of years passes on. Little have I gained by my journey, saving the certainty that heresy is busy among us with more than his usual activity, and that the spirit of insulting religious orders, and plundering the church's property, so general in the eastern districts of Scotland, has now come nearer home." The tread of a horse which came up behind him interrupted his reverie, and he soon saw he was mounted by the same wild rider whom he had left at the Tower. "And benedicite," said the Sub Prior as he passed. But the rude soldier scarce acknowledged the greeting, by bending his head, and dashing the spurs into his horse, went on at a pace which soon left the monk and his mule far behind. And there, thought the Sub Prior, goes another plague of the times, a fellow whose birth designed him to cultivate the earth, but who is perverted by the unhallowed and unchristian divisions of the country into a daring and dissolute robber. The barons of Scotland are now turned masterful thieves and ruffians, oppressing the poor by violence, and wasting the church by extorting free quarters from abbeys and priories, without either shame or reason. I fear me I shall be too late to counsel the Abbot to make a stand against these daring sorners. [Footnote: To sorn in Scotland is to exact free quarters against the will of the landlord. It is declared equivalent to theft by a statute passed in the year 1445. The great chieftains oppressed the monasteries very much by exactions of this nature. The community of Aberbrothwick complained of an Earl of Angus, I think, who was in the regular habit of visiting them once a year, with a train of 1,000 horse, and abiding till the whole winter provisions of the convent were exhausted.] I must make haste." He struck his mule with his riding wand accordingly, but instead of mending her pace, the animal suddenly started from the path, and the rider's utmost efforts could not force her forward. "Art thou, too, infected with the spirit of the times?" said the Sub Prior. "Thou wert wont to be ready and serviceable, and art now as restive as any wild jackman or stubborn heretic of them all." While he was contending with the startled animal, a voice, like that of a female, chanted in his ear, or at least very close to it. "Good evening, Sir Priest, and so late as you ride, with your mule so fair, and your mantle so wide. But ride you through valley, or ride you o'er hill, there is one that has warrant to wait on you still." "Back, back, the volume black, I have warrant to carry it back." The Sub Prior looked around, but neither bush nor brake was near which could conceal an ambushed songstress. "May Our Lady have mercy on me," he said. "I trust my senses have not forsaken me, yet how my thoughts should arrange themselves into rhymes which I despise, and music which I care not for, or why there should be the sound of a female voice in ears in which its melody has been so long indifferent, baffles my comprehension, and almost realizes the vision of Philip the Sacristan. Come, good mule, betake thee to the path, and let us hence while our judgment serves us." But the mule stood as if it had been rooted to the spot, backed from the point to which it was pressed by its rider, and by her ears laid close to her neck, and her eyes almost starting from their sockets, testified that she was under great terror; while the Sub Prior, by alternate threats and soothing, endeavoured to reclaim the wayward animal to her duty. The wild musical voice was again heard close beside him. "What ho, Sub Prior, and came you but here to conjure a book from a dead woman's bier? Sain you and save you, be wary and wise, ride back with the book, or you'll pay for your prize. Back, back, there's death in the track, in the name of my master I bid thee bear back." "In the name of my master," said the astonished monk, "that name before which all things created tremble, I conjure thee to say what thou art that hauntest me thus." The same voice replied, "That which is neither ill nor well, that which belongs not to heaven nor to hell, a wreath of the mist, a bubble of the stream, twixt a waking thought and a sleeping dream, a form that men spy with the half shut eye, in the beams of the setting sun am I." "This is more than simple phantasy," said the Sub Prior, rousing himself, though, notwithstanding the natural hardihood of his temper, the sensible presence of a supernatural being so near him failed not to make his blood run cold, and his hair bristle. "I charge thee," he said aloud, "be thine errand what it will, to depart and trouble me no more. False spirit, thou canst not appall any save those who do the work negligently." The voice immediately answered, "Vainly, Sir Prior, wouldst thou bar me my right. Like the star when it shoots I can dart through the night. I can dance on the torrent and ride on the air, and travel the world with the bonny nightmare. Again, again, at the crook of the glen, where bickers the burnie, I'll meet thee again." The road was now apparently left open, for the mule collected herself, and changed from her posture of terror to one which promised advance, although a profuse perspiration and general trembling of the joints indicated the bodily terror she had undergone. "I used to doubt the existence of Cabalists and Rosicrucians," thought the Sub Prior, "but by my holy order I know no longer what to say. My pulse beats temperately, my hand is cool, I am fasting from everything but sin, and possessed of my ordinary faculties. Either some fiend is permitted to bewilder me, or the tales of Cornelius Agrippa, Paracelsus, and others who treat of occult philosophy, are not without foundation. At the crook of the glen? I could have desired to avoid a second meeting, but I am on the service of the Church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against me." He moved around accordingly, but with precaution, and not without fear, for he neither knew the manner in which, or the place where, his journey might be next interrupted by his invisible attendant. He descended the glen without interruption, for about a mile farther, when just at the spot where the brook approached the steep hill, with a winding so abrupt as to leave scarcely room for a horse to pass, the mule was again visited with the same symptoms of terror which had before interrupted her course. Better acquainted than before with the cause of her restiveness, the priest employed no effort to make her proceed, but addressed himself to the object, which he doubted not was the same that had formerly interrupted him, in the words of solemn exorcism prescribed by the Church of Rome on such occasions. In reply to his demand, the voice again sung, "Men of good are bold as sackless," footnote sackless, innocent. "Men of rude are wild and reckless. Lie thou still in the nook of the hill, for those be before thee that wish thee ill." While the Sub Prior listened, with his head turned in the direction from which the sounds seemed to come, he felt as if something rushed against him, and ere he could discover the cause, he was pushed from his saddle with gentle but irresistible force. Before he reached the ground, his senses were gone, and he lay long in a state of insensibility, for the sunset had not ceased to gild the top of the distant hill when he fell, and when he again became conscious of existence, the pale moon was gleaming on the landscape. He awakened in a state of terror, from which, for a few minutes, he found it difficult to shake himself free. At length he sate upon the grass, and became sensible, by repeated exertion, that the only personal injury which he had sustained was the numbness arising from extreme cold. The motion of something near him made the blood again run to his heart, and by a sudden effort he started up, and looking around, saw to his relief that the noise was occasioned by the footsteps of his own mule. The peaceable animal had remained quietly beside her master during his trance, browsing on the grass which grew plentifully in that sequestered nook. With some exertion he collected himself, remounted the animal, and, meditating upon his wild adventure, descended the glen till its junction with the broader valley through which the Tweed winds. The drawbridge was readily dropped at his first summons, and so much had he won upon the heart of the churlish warden,
that Peter appeared himself with a lantern to show the Sub-Prior his way over the perilous pass. "By my sooth, sir," he said, holding the light up to Father Eustace's face, "you look sorely travelled and deadly pale. But a little matter serves to weary out you men of the cell. I now who speak to you, I have ridden, before I was perched up here on this pillar betwixt wind and water, it may be 30 Scots miles before I broke my fast, and I have had the red of a bramble rose in my cheek all the while. But will you taste some food, or a cup of distilled waters?" "I may not," said Father Eustace, "being under a vow, but I thank you for your kindness, and pray you to give what I may not accept to the next poor pilgrim who comes hither pale and fainting, for so it shall be the better both with him here and with you hereafter." "By my faith, and I will do so," said Peter Bridgeward, "even for thy sake. It is strange now, how this Sub-Prior gets round one's heart more than the rest of these cowled gentry, but think of nothing but quaffing and stuffing. Wife, I say, wife, we will give a cup of distilled waters and a crust of bread unto the next pilgrim that comes over, and ye may keep for [Footnote: An old-fashioned name for an earthen jar for holding spirits.] the purpose the gruns of the last greybeard, and the ill-baked bannock which the bairns couldna eat." While Peter issued these charitable and at the same time prudent injunctions, the Sub-Prior, whose mild interference had awakened the bridge ward to such an act of unwonted generosity, was pacing onward to the Monastery. In the way he had to commune with and subdue his own rebellious heart, an enemy, he was sensible, more formidable than any which the external powers of Satan could place in his way. Father Eustace had indeed strong temptation to suppress the extraordinary incident which had befallen him, which he was the more reluctant to confess, because he had passed so severe a judgment upon Father Philip, who, as he was not unwilling to allow, had, on his return from Glendearg, encountered obstacles somewhat similar to his own. Of this the Sub-Prior was the more convinced, when, feeling in his bosom for the book which he had brought off from the Tower of Glendearg, he found it was a missing, which he could only account for by supposing it had been stolen from him during his trance. "If I confess this strange visitation," thought the Sub-Prior, "I become the ridicule of all my brethren, I whom the Primate sent hither to be a watch, as it were, and a check upon their follies. I give the Abbot an advantage over me which I shall never again recover, and Heaven only knows how he may abuse it, in his foolish simplicity, to the dishonour and loss of Holy Kirk. But then, if I make not true confession of my shame, with what face can I again presume to admonish or restrain others? Avow, proud heart," continued he, addressing himself, "that the weal of Holy Church interests thee less in this matter than thine own humiliation. Yes, Heaven has punished thee even in that point in which thou didst deem thyself most strong, in thy spiritual pride and thy carnal wisdom. Thou hast laughed at and derided the inexperience of thy brethren. Stoop thyself in turn to their derision. Tell what they may not believe. Affirm that which they will ascribe to idle fear, or perhaps to idle falsehood. Sustain the disgrace of a silly visionary, or a wilful deceiver. Be it so, I will do my duty, and make ample confession to my superior. If the discharge of this duty destroys my usefulness in this house, God and Our Lady will send me where I can better serve them." There was no little merit in the resolution thus piously and generously formed by Father Eustace. To men of any rank the esteem of their order is naturally most dear, but in the monastic establishment, cut off, as the brethren are, from other objects of ambition, as well as from all exterior friendship and relationship, the place which they hold in the opinion of each other is all in all. But the consciousness how much he should rejoice the Abbot and most of the other monks of St. Mary's, who were impatient of the unauthorized yet irresistible control which he was wont to exercise in the affairs of the convent, by a confession which would put him in a ludicrous, or perhaps even in a criminal point of view, could not weigh with Father Eustace in comparison with the task which his belief enjoined. As strong in his feelings of duty, he approached the exterior gate of the Monastery. He was surprised to see torches gleaming, and men assembled around it, some on horseback, some on foot, while several of the monks, distinguished through the night by their white scapularies, were making themselves busy among the crowd.
The Sub-Prior was received with a unanimous shout of joy, which at once made him sensible that he had himself been the object of their anxiety. "There he is! There he is! God be thanked! There he is! Hail and fear!" exclaimed the vassals, while the monks exclaimed, Te Deum laudamus. The blood of thy servants is precious in thy sight. "What is the matter, children? What is the matter, my brethren?" said Father Eustace, dismounting at the gate. "Nay, brother, if thou knowest not, we will not tell thee till thou art in the refectory," answered the monks. "Suffice it that the Lord Abbot has ordered these, our zealous and faithful vassals, instantly to set forth to guard thee from imminent peril. Ye may ungirth your horses, children, and dismiss, and to-morrow each who was at this rendezvous may send to the convent kitchen for a quarter of a yard of roast beef and a black jack full of double ale." [Footnote: It was one of the few reminiscences of Old Parr, or Henry Jenkins, I forget which, that at some convent in the veteran's neighbourhood, the community, before the dissolution, used to dole out roast beef in the measure of feet and yards.] The vassals dispersed with joyful acclamation, and the monks, with equal jubilee, conducted the Sub Prior into the refectory. Chapter 10 Part A of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10 Part A. Here we stand, woundless and well, may Heaven's high name be blessed for it, as erst ere treason couched a lance against us. Decker. No sooner was the Sub-Prior hurried into the refectory by his rejoicing companions, than the first person on whom he fixed his eye proved to be Christie of the Clinthill. He was seated in the chimney corner, fettered and guarded, his features drawn into that air of sulky and turbid resolution with which those hardened in guilt are accustomed to view the approach of punishment. But as the Sub-Prior drew near to him, his face assumed a more wild and startled expression, while he exclaimed, "The devil! The devil himself brings the dead back upon the living!" "Nay," said a monk to him, "say rather that Our Lady foils the attempts of the wicked on her faithful servants. Our dear brother lives and moves." "Lives and moves," said the ruffian, rising and shuffling towards the Sub-Prior, as well as his chains would permit. "Nay, then, I will never trust ashen shaft and steel point more. It is even so," he added, as he gazed on the Sub-Prior with astonishment, "neither wem nor wound, not as much as a rent in his frock." "And whence should my wound have come?" said Father Eustace. "From the good lance that never failed me before," replied Christie of the Clinthill. "Heaven absolve thee for thy purpose," said the Sub-Prior. "Wouldst thou have slain a servant of the altar?" "To choose," answered the Christie. "The fife men say, an the whole pack of ye were slain, there were more lost at Flodden." "Villain, art thou heretic as well as murderer?" "Not I, by Saint Giles," replied the writer. "I listened blithely enough to the Laird of Monance, when he told me ye were all cheats and knaves; but when he would have had me go hear one Wiseheart, a gospeller as they call him, he might as well have persuaded the wild colt that had flung one rider to kneel down and help another into the saddle." "There is some goodness about him yet," said the Sacristan to the Abbot, who at that moment entered. "He refused to hear a heretic preacher." "The better for him in the next world," answered the Abbot. "Prepare for death, my son. We deliver thee over to the secular arm of our Bailie, for execution on the Gallow Hill by peep of light." "Amen," said the ruffian. "'Tis the end I must have come by sooner or later, and what care I whether I feed the crows at Saint Mary's or at Carlisle?" "Let me implore your reverend patience for an instant," said the Sub Prior, "until I shall inquire " "What!" exclaimed the Abbot, observing him for the first time, "our dear brother restored to us when his life was unhoped for? Nay, kneel not to a sinner like me stand up, thou hast my blessing. When this villain came to the gate, accused by his own evil conscience, and crying out he had murdered thee, I thought that the pillar of our main isle had fallen. No more shall a life so precious be exposed to such risks as occur in this border country. No longer shall one beloved and rescued of Heaven hold so low a station in the church as that of a poor Sub Prior. I will write by express to the Primate for thy speedy removal and advancement." "Nay, but let me understand," said the Sub Prior. "Did this soldier say he had slain me?" "That he had transfixed you," answered the Abbot, "in full career with his lance. But it seems he had taken an indifferent aim. But no sooner didst thou fall to the ground mortally gored, as he deemed, with his weapon, than our blessed patroness appeared to him, as he averred." "I averred no such thing," said the prisoner. "I said a woman in white interrupted me as I was about to examine the priest's cassock, for they are usually well lined. She had a bulrush in her hand, with one touch of which she struck me from my horse, as I might strike down a child of 4 years old with an iron mace. And then, like a singing fiend, as she was, she sung to me, 'Thank the holly bush that nods on thy brow, or with this slender rush I had strangled thee now.' I gathered myself up with fear and difficulty, threw myself on my horse, and came hither like a fool to get myself hanged for a rogue." "Thou seest, honoured brother," said the Abbot to the Sub Prior, "in what favour thou art with our blessed patroness, that she herself becomes the guardian of thy paths. Not since the days of our blessed founder hath she shown such grace to any one. All unworthy were we to hold spiritual superiority over thee, and we pray thee to prepare for thy speedy removal to Aberbrothwick." "Alas! my lord and father," said the Sub Prior, "your words pierce my very soul. Under the seal of confession will I presently tell thee why I conceive myself rather the baffled sport of a spirit of another sort, than the protected favourite of the heavenly powers. But first let me ask this unhappy man a question or two." "Do as ye list," replied the Abbot, "but you shall not convince me that it is fitting you remain in this inferior office in the convent of Saint Mary." "I would ask of this poor man," said Father Eustace, "for what purpose he nourished the thought of putting to death one who never did him evil." "Ay, but thou didst menace me with evil," said the ruffian, "and no one but a fool is menaced twice. Dost thou not remember what you said touching the Primate and Lord James, and the Black Pool of Jedwood? Didst thou think me fool enough to wait till thou hadst betrayed me to the sack and the fork? There were small wisdom in that, methinks, as little as in coming hither to tell my own misdeeds. I think the devil was in me when I took this road. I might have remembered the proverb, Never friar forgot feud. And it was solely for that only hasty word of mine, uttered in a moment of impatience, and forgotten ere it was well spoken?" said Father Eustace. "Ay, for that, and for the love of thy gold crucifix," said Christie of the Clinthill. "Gracious Heaven! And could the yellow metal, the glittering earth, so far overcome every sense of what is thereby represented? Father Abbot, I pray as a dear boon, you will deliver this guilty person to my mercy." "Nay, brother," interposed the Sacristan, "to your doom, if you will, not to your mercy. Remember, we are not all equally favoured by our blessed Lady, nor is it likely that every frock in the convent will serve as a coat of proof when a lance is couched against it." "For that very reason," said the Sub Prior, "I would not that for my worthless self the community were to fall at feud with Julian of Avenel, this man's master." "Our Lady forbid," said the Sacristan; "he is a second Julian the Apostate." "With our reverend father the Abbot's permission, then," said Father Eustace, "I desire this man be freed from his chains, and suffered to depart uninjured. And here, friend," he added, giving him the golden crucifix, "is the image for which thou wert willing to stain thy hands with murder. View it well, and may it inspire thee with other and better thoughts than those which referred to it as a piece of bullion. Part with it, nevertheless, if thy necessities require, and get thee one of such coarse substance that Mammon shall have no share in any of the reflections to which it gives rise. It was the bequest of a dear friend to me, but dearer service can it never do than that of winning a soul to heaven." The Borderer, now freed from his chains, stood gazing alternately on the Sub Prior and on the golden crucifix. "By Saint Giles," said he, "I understand ye not, and ye give me gold for couching my lance at thee. What would you give me to level it at a heretic?" "The Church," said the Sub Prior, "will try the effect of her spiritual censures to bring these stray sheep into the fold, ere she employ the edge of the sword of Saint Peter." "Ay, but," said the ruffian, "they say the Primate recommends a little strangling and burning in aid of both censure and of sword. But fare ye weel, I owe you a life, and it may be I will not forget my debt." The bailie now came bustling in, dressed in his blue coat and bandoliers, and attended by 2 or 3 halberdiers. "I have been a thought too late in waiting upon your reverend lordship. I am grown somewhat fatter since the field of Pinkie, and my leathern coat slips not on so soon as it was wont. But the dungeon is ready, and though, as I said, I have been somewhat late," here his intended prisoner walked gravely up to the officer's nose, to his great amazement. "You have been indeed somewhat late, bailie," said he, "and I am greatly obligated to your buff coat, and to the time you took to put it on. If the secular arm had arrived some quarter of an hour sooner, I had been out of the reach of spiritual grace. But as it is, I wish you good even, and a safe riddance out of your garment of durance, in which you have much the air of a hog in armour." Wroth was the bailie at this comparison, and exclaimed in ire, "An it were not for the presence of the venerable Lord Abbot, thou knave!" "Nay, and thou wouldst try conclusions," said Christie of the Clinthill, "I will meet thee at daybreak by Saint Mary's Well." "Hardened wretch," said Father Eustace, "art thou but this instant delivered from death, and dost thou so soon morse thoughts of slaughter?" "I will meet with thee ere it be long, thou knave," said the bailie, "and teach thee thine Oremus." "I will meet thy cattle in a moonlight night before that day," said he of the Clinthill. "I will have thee by the neck one misty morning, thou strong thief," answered the secular officer of the church. "Thou art thyself as strong a thief as ever rode," retorted Christie, "and if the worms were once feasting on that fat carcass of thine, I might well hope to have thine office by favour of these reverend men." "A cast of their office and a cast of mine," answered the bailie. "A cord and a confessor, that is all thou wilt have from us." "Sirs," said the Sub Prior, observing that his brethren began to take more interest than was exactly decorous in this wrangling betwixt justice and iniquity, "I pray you both to depart. Master Bailie, retire with your halberdiers, and trouble not the man whom we have dismissed. And thou, Christie, or whatever be thy name, take thy departure, and remember thou owest thy life to the Lord Abbot's clemency." "Nay, as to that," answered Christie, "I judge that I owe it to your own. But impute it to whom ye list. I owe a life among ye, and there is an end." And whistling as he went, he left the apartment, seeming as if he held the life which he had forfeited not worthy further thanks. "Obstinate even to brutality," said Father Eustace, "and yet who knows but some better ore may lie under so rude an exterior?" "Save a thief from the gallows," said the Sacristan, "you know the rest of the proverb; and admitting, as may Heaven grant, that our lives and limbs are safe from this outrageous knave, who shall ensure our meal and our malt, our herds and our flocks?" "Marry, that will I, my brethren," said an aged monk. "Ah, brethren, you little know what may be made of a repentant robber. In Abbot Ingilram's days, ay, and I remember them as it were yesterday, the freebooters were the best welcome men that came to Saint Mary's. Ay, they paid tithe of every drove they brought over from the south, and because they were something lightly come by, I have known them make the tithe a seventh, that is, if their confessor knew his business. Ay, when we saw from the tower a score of fat bullocks, or a drove of sheep, coming down the valley, with 2 or 3 stout men at arms behind them, with their glittering steel caps, and their black jacks, and their long lances, the good Lord Abbot Ingilram was wont to say, he was a merry man, there come the tithes of the spoilers of the Egyptians. Ay, and I have seen the famous John the Armstrang. A fair man he was, and a goodly, the more pity that hemp was ever heckled for him. I have seen him come into the Abbey church with 9 tassels of gold in his bonnet, and every tassel made of 9 English nobles, and he would go from chapel to chapel, and from image to image, and from altar to altar, on his knees, and leave here a tassel and there a noble, till there was as little gold on his bonnet as on my hood. You will find no such border thieves now." "No, truly, brother Nicholas," answered the Abbot, "they are more apt to take any gold the church has left, than to bequeath or bestow any. And for cattle, beshrew me if I think they care whether beeves have fed on the meadows of Lanercost Abbey or of Saint Mary's." "There is no good thing left in them," said Father Nicholas; "they are clean naught. Ah, the thieves that I have seen! Such proper men, and as pitiful as proper, and as pious as pitiful." End of Chapter 10, Part A. Chapter 10, Part B of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
CHAPTER X, Part B. "It skills not talking of it, Brother Nicholas," said the Abbot, "and I will now dismiss you, my brethren, holding your meeting upon this our inquisition concerning the danger of our reverend Sub Prior, instead of the attendance on the lauds this evening. Yet let the bells be duly rung for the edification of the laymen without, and also that the novices may give due reverence. And now, benedicite, brethren. The cellarer will bestow on each a grace cup and a morsel as ye pass the buttery, for ye have been turmoiled and anxious, and dangerous it is to fall asleep in such case with empty stomach. Gratias agimus quam maximus Domine reverendissime," replied the brethren, departing in their due order. But the Sub Prior remained behind, and falling on his knees before the Abbot, as he was about to withdraw, craved him to hear under the seal of confession the adventures of the day. The reverend Lord Abbot yawned, and would have alleged fatigue, but to Father Eustace of all men he was ashamed to show indifference in his religious duties. The confession therefore proceeded, in which Father Eustace told all of the extraordinary circumstances which had befallen him during the journey. And being questioned by the Abbot, whether he was not conscious of any secret sin through which he might have been subjected for a time to the delusions of evil spirits, the Sub Prior admitted, with frank avowal, that he thought he might have deserved such penance for having judged with unfraternal rigour of the report of Father Philip the Sacristan. "Heaven," said the penitent, "may have been willing to convince me, not only that he can at pleasure open a communication betwixt us and beings of a different and, as we word it, supernatural class, but also to punish our pride of superior wisdom, or superior courage, or superior learning. It is well said that virtue is its own reward, and I question if duty was ever more completely recompensed than by the audience which the reverend Abbot so unwillingly yielded to the confession of the Sub Prior. To find the object of his fear, shall we say, or his envy, or of both, accusing himself of the very error with which he had so tacitly charged him, was a corroboration of the Abbot's judgment, a soothing of his pride, and an allaying of his fears. The sense of triumph, however, rather increased than diminished his natural good humour, and so far was Abbot Boniface from being disposed to tyrannize over his Sub Prior in consequence of this discovery, that in his exhortation he hovered somewhat ludicrously betwixt the natural expression of his own gratified vanity, and his timid reluctance to hurt the feelings of Father Eustace. "My brother," said he, "ex cathedra, it cannot have escaped your judicious observation that we have often declined our own judgment in favour of your opinion, even about those matters which most nearly concerned the community. Could you think that we did this, either because we deemed our own opinion less pregnant or our wit more shallow than that of our brethren, such as your much esteemed self, my dearest brother, that courage which is necessary to a free deliverance of your opinion, we oft times setting apart our proper judgment, that our inferiors, and especially our dear brother the Sub Prior, may be comforted and encouraged in proposing valiantly his own thoughts, which our deference and humility may in some sort have produced in your mind, most reverend brother, that self-opinion of parts and knowledge, which hath led unfortunately to your overestimating your own faculties, and thereby subjecting yourself, as is but too visible, to the japes and mockeries of evil spirits. For it is assured that Heaven always holdeth us in the least esteem when we deem of ourselves most highly, and also, on the other hand, it may be that we have somewhat departed from what became our high seat in this abbey, in suffering ourselves to be too much guided, and even, as it were, controlled by the voice of our inferior. Wherefore," continued the Lord Abbot, "in both of us such faults shall and must be amended, you hereafter presuming less upon your gifts and carnal wisdom, and I taking heed not so easily to relinquish mine own opinion for that of one lower in place and in office. Nevertheless, we would not that we should thereby lose the high advantage which we have derived, and may yet derive from your wise counsels, which hath been so often recommended to us by our most reverend primate. Wherefore, on affairs of high moment, we will call you to our presence in private,
and listen to your opinion, which, if it shall agree with our own, we will deliver to the Chapter as emanating directly from ourselves, thus sparing you, dearest brother, that seeming victory which is so apt to engender spiritual pride, and avoiding ourselves the temptation of falling into that modest facility of opinion, whereby our office is lessened and our person, were that of consequence, rendered less important in the eyes of the community over which we preside. Notwithstanding the high notions which, as a rigid Catholic, Father Eustace entertained of the sacrament of confession, as his church calls it, there was some danger that a sense of the ridiculous might have stolen on him when he heard his Superior, with such simple cunning, lay out a little plan for availing himself of the Sub Prior's wisdom and experience, while he should take the whole credit to himself. Yet his conscience immediately told him he was right. I should have thought more, he reflected, of the spiritual Superior, and less of the individual. I should have spread my mantle over the frailties of my spiritual father, and done what I might to support his character, and of course to extend his utility among the brethren, as well as with others. The Abbot cannot be humbled, but what the community must be humbled in his person. Her boast is, that over all her children, especially over those called to places of distinction, she can diffuse those gifts which are necessary to render them illustrious. Actuated by these sentiments, Father Eustace frankly assented to the charge which his Superior, even in that moment of authority, had rather intimated than made, and signified his humble acquiescence in any mode of communicating his counsel which might be most agreeable to the Lord Abbot, and might best remove from himself all temptation to glory in his own wisdom. He then prayed the reverend Father to assign him such penance as might best suit his offence, intimating, at the same time, that he had already fasted the whole day. "And it is that I complain of," answered the Abbot, instead of giving him credit for his abstinence. "It is these very penances, fasts, and vigils of which we complain, as tending only to generate airs and fumes of vanity, which, ascending from the stomach into the head, do but puff us up with vainglory and self-opinion. It is meet and beseeming that novices should undergo fasts and vigils, for some part of every community must fast, and young stomachs may best endure it. Besides, in them it abates wicked thoughts, and the desire of worldly delights. But, reverend brother, for those to fast who are dead and mortified to the world as I and thou, is work of supererogation, and is but the matter of spiritual pride. Wherefore I enjoin thee, most reverend brother, go to the buttery, and drink 2 cups at least of good wine, eating withal a comfortable morsel, such as may best suit thy taste and stomach. And in respect that thine opinion of thy own wisdom hath at times made thee less conformable to, and companionable with, the weaker and less learned brethren, I enjoin thee, during the said repast, to choose for thy companion our reverend brother Nicholas, and without interruption or impatience, to listen for a stricken hour to his narration, concerning those things which befell in the times of our venerable predecessor, Abbot Ingelram, on whose soul may Heaven have mercy; and for such holy exercises as may farther advantage your soul, and expiate the faults whereof you have contritely and humbly avowed yourself guilty, we will ponder upon that matter, and announce our will unto you the next morning." It was remarkable that after this memorable evening, the feelings of the worthy Abbot towards his adviser were much more kindly and friendly than when he deemed the Sub Prior the impeccable and infallible person, in whose garment of virtue and wisdom no flaw was to be discerned. It seemed as if this avowal of his own imperfections had recommended Father Eustace to the friendship of the Superior, although at the same time this increase of benevolence was attended with some circumstances, which, to a man of the Sub Prior's natural elevation of mind and temper, were more grievous than even undergoing the legends of the dull and verbose Father Nicholas. For instance, the Abbot seldom mentioned him to the other monks, without designing him our beloved brother Eustace, poor man; and now and then he used to warn the younger brethren against the snares of vainglory and spiritual pride, which Satan sets for the more rigidly righteous, with such looks and demonstrations as did all but expressly designate the Sub Prior as one who had fallen at one time under such delusions. Upon these occasions it required all the votive obedience of a monk, all the philosophical discipline of the schools, and all the patience of a Christian, to enable Father Eustace to endure the pompous and patronizing parade of his honest but somewhat thick-headed superior. He began himself to be desirous of leaving the Monastery, or at least he manifestly declined to interfere with its affairs in that marked and authoritative manner which he had at first practised. End of Chapter 10, Part B. Chapter 11 of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. You call this education, do you not? Why, 'tis the forced march of a herd of bullocks before a shouting drover. The glad van move on at ease, and pause a while to snatch a passing morsel from the dewy greensward, while all the blows, the oaths, the indignation, fall on the croup of the ill-fated laggard that cripples in the rear. Old Play. 2 or 3 years glided on, during which the storm of the approaching alteration in church government became each day louder and more perilous. Owing to the circumstances which we have intimated in the end of the last chapter, the Sub-Prior Eustace appeared to have altered considerably his habits of life. He afforded, on all extraordinary occasions, to the Abbot, whether privately or in the assembled chapter, the support of his wisdom and experience. But in his ordinary habits he seemed now to live more for himself, and less for the community, than had been his former practice. He often absented himself for whole days from the convent, and as the adventure of Glendearg dwelt deeply on his memory, he was repeatedly induced to visit that lonely tower, and to take an interest in the orphans who had their shelter under its roof. Besides, he felt a deep anxiety to know whether the volume which he had lost, when so strangely preserved from the lance of the murderer, had again found its way back to the Tower of Glendearg. It was strange, he thought, that a spirit, for such he could not help judging the being whose voice he had heard, should on the one side seek the advancement of heresy, and on the other interpose to save the life of a zealous Catholic priest. But from no inquiry which he made of the various inhabitants of the Tower of Glendearg could he learn that the copy of the translated Scriptures, for which he made such diligent inquiry, had again been seen by any of them. In the meanwhile, the good father's occasional visits were of no small consequence to Edward Glendinning and to Mary Avenel. The former displayed a power of apprehending and retaining whatever was taught him, which tilled Father Eustace with admiration. He was at once acute and industrious, alert and accurate, one of those rare combinations of talent and industry which are seldom united. It was the earnest desire of Father Eustace that the excellent qualities thus early displayed by Edward should be dedicated to the service of the Church, to which he thought the youth's own consent might be easily obtained, as he was of a calm, contemplative, retired habit, and seemed to consider knowledge as the principal object, and its enlargement as the greatest pleasure in life. As to the mother, the Sub-Prior had little doubt that, trained as she was to view the monks of St. Mary's with such profound reverence, she would be but too happy in an opportunity of enrolling one of her sons in its honoured community. But the good father proved to be mistaken in both these particulars. When he spoke to Elspeth Glendinning of that which a mother best loves to hear, the proficiency and abilities of her son, she listened with a delighted ear. But when Father Eustace hinted at the duty of dedicating to the service of the Church talents which seemed fitted to defend and adorn it, the dame endeavoured always to shift the subject, and when pressed farther, enlarged on her own incapacity as a lone woman to manage the few, on the advantage which her neighbours of the township were often taking of her unprotected state, and on the wish which she had that Edward might fill his father's place, remain in the Tower, and close her eyes. On such occasions the Sub-Prior would answer that even in a worldly point of view the welfare of the family would be best consulted by one of the sons entering into the community of St. Mary's, as it was not to be supposed that he would fail to afford his family the important protection which he could then easily extend towards them. What could be a more pleasing prospect than to see him high in honour? Or what more sweet than to have the last duties rendered to her by a son, revered for his holiness of life and exemplary manners. Besides, he endeavoured to impress upon the dame that her eldest son Halbert, whose bold temper and headstrong indulgence of a wandering humour rendered him incapable of learning, was, for that reason, as well as that he was her eldest born, fittest to bustle through the affairs of the world, and manage the little fief. Elspeth durst not directly dissent from what was proposed, for fear of giving displeasure, and yet she always had something to say against it. Halbert, she said, was not like any of the neighbour boys. He was taller by the head, and stronger by the half, than any boy of his years within the Halidome, but he was fit for no peaceful work that could be devised. If he liked a book ill, he liked a plough or a paddle worse. He had scoured his father's old broadsword, suspended it by a belt around his waist, and seldom stirred without it. He was a sweet boy, and a gentle, if spoken fair. But cross him, and he was a born devil. In a word, she said, bursting into tears, deprive me of Edward, good father, and ye bereave my house of prop and pillar, for my heart tells me that Halbert will take to his father's gates, and die his father's death. When the conversation came to this crisis, the good-humoured monk was always content to drop the discussion for the time, trusting some opportunity would occur of removing her prejudices, for such he thought them, against Edward's proposed destination. When, leaving the mother, the Sub-Prior addressed himself to the son, animating his zeal for knowledge, and pointing out how amply it might be gratified should he agree to take holy orders, he found the same repugnance which Dame Elspeth had exhibited. Edward pleaded a want of sufficient vocation to so serious a profession, his reluctance to leave his mother, and other objections, which the Sub-Prior treated as evasive. "I plainly perceive," he said one day in answer to them, "that the devil has his factors as well as heaven, and that they are equally, or, alas, the former are perhaps more active, in bespeaking for their master the first of the market. I trust, young man, that neither idleness, nor licentious pleasure, nor the love of worldly gain and worldly grandeur, the chief baits with which the great fisher of souls conceals his hook, are the causes of your declining the career to which I would incite you. But above all I trust, above all I hope, that the vanity of superior knowledge, a sin with which those who have made proficiency in learning are most frequently beset, has not led you into the awful hazard of listening to the dangerous doctrines which are now afloat concerning religion. Better for you that you were as grossly ignorant as the beasts which perish, than that the pride of knowledge should induce you to lend an ear to the voice of heretics." Edward Glendinning listened to the rebuke with a downcast look, and failed not, when it was concluded, earnestly to vindicate himself from the charge of having pushed his studies into any subjects which the Church inhibited. And so the monk was left to form vain conjectures respecting the cause of his reluctance to embrace the monastic state. It is an old proverb, used by Chaucer, and quoted by Elizabeth, that the greatest clerks are not the wisest men, and it is as true as if the poet had not rhymed, or the queen reasoned on it. If Father Eustace had not had his thoughts turned so much to the progress of heresy, and so little to what was passing in the Tower, he might have read in the speaking eyes of Mary Avenel, now a girl of 14 or 15, reasons which might disincline her youthful companion towards the monastic vows. I have said that she also was a promising pupil of the good father, upon whom her innocent and infantine beauty had an effect of which he was himself perhaps unconscious. Her rank and expectations entitled her to be taught the arts of reading and writing, and each lesson which the monk assigned her was conned over in company with Edward, and by him explained and re-explained, and again illustrated, until she became perfectly mistress of it. In the beginning of their studies, Halbert had been their school companion, but the boldness and impatience of his disposition soon quarrelled with an occupation in which, without assiduity and unremitted attention, no progress was to be expected. The Sub-Prior's visits were at regular intervals, and often weeks would intervene between them, in which case Halbert was sure to forget all that had been prescribed for him to learn, and much which he had partly acquired before. His deficiencies on these occasions gave him pain, but it was not of that sort which produces amendment. For a time, like all who are fond of idleness, he endeavoured to detach the attention of his brother and Mary Avenel from their task, rather than to learn his own, and such dialogues as the following would ensue. "Take your bonnet, Edward, and make haste. The Laird of Colmslie is at the head of the glen with his hounds." "I care not, Halbert," answered the younger brother. "Two brace of dogs may kill a deer without my being there to see them, and I must help Mary Avenel with her lesson." "Ay, you will labour at the monk's lessons till you turn monk yourself," answered Halbert. "Mary, will you go with me, and I will show you the cushat's nest I told you of?" "I cannot go with you, Halbert," answered Mary, "because I must study this lesson. It will take me long to learn it. I am sorry I am so dull, for if I could get my task as fast as Edward, I should like to go with you." "Should you indeed?" said Halbert. "Then I will wait for you, and, what is more, I will try to get my lesson also." With a smile and a sigh he took up the primer, and began heavily to con over the task which had been assigned him. As if banished from the society of the two others, he sat sad and solitary in one of the deep window recesses, and after in vain struggling with the difficulties of his task, and his disinclination to learn it, he found himself involuntarily engaged in watching the movements of the other two students, instead of toiling any longer. The picture which Halbert looked upon was delightful in itself, but somehow or other it afforded very little pleasure to him. The beautiful girl, with looks of simple yet earnest anxiety, was bent on disentangling those intricacies which obstructed her progress to knowledge, and looking ever and anon to Edward for assistance, while seated close by her side, and watchful to remove every obstacle from her way, he seemed at once to be proud of the progress which his pupil made, and of the assistance which he was able to render her. There was a bond betwixt them, a strong and interesting tie, the desire of obtaining knowledge, the pride of surmounting difficulties. Feeling most acutely, yet ignorant of the nature and source of his own emotions, Halbert could no longer endure to look upon this quiet scene, but, starting up, dashed his book from him, and exclaimed aloud, "To the fiend I bequeath all books, and the dreamers that make them. I would a score of Southrons would come up the glen, and we should learn how little all this muttering and scribbling is worth." Mary Avenel and his brother started, and looked at Halbert with surprise, while he went on with great animation, his features swelling, and the tears starting into his eyes as he spoke. "Yes, Mary, I wish a score of Southrons came up the glen this very day, and you should see one good hand and one good sword do more to protect you than all the books that were ever opened, and all the pens that ever grew on a goose's wing." Mary looked a little surprised and a little frightened at his vehemence, but instantly replied affectionately, "You are vexed, Halbert, because you do not get your lesson so fast as Edward can. And so am I, for I am as stupid as you. But come, and Edward shall sit betwixt us and teach us." "He shall not teach me," said Halbert in the same angry mood. "I never can teach him to do anything that is honourable and manly, and he shall not teach me any of his monkish tricks. I hate the monks, with their drawling nasal tone like so many frogs, and their long black petticoats like so many women, and their reverences, and their lordships, and their lazy vassals that do nothing but peddle in the mire with plough and harrow from Yule to Michaelmas. I will call none lord, but him who wears a sword to make his title good, and I will call none man, but he that can bear himself manlike and masterful." "For heaven's sake, peace, brother," said Edward. "If such words were taken up and reported out of the house, they would be our mother's ruin." "Report them yourself, then, and they will be your making, and nobody's marring save mine own. Say that Halbert Glendinning will never be vassal to an old man with a cowl and shaven crown, while there are 20 barons who wear casque and plume that lack bold followers. Let them grant you these wretched acres, and much meal may they bear you to make your brachan." He left the room hastily, but instantly returned and continued to speak with the same tone of quick and irritated feeling. "And you need not think so much, neither of you, and especially you, Edward, need not think so much of your parchment book there, and your cunning in reading it. By my faith, I will soon learn to read as well as you, and for I know a better teacher than your grim old monk, and a better book than his printed breviary. And since you like scholarcraft so well, Mary Avenel, you shall see whether Edward or I have most of it." He left the apartment, and came not again. "What can be the matter with him?" said Mary, following Halbert with her eyes from the window, as with hasty and unequal steps he ran up the wild glen. "Where can your brother be going, Edward? What book? What teacher does he talk of?" "It avails not guessing," said Edward. "Halbert is angry, he knows not why, and speaks of he knows not what. Let us go again to our lessons, and he will come home when he has tired himself with scrambling among the crags as usual." But Mary's anxiety on account of Halbert seemed more deeply rooted. She declined prosecuting the task in which they had been so pleasingly engaged, under the excuse of a headache, nor could Edward prevail upon her to resume it again that morning. Meanwhile Halbert, his head unbonneted, his features swelled with jealous anger, and the tears still in his eye, sped up the wild and upper extremity of the little valley of Glendearg with the speed of a roebuck, choosing, as if in desperate defiance of the difficulties of the way, the wildest and most dangerous paths, and voluntarily exposing himself 100 times to dangers which he might have escaped by turning a little aside from them. It seemed as if he wished his course to be as straight as that of the arrow to its mark. He arrived at length in a narrow and secluded cleuch, or deep ravine, which ran down the valley, and contributed a scanty rivulet to the supply of the brook with which Glendearg is watered. Up this he sped with the same precipitate haste which had marked his departure from the tower, nor did he pause and look around until he had reached the fountain from which the rivulet had its rise. Here Halbert stopped short, and cast a gloomy and almost a frightened glance around him. A huge rock rose in front, from a cleft of which grew a wild holly tree, whose dark green branches rustled over the spring which arose beneath. The banks on either hand rose so high, and approached each other so closely, that it was only when the sun was at its meridian height, and during the summer solstice, that its rays could reach the bottom of the chasm in which he stood. But it was now summer, and the hour was noon, so that the unwonted reflection of the sun was dancing in the pellucid fountain. "It is the season and the hour," said Halbert to himself, "and now I might soon become wiser than Edward with all his pains. Mary should see whether he alone is fit to be consulted, and to sit by her side, and hang over her as she reads, and point out every word and every letter. And she loves me better than him, I am sure she does, for she comes of noble blood, and scorns sloth and cowardice. And do I myself not stand here slothful and cowardly as any priest of them all? Why should I fear to call upon this form, this shape? Already have I endured the vision, and why not again? What can it do to me, who am a man of lith and limb, and have by my side my father's sword? Does my heart beat? Do my hairs bristle at the thought of calling up a painted shadow? And how should I face a band of Southrons in flesh and blood? By the soul of the first Glendinning, I will make proof of the charm." He cast the leathern brogue or buskin from his right foot, planted himself in a firm posture, unsheathed his sword, and first looking around to collect his resolution, he bowed 3 times deliberately towards the holly tree, and as often to the little fountain, repeating at the same time with a determined voice the following rhyme: "Thrice to the holly brake, thrice to the well, I bid thee awake, white maid of Avenel. Noon gleams on the lake, noon glows on the fell, Wake thee, O wake, white maid of Avenel." These lines were hardly uttered, when there stood the figure of a female clothed in white within 3 steps of Halbert Glendinning. I guessed 'twas frightful there to see a lady richly clad as she, beautiful exceedingly. [Footnote: Coleridge's Christabel.] End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. There's something in that ancient superstition which, erring as it is, our fancy loves. The spring that with its 1,000 crystal bubbles bursts from the bosom of some desert rock in secret solitude, may well be deemed the haunt of something purer, more refined, and mightier than ourselves. Old Play. Young Halbert Glendinning had scarcely pronounced the mystical rhymes than, as we have mentioned in the conclusion of the last chapter, An appearance, as of a beautiful female, dressed in white, stood within 2 yards of him. His terror for the moment overcame his natural courage, as well as the strong resolution which he had formed, that the figure which he had now twice seen should not a third time daunt him. But it would seem there is something thrilling and abhorrent to flesh and blood, in the consciousness that we stand in presence of a being in form like to ourselves, but so different in faculties and nature, that we can neither understand its purposes, nor calculate its means of pursuing them. Halbert stood silent and gasped for breath, his hairs erecting themselves on his head, his mouth open, his eyes fixed, and, as the sole remaining sign of his late determined purpose, his sword pointed towards the apparition. At length, with a voice of ineffable sweetness, the White Lady, for by that name we shall distinguish this being, sung, or rather chanted, the following lines: "Youth of the dark eye, wherefore didst thou call me? Wherefore art thou here, if terrors can appall thee? He that seeks to deal with us must know no fear nor failing. To coward and churl our speech is dark, our gifts are unavailing. The breeze that brought me hither now must sweep Egyptian ground. The fleecy cloud on which I ride for Araby is bound. The fleecy cloud is drifting by, the breeze sighs for my stay, for I must sail 1,000 miles before the close of day." The astonishment of Halbert began once more to give way to his resolution, and he gained his voice enough to say, though with a faltering accent, "In the name of God, what art thou?" The answer was in melody of a different tone and measure. "What I am I must not show, what I am thou couldst not know. Something betwixt heaven and hell, something that neither stood nor fell, something that through thy wit or will may work thee good, may work thee ill. Neither substance quite nor shadow, haunting lonely moor and meadow, dancing by the haunted spring, riding on the whirlwind's wing, aping in fantastic fashion every change of human passion. While o'er our frozen minds they pass, like shadows from the mirrored glass. Wayward, fickle is our mood, hovering betwixt bad and good, happier than brief-dated man, living 20 times his span. Far less happy, for we have help nor hope beyond the grave. Man awakes to joy or sorrow, ours the sleep that knows no morrow. This is all that I can show, this is all that thou mayst know." The White Lady paused, and appeared to await an answer, but as Halbert hesitated how to frame his speech, the vision seemed gradually to fade, and become more and more incorporeal. Justly guessing this to be a symptom of her disappearance, Halbert compelled himself to say, "Lady, when I saw you in the glen, and when you brought back the black book of Mary Avenel, thou didst say I should one day learn to read it." The White Lady replied, "Ay, and I taught thee the word and the spell to waken me here by the fairies' well. But thou hast loved the heron and hawk more than to seek my haunted walk. And thou hast loved the lance and the sword more than good text and holy word. And thou hast loved the deer to track more than the lines and the letters black. And thou art a ranger of moss and of wood, and scornest the nurture of gentle blood." "I will do so no longer, fair maiden," said Halbert. "I desire to learn, and thou didst promise me that when I did so desire thou wouldst be my helper. I am no longer afraid of thy presence, and I am no longer regardless of instruction." As he uttered these words, the figure of the White Maiden grew gradually as distinct as it had been at first, and what had well nigh faded into an ill-defined and colourless shadow, again assumed an appearance at least of corporeal consistency, although the hues were less vivid, and the outline of the figure less distinct and defined, so at least it seemed to Halbert, than those of an ordinary inhabitant of earth. "Wilt thou grant my request," he said, "fair lady, and give to my keeping the holy book which Mary of Avenel has so often wept for?" The White Lady replied, "Thy craven fear my truth accused, thine idlehood my trust abused. He that draws to harbour late must sleep without, or burst the gate. There is a star for thee which burned, its influence wanes, its course is turned. Valour and constancy alone can bring thee back the chance that's flown. If I have been a loiterer, lady, answered young Glendinning, "thou shalt now find me willing to press forward with double speed. Other thoughts have filled my mind, other thoughts have engaged my heart, within a brief period, and by Heaven, other occupations shall henceforward fill up my time. I have lived in this day the space of years. I came hither a boy, I will return a man such as may converse not only with his own kind, but with whatever God permits to be visible to him. I will learn the contents of that mysterious volume. I will learn why the Lady of Avenel loved it, why the priests feared, and would have stolen it, why thou didst twice recover it from their hands. What mystery is wrapped in it? Speak, I conjure thee." The lady assumed an air peculiarly sad and solemn, as drooping her head, and folding her arms on her bosom, she replied, "Within that awful volume lies the mystery of mysteries. Happiest they of human race to whom God has granted grace to read, to fear, to hope, to pray, to lift the latch and force the way. And better had they ne'er been born, who read to doubt, or read to scorn." "Give me the volume, lady," said young Glendinning. "They call me idle, they call me dull. In this pursuit my industry shall not fail, nor, with God's blessing, shall my understanding. Give me the volume." The apparition again replied, "Many a fathom dark and deep I have laid the book to sleep. Ethereal fires around it glowing, ethereal music ever flowing. The sacred pledge of heaven all things revere, each in his sphere, save man for whom 'twas given. Lend thy hand, and thou shalt spy things ne'er seen by mortal eye." Halbert Glendinning boldly reached his hand to the White Lady. "Fearest thou to go with me?" she said, as his hand trembled at the soft and cold touch of her own. "Fearest thou to go with me? Still it is free to thee a peasant to dwell. Thou mayst drive the dull steer, and chase the king's deer, but never more come near this haunted well." "If what thou sayest be true," said the undaunted boy, "my destinies are higher than thine own. There shall be neither well nor wood which I dare not visit. No fear of aught, natural or supernatural, shall bar my path through my native valley." He had scarce uttered the words when they both descended through the earth with a rapidity which took away Halbert's breath and every other sensation, saving that of being hurried on with the utmost velocity. At length they stopped with a shock so sudden, that the mortal journeyer through this unknown space must have been thrown down with violence, had he not been upheld by his supernatural companion. It was more than a minute ere, looking around him, he beheld a grotto, or natural cavern, composed of the most splendid spars and crystals, which returned in 1,000 prismatic hues the light of a brilliant flame that glowed on an altar of alabaster. This altar, with its fire, formed the central point of the grotto, which was of a round form and very high in the roof, resembling in some respects the dome of a cathedral. Corresponding to the 4 points of the compass, there went off 4 long galleries or arcades, constructed of the same brilliant materials with the dome itself, and the termination of which was lost in darkness. No human imagination can conceive, or words suffice to describe, the glorious radiance which, shot fiercely forth by the flame, was returned from so many 100,000 points of reflection, afforded by the sparry pillars and their numerous angular crystals. The fire itself did not remain steady and unmoved, but rose and fell, sometimes ascending in a brilliant pyramid of condensed flame half way up the lofty expanse, and again fading into a softer and more rosy hue, and hovering, as it were, on the surface of the altar to collect its strength for another powerful exertion. There was no visible fuel by which it was fed, nor did it emit either smoke or vapour of any kind. What was of all the most remarkable, the black volume, so often mentioned, lay not only unconsumed, but untouched, in the slightest degree, amid this intensity of fire, which, while it seemed to be of force sufficient to melt adamant, had no effect whatever on the sacred book, thus subjected to its utmost influence. The White Lady, having paused long enough to let young Glendinning take a complete survey of what was around him, now said in her usual chant, "Here lies the volume thou boldly hast sought. Touch it, and take it, 'twill dearly be bought." Familiarized in some degree with marvels, and desperately desirous of showing the courage he had boasted, Halbert plunged his hand, without hesitation, into the flame, trusting to the rapidity of the motion to snatch out the volume before the fire could greatly affect him. But he was much disappointed. The flame instantly caught upon his sleeve, and though he withdrew his hand immediately, yet his arm was so dreadfully scorched, that he had well nigh screamed with pain. He suppressed the natural expression of anguish, however, and only intimated the agony which he felt by a contortion and a muttered groan. The White Lady passed her cold hand over his arm, and, ere she had finished the following metrical chant, his pain had entirely gone, and no mark of the scorching was visible. Rash thy deed, mortal weed, to immortal flames applying, Rasher trust has thing of dust on his own weak worth relying. Strip thee of such fences vain, strip, and prove thy luck again. Obedient to what he understood to be the meaning of his conductress, Halbert bared his arm to the shoulder, throwing down the remains of his sleeve, which no sooner touched the floor on which he stood, than it collected itself together, shrivelled itself up, and was, without any visible fire, reduced to light tinder, which a sudden breath of wind dispersed into empty space. The White Lady, observing the surprise of the youth, immediately repeated: "Mortal warp and mortal woof cannot brook this charmed roof. All that mortal art hath wrought in our cell returns to naught. The molten gold returns to clay, the polished diamond melts away, all is altered, all is flown, naught stands fast but truth alone. Not for that thy quest give o'er. Courage, prove thy chance once more." Emboldened by her words, Halbert Glendinning made a second effort, and plunging his bare arm into the flame, took out the sacred volume without feeling either heat or inconvenience of any kind. Astonished, and almost terrified at his own success, he beheld the flame collect itself, and shoot up into one long and final stream, which seemed as if it would ascend to the very roof of the cavern, and then, sinking as suddenly, became totally extinguished. The deepest darkness ensued, but Halbert had no time to consider his situation, for the White Lady had already caught his hand, and they ascended to upper air with the same velocity with which they had sunk into the earth. They stood by the fountain in the Corri Shian when they emerged from the bowels of the earth, but on casting a bewildered glance around him, the youth was surprised to observe that the shadows had fallen far to the east, and that the day was well nigh spent. He gazed on his conductress for explanation, but her figure began to fade before his eyes. Her cheeks grew paler, her features less distinct, her form became shadowy, and blended itself with the mist which was ascending the hollow ravine. What had late the symmetry of form, and the delicate yet clear hues of feminine beauty, now resembled the flitting and pale ghost of some maiden who has died for love, as it is seen indistinctly and by moonlight by her perjured lover. "Stay, spirit," said the youth, emboldened by his success in the subterranean dome, "thy kindness must not leave me, as one encumbered with a weapon he knows not how to wield. Thou must teach me the art to read, and to understand this volume, else what avails it me that I possess it?" But the figure of the White Lady still waned before his eye, until it became an outline as pale and indistinct as that of the moon, when the winter morning is far advanced, and ere she had ended the following chant, she was entirely invisible. Alas, alas! Not ours the grace these holy characters to trace. Idle forms of painted air, not to us is given to share the boon bestowed on Adam's race. With patience bide, Heaven will provide the fitting time, the fitting guide. The form was already gone, and now the voice itself had melted away in a melancholy cadence, softening, as if the being who spoke had been slowly wafted from the spot where she had commenced her melody. It was at this moment that Halbert felt the extremity of the terror which he had hitherto so manfully suppressed. The very necessity of exertion had given him spirit to make it, and the presence of the mysterious being, while it was a subject of fear in itself, had nevertheless given him the sense of protection being near to him. It was when he could reflect with composure on what had passed, that a cold tremor shot across his limbs, his hair bristled, and he was afraid to look around lest he should find at his elbow something more frightful than the first vision. A breeze arising suddenly realized the beautiful and wild idea of the most imaginative of our modern bards. [Footnote: Coleridge.] It fanned his cheek, it raised his hair, like a meadow pale in spring. It mingled strangely with his fears, yet it fell like a welcoming. The youth stood silent and astonished for a few minutes. It seemed to him that the extraordinary being he had seen, half his terror, half his protectress, was still hovering on the gale which swept past him, and that she might again make herself sensible to his organs of sight. "Speak!" he said, wildly tossing his arms. "Speak yet again! Be once more present, lovely vision! Thrice have I now seen thee, yet the idea of thy invisible presence around or beside me makes my heart beat faster than if the earth yawned and gave up a demon." But neither sound nor appearance indicated the presence of the White Lady, and nothing preternatural beyond what he had already witnessed was again audible or visible. Halbert, in the meanwhile, by the very exertion of again inviting the presence of this mysterious being, had recovered his natural audacity. He looked around once more, and resumed his solitary path down the valley into whose recesses he had penetrated. Nothing could be more strongly contrasted than the storm of passion with which he had bounded over stock and crag, in order to plunge himself into the Corri nan, and the sobered mood in which he now returned homeward, industriously seeking out the most practicable path, not from a wish to avoid danger, but that he might not by personal toil distract his attention, deeply fixed on the extraordinary scene which he had witnessed. In the former case he had sought by hazard and bodily exertion to indulge at once the fiery excitation of passion and to banish the cause of the excitement from his recollection, while now he studiously avoided all interruption to his contemplative walk, lest the difficulty of the way should interfere with or disturb his own deep reflections. Thus slowly pacing forth his course, with the air of a pilgrim rather than of a deer hunter, Halbert, about the close of the evening, regained his paternal tower. Chapter 13. Part A of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Part A. The miller was of manly make, to meet him was na mouse. There durst not 10 come him to take, sae nointed he their pows. Christ's Kirk on the Green. It was after sunset, as we have already stated, when Halbert Glendinning returned to the abode of his father. The hour of dinner was at noon, and that of supper about an hour after sunset at this period of the year. The former had passed without Halbert's appearing. But this was no uncommon circumstance, for the chase, or any other pastime which occurred, made Halbert a frequent neglecter of hours; and his mother, though angry and disappointed when she saw him not at table, was so much accustomed to his occasional absence, and knew so little how to teach him more regularity, that a testy observation was almost all the censure with which such omissions were visited. On the present occasion, however, the wrath of good Dame Elspeth soared higher than usual. It was not merely on account of the special tup's head and trotters, the haggis, and the side of mutton, with which her table was set forth, but also because of the arrival of no less a person than Hob Miller, as he was universally termed, though the man's name was Happer. The object of the miller's visit to the Tower of Glendearg was like the purpose of those embassies which potentates send to each other's courts, partly ostensible, partly politic. In outward show, Hob came to visit his friends of the Halidome, and share the festivity common among country folk, after the barnyard has been filled, and to renew old intimacies by new conviviality. But in very truth he also came to have an eye upon the contents of each stack, and to obtain such information respecting the extent of the crop reaped and gathered in by each viewer, as might prevent the possibility of abstracted multures. All the world knows that the cultivators of each barony or regality, temporal or spiritual, in Scotland, are obliged to bring their corn to be grinded at the mill of the territory, for which they pay a heavy charge, called the in town multures.
I could speak to the thirlage of invecta et elata too, but let that pass. I have said enough to intimate that I talk not without book. Those of the Sucken, or enthralled ground, were liable in penalties if deviating from this thirlage, or thraldom, they carried their grain to another mill. Now such another mill, erected on the hands of a lay baron, lay within a tempting and convenient distance of Glendearg, and the miller was so obliging, and his charges so moderate, that it required Hob Miller's utmost vigilance to prevent evasions of his right of monopoly. The most effectual means he could devise was this show of good fellowship and neighbourly friendship, under colour of which he made his annual cruise through the barony, numbered every corn stack, and computed its contents by the boll, so that he could give a shrewd hint afterwards whether or not the grist came to the right mill. Dame Elspeth, like her compeers, was obliged to take these domiciliary visits in the sense of politeness, but in her case they had not occurred since her husband's death, probably because the Tower of Glendearg was distant, and there was but a trifling quantity of arable or infield land attached to it. This year there had been, upon some speculation of old Martin's, several bolls sown in the exit field, which, the season being fine, had ripened remarkably well. Perhaps this circumstance occasioned the honest miller's including Glendearg on this occasion in his annual round. Dame Glendinning received with pleasure a visit which she used formerly only to endure with patience, and she had changed her view of the matter chiefly, if not entirely, because Hob had brought with him his daughter Mysie, of whose features she could give so slight an account, but whose dress she had described so accurately to the Sub Prior. Hitherto this girl had been an object of very trifling consideration in the eyes of the good widow, but the Sub Prior's particular and somewhat mysterious enquiries had set her brains to work on the subject of Mysie of the Mill, and she had here asked a broad question, and there she had thrown out an innuendo, and there again she had gradually led on to a conversation on the subject of poor Mysie, and from all inquiries and investigations she had collected, that Mysie was a dark-eyed, laughter-loving wench, with cherry cheeks, and a skin as white as her father's finest bolted flour, out of which was made the Abbot's own wastel bread. For her temper, she sung and laughed from morning to night, and for her fortune, a material article, besides that which the miller might have amassed by means of his proverbial golden thumb, Mysie was to inherit a good handsome lump of land, with a prospect of the mill and mill acres descending to her husband on an easy lease, if a fair word were spoken in season to the Abbot, and to the Prior, and to the Sub Prior, and to the Sacristan, and so forth. By turning and again turning these advantages over in her own mind, Elspeth at length came to be of opinion that the only way to save her son Halbert from a life of spur, spear, and snaffle, as they called that of the border riders, from the dint of a cloth-yard shaft, or the loop of an inch-cord, was that he should marry and settle, and that Mysie Happer should be his destined bride. As if to her wish, Hob Miller arrived on his strong-built mare, bearing on a pillion behind him the lovely Mysie, with cheeks like a peony rose, if Dame Glendinning had ever seen one, spirits all afloat with rustic coquetry, and a profusion of hair as black as ebony. The beau ideal, which Dame Glendinning had been bodying forth in her imagination, became unexpectedly realized in the buxom form of Mysie Happer, whom, in the course of half an hour, she settled upon as the maiden who was to fix the restless and untutored Halbert. True, Mysie, as the dame soon saw, was like to love dancing around a maypole as well as managing a domestic establishment, and Halbert was like to break more heads than he would grind stacks of corn. But then a miller should always be of manly make, and has been described so since the days of Chaucer and James I. [Footnote: The verse we have chosen for a motto is from a poem imputed to James I. of Scotland. As for the miller who figures among the Canterbury pilgrims, besides his sword and buckler, he boasted other attributes, all of which, but especially the last, showed that he relied more on the strength of the outside than of the inside of his skull. The miller was a stout carle for the nones, full big he was of brawn, and eke of bones. That proved well, for wheresoe'er he cam, at wrestling he will bear away the ram. He was short-shouldered, broad, a thick nar, there nes no door that he nould heave of bar, or break it at a running with his head, etc. Indeed, to be able to outdo and bully the whole sucken, once more we use this barbarous phrase, in all athletic exercises, was one way to render easy the collection of dues which men would have disputed with a less formidable champion. Then, as to the deficiencies of the miller's wife, the dame was of opinion that they might be supplied by the activity of the miller's mother. "I will keep house for the young folk myself, for the tower is grown very lonely," thought Dame Glendinning, "and to live near the kirk will be mair comfortable in my old age. And then Edward may agree with his brother about the feu, more especially as he is a favourite with the Sub Prior, and then he may live in the old tower like his worthy father before him. And wha kens but Mary Avenel, high blood as she is, may e'en draw her stool to the chimney nook, and sit down here for a good anna. It's true she has no toucher, but the like of her for beauty and sense ne'er crossed my een, and I have kenned every wench in the Halidome of St. Mary's, ay, and their mothers that bore them, ay, she is a sweet and a lovely creature as ever tied snood over brown hair. Ay, and then, though her uncle keeps her out of her ain for the present time, yet it is to be thought the grey goose shaft will find a hole in his coat of proof, as, God help us, it has done in many a better man's. And moreover, if they should stand on their pedigree and gentle race, Edward might say to them, that is, to her gentle kith and kin, whilk o' ye was her best friend when she came down the glen to Glendearg in a misty evening, on a beast mair like a cuddy than aught else. And if they tax him with churl's blood, Edward might say that, forby the old proverb, how gentle deed makes gentle bleed. Yet, moreover, there comes no churl's blood from the Glendinning or Brydone. For, says Edward The hoarse voice of the miller at this moment recalled the dame from her reverie, and compelled her to remember that if she meant to realize her airy castle, she must begin by laying the foundation in civility to her guest and his daughter, whom she was at that moment most strangely neglecting, though her whole plan turned on conciliating their favour and good opinion, and that, in fact, while arranging matters for so intimate a union with her company, she was suffering them to sit unnoticed, and in their riding gear, as if about to resume their journey. "And so I say, dame," concluded the miller, for she had not marked the beginning of his speech, "an ye be so busied with your housekep or aught else, why Mysie and I will trot our way down the glen again to Johnny Broxmouth's, who pressed us right kindly to bide with him." Starting at once from her dream of marriages and intermarriages, mills, mill lands, and baronies, Dame Elspeth felt for a moment like the milkmaid in the fable, when she overset the pitcher, on the contents of which so many golden dreams were founded. But the foundation of Dame Glendinning's hopes was only tottering, not overthrown, and she hastened to restore its equilibrium. Instead of attempting to account for her absence of mind and want of attention to her guests, which she might have found something difficult, she assumed the offensive, like an able general when he finds it necessary by a bold attack to disguise his weakness. A loud exclamation she made, and a passionate complaint she set up against the unkindness of her old friend, who could for an instant doubt the heartiness of her welcome to him and to his hopeful daughter. And then to think of his going back to Johnny Broxmouth's, when the old tower stood where it did, and had room in it for a friend or two in the worst of times, and he too a neighbour that his umquhile gossip, Simon, blessed be his cast, used to think the best friend he had in the Halidome. And on she went, urging her complaint with so much seriousness, that she had well nigh imposed on herself as well as upon Hob Miller, who had no mind to take anything in dudgeon, and as it suited his plans to pass the night at Glendearg, would have been equally contented to do so, even had his reception been less vehemently hospitable. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, Part B of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Part B. To all Elspeth's expostulations on the unkindness of his proposal to leave her dwelling, he answered composedly, "Nay, dame, what could I tell? Ye might have had other grist to grind, for ye looked as if ye scarce saw us, or what know I. Ye might bear in mind the words Martin and I had about the last barley ye sawed, for I ken dry multures, [Footnote:
Dry multures were a fine, or compensation in money, for not grinding at the mill of the thirl. It was, and is, accounted a vexatious exaction.] will sometimes stick in the throat. A man seeks but his own, and yet folk shall hold him for both miller and miller's man, that is, miller and knave. [Footnote: The under miller is in the language of thirlage called the knave, which indeed signified originally his lad. Knabe, German; but by degrees came to be taken in a worse sense. In the old translation of the Bible, Paul is made to term himself the knave of our Saviour. The allowance of meal taken by the miller's servant was called knaveship.] all the country over. "Alas that you will say so, neighbour Hob," said Dame Elspeth, "or that Martin should have had any words with you about the mill dues. I will chide him roundly for it, I promise you, on the faith of a true widow. You know full well that a lone woman is sore put upon by her servants." "Nay, dame," said the miller, unbuckling the broad belt which made fast his cloak, and served at the same time to suspend by his side a swinging Andrea Ferrara, "bear no grudge at Martin, for I bear none. I take it on me as a thing of mine office, to maintain my right of multure, lock, and gowpen." [Footnote: The multure was the regular exaction for grinding the meal, the lock signifying a small quantity, and the gowpen a handful, were additional perquisites demanded by the miller, and submitted to or resisted by the succoner as circumstances permitted. These and other petty dues were called in general the sequels.] And reason good, for as the old song says, I live by my mill, God bless her, she's parent, child, and wife. The poor old slut I am beholden to her for my living, and bound to stand by her as I say to my mill knaves, in right and in wrong, and so should every honest fellow stand by his breadwinner. And so, Mysie, ye may doff your cloak, since our neighbour is so kindly glad to see us. Why, I think we are as blithe to see her, not one in the Halidome pays their multures more duly, sequels, ariage, and carriage, and mill services, used and wont." With that the miller hung his ample cloak, without farther ceremony, upon a huge pair of stag's antlers, which adorned at once the naked walls of the tower, and served for what we vulgarly call cloak pins. In the meantime Dame Elspeth assisted to disembarrass the damsel whom she destined for her future daughter-in-law, of her hood, mantle, and the rest of her riding gear, giving her to appear as beseemed the buxom daughter of the wealthy miller, gay and goodly, in a white kirtle, the seams of which were embroidered with green silken lace or fringe, and twined with some silver thread. An anxious glance did Elspeth cast upon the good-humoured face, which was now more fully shown to her, and was only obscured by a quantity of raven black hair, which the maid of the mill had restrained by snood of green silk, embroidered with silver, corresponding to the trimmings of her kirtle. The countenance itself was exceedingly comely, the eyes black, large, and roguishly good-humoured. The mouth was small, the lips well formed, though somewhat full, the teeth were pearly white, and the chin had a very seducing dimple in it. The form belonging to this joyous face was full and round and firm and fair. It might become coarse and masculine some years hence, which is the common fault of Scottish beauty, but in Mysie's 16th year she had the shape of a Hebe. The anxious Elspeth, with all her maternal partiality, could not help admitting within herself that a better man than Halbert might go farther and fare worse. She looked a little giddy, and Halbert was not 19, still it was time he should be settled, for to that point the dame always returned, and here was an excellent opportunity. The simple cunning of Dame Elspeth now exhausted itself in commendations of her fair guest, from the snood, as they say, to the single-soled shoe. Mysie listened and blushed with pleasure for the first 5 minutes, but ere 10 had elapsed, she began to view the old lady's compliments rather as subjects of mirth than of vanity, and was much more disposed to laugh at than to be flattered with them, for nature had mingled the good humour with which she had endowed the damsel with no small portion of shrewdness. Even Hob himself began to tire of hearing his daughter's praises, and broke in with, "Ay, ay, she is a clever queen enough, and were she 5 years older, she shall lay a loaded sack on an aver," [Note: Aver, properly a horse of labour, with e'er a lass in the Halidome. But I have been looking for your two sons, dame. Men say down by that Halbert's turned a wild springald, and that we may have word of him from Westmoreland one moonlight night or another." "God forbid, my good neighbour, God in his mercy forbid," said Dame Glendinning earnestly, for it was touching the very keynote of her apprehensions to hint at any probability that Halbert might become one of the marauders so common in the age and country. But, fearful of having betrayed too much alarm on this subject, she immediately added, "that though, since the last rout at Pinkiecleuch, she had been all of a tremble when a gun or spear was named, or when men spoke of fighting, yet, thanks to God and Our Lady, her sons were like to live and die honest and peaceful tenants to the Abbey, as their father might have done, but for that awful hosting which he went forth to with mony a brave man that never returned." "Ye need not tell me of it, dame," said the Miller, "since I was there myself, and made 2 pair of legs, and these were not mine but my mare's, worth 1 pair of hands. I judged how it would be, when I saw our host break ranks, with rushing on through that broken ploughed field, and so as they had made a pricker of me, I e'en pricked off with myself while the play was good." "Ay, ay, neighbour," said the dame, "ye were a wise and a wary man. If my Simon had had your wit, he might have been here to speak about it this day. But he was aye cracking of his good blood and his high kindred, and less would not serve him than to bide the bang to the last, with the earls, and knights, and squires, that had no wives to greet for them, or else had wives that cared not how soon they were widows. But that is not for the like of us. But touching my son Halbert, there is no fear of him, for if it should be his misfortune to be in the like case, he has the best pair of heels in Halidome, and could run almost as fast as your mare herself." "Is this he, neighbour?" quoth the Miller. "No," replied the mother, "that is my youngest son, Edward, who can read and write like the Lord Abbot himself, if it were not a sin to say so." "Ay," said the Miller, "and is that the young clerk the Sub Prior thinks so much of? They say he will come far, Ben, that lad. Wha kens but he may come to be Sub Prior himself, as broken a ship has come to land?" "To be a prior, neighbour Miller," said Edward, "a man must first be a priest, and for that I judge I have little vocation." "He will take to the pleugh-pettle, neighbour," said the good dame, "and so will Halbert too, I trust. I wish you saw Halbert. Edward, where is your brother?" "Hunting, I think," replied Edward. "At least he left us this morning to join the Laird of Colmslie and his hounds. I have heard them baying in the glen all day." "And if I had heard that music," said the Miller, "it would have done my heart good, ay, and maybe taken me 2 or 3 miles out of my road. When I was the miller of Morebattle's knave, I have followed the hounds from Eckford to the foot of Hounam Law, followed them on foot, Dame Glendinning, ay, and led the chase when the Laird of Cessford and his gay riders were all thrown out by the mosses and gills. I brought the stag on my back to Hounam Cross, when the dogs had pulled him down. I think I see the old Grey Knight, as he sate so upright on his strong war horse, all white with foam. And, Miller, said he to me, an thou wilt turn thy back on the mill, and wend with me, I will make a man of thee. But I chose rather to abide by clap and happer, and the better luck was mine; for the proud Piercie caused hang 5 of the laird's henchmen at Alnwick, for burning a rickle of houses some gate beyond Fowberry, and it might have been my luck as well as another man's." "Ah, neighbour, neighbour," said Dame Glendinning, "you were aye wise and wary. But if you like hunting, I must say, Halbert's the lad to please you. He hath all those fair holiday terms of hawk and hound as ready in his mouth as Tom with the tod's tail, that is the Lord Abbot's ranger." "Ranges he not homeward at dinner time, dame?" demanded the Miller; "for we call noon the dinner hour at Kennaquhair." The widow was forced to admit that, even at this important period of the day, Halbert was frequently absent; at which the Miller shook his head, intimating, at the same time, some allusion to the proverb of MacFarlane's geese, which liked their play better than their meat. [Footnote: A brood of wild geese, which long frequented one of the uppermost islands in Loch Lomond, called Inch Tavoe, were supposed to have some mysterious connexion with the ancient family of MacFarlane of that ilk, and it is said were never seen after the ruin and extinction of that house. The MacFarlanes had a house and garden upon that same island of Inch Tavoe. Here James VI. was on one occasion regaled by the chieftain. His Majesty had been previously much amused by the geese pursuing each other on the loch, but when one which was brought to table was found to be tough and ill fed, James observed, that MacFarlane's geese liked their play better than their meat, a proverb which has been current ever since. That the delay of dinner might not increase the miller's disposition to prejudge Halbert, Dame Glendinning called hastily on Mary Avenel to take her task of entertaining Mysie Happer, while she herself rushed to the kitchen, and, entering at once into the province of Tib Tacket, rummaged among trenchers and dishes, snatched pots from the fire, and placed pans and gridirons on it, accompanying her own feats of personal activity with such a continued list of injunctions to Tib, that Tib at length lost patience, and said, here was as muckle work about meeting an old miller as if they had been to banquet the blood of Bruce. But this, as it was supposed to be spoken aside, Dame Glendinning did not think it convenient to hear. Chapter 13, Part B. Chapter 14, Part A of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Part A. Nay, let me have the friends who eat my victuals, as various as my dishes. The feast's naught, where one huge plate predominates. John Plaintext he shall be mighty beef, our English staple, the worthy alderman a buttered dumpling, yon pair of whiskered cornets, ruffs and reeves, their friend the dandy a green goose and sippets, and so the hoard is spread at once, and filled on the same principle, variety. New Play. "And what brave lass is this?" said Hobmiller, as Mary Avenel entered the apartment to supply the absence of Dame Elspeth Glendinning. "The young lady of Avenel, father," said the maid of the mill, dropping as low a curtsy as her rustic manners enabled her to make. The miller, her father, doffed his bonnet, and made his reverence, not altogether so low perhaps as if the young lady had appeared in the pride of rank and riches, yet so as to give high birth the due homage which the Scotch for a length of time scrupulously rendered to it. Indeed, from having had her mother's example before her for so many years, and from a native sense of propriety, and even of dignity, Mary Avenel had acquired a demeanour which marked her title to consideration, and effectually checked any attempt at familiarity on the part of those who might be her associates in her present situation, but could not be well termed her equals. She was by nature mild, pensive, and contemplative, gentle in disposition, and most placable when accidentally offended. But still she was of a retired and reserved habit, and shunned to mix in ordinary sports even, when the rare occurrence of a fair or wake gave her an opportunity of mingling with companions of her own age. If at such scenes she was seen for an instant, she appeared to behold them with the composed indifference of one to whom their gaiety was a matter of no interest, and who seemed only desirous to glide away from the scene as soon as she possibly could. Something also had transpired concerning her being born on All Hallow Eve, and the powers with which that circumstance was supposed to invest her over the invisible world. And from all these particulars combined, the young men and women of Halidome used to distinguish Mary among themselves by the name of the Spirit of Avenel, as if the fair but fragile form, the beautiful but rather colourless cheek, the dark blue eye, and the shady hair, had belonged rather to the immaterial than the substantial world. The general tradition of the White Lady, who was supposed to wait on the fortunes of the family of Avenel, gave a sort of zest to this piece of rural wit. It gave great offence, however, to the two sons of Simon Glendinning. And when the expression was in their presence applied to the young lady, Edward was wont to check the petulance of those who used it by strength of argument, and Halbert by strength of arm. In such cases Halbert had this advantage, that although he could render no aid to his brother's argument, yet when circumstances required it, he was sure to have that of Edward, who never indeed himself commenced a fray, but on the other hand did not testify any reluctance to enter into combat in Halbert's behalf or in his rescue. But the zealous attachment of the two youths, being themselves, from the retired situation in which they dwelt, comparative strangers in the Halidome, did not serve in any degree to alter the feelings of the inhabitants towards the young lady, who seemed to have dropped amongst them from another sphere of life. Still, however, she was regarded with respect, if not with fondness, and the attention of the Sub Prior to the family, not to mention the formidable name of Julian Avenel, which every new incident of those tumultuous times tended to render more famous, attached to his niece a certain importance. Thus some aspired to her acquaintance out of pride, while the more timid of the feuars were anxious to inculcate upon their children the necessity of being respectful to the noble orphan. So that Mary Avenel, little loved because little known, was regarded with a mysterious awe, partly derived from fear of her uncle's moss troopers, and partly from her own retired and distant habits, enhanced by the superstitious opinions of the time and country. It was not without some portion of this awe that Mysie felt herself left alone in company with a young person so distant in rank, and so different in bearing from herself, for her worthy father had taken the first opportunity to step out unobserved, in order to mark how the barnyard was filled, and what prospect it afforded of grist to the mill. In youth, however, there is a sort of freemasonry, which, without much conversation, teaches young persons to estimate each other's character, and places them at ease on the shortest acquaintance. It is only when taught by deceit, by the commerce of the world, that we learn to shroud our character from observation, and to disguise our real sentiments from those with whom we are placed in communion. Accordingly, the two young women were soon engaged in such objects of interest as best became their age. They visited Mary Avenel's pigeons, which she nursed with the tenderness of a mother. They turned over her slender stores of finery, which yet contained some articles that excited the respect of her companion, though Mysie was too good-humoured to nourish envy. A golden rosary, and some female ornaments marking superior rank, had been rescued in the moment of their utmost adversity, more by Tibb Tacket's presence of mind than by the care of their owner, who was at that sad period too much sunk in grief to pay any attention to such circumstances. They struck Mysie with a deep impression of veneration, for, excepting what the Lord Abbot and the convent might possess, she did not believe there was so much real gold in the world as was exhibited in these few trinkets, and Mary, however sage and serious, was not above being pleased with the admiration of her rustic companion. Nothing, indeed, could exhibit a stronger contrast than the appearance of the two girls. The good-humoured, laughter-loving countenance of the maid of the mill, who stood gazing with unrepressed astonishment on whatever was in her experienced eye rare and costly, and with an humble and at the same time cheerful acquiescence in her inferiority, asking all the little queries about the use and value of the ornaments, while Mary Avenel, with her quiet, composed dignity and placidity of manner, produced them one after another for the amusement of her companion. As they became gradually more familiar, Mysie of the Mill was just venturing to ask why Mary Avenel never appeared at the Maypole, and to express her wonder when the young lady said she disliked dancing, when a trampling of horses at the gate of the tower interrupted their conversation. Mysie flew to the shot window in the full ardour of unrestrained female curiosity. "Saint Mary! Sweet lady! Here come two well-mounted gallants. Will you step this way to look at them?" "No," said Mary Avenel, "you shall tell me who they are." "Well, if you like it better," said Mysie. "But how shall I know them? Stay, I do know one of them, and so do you, lady. He is a blithe man, somewhat light of hand, they say, but the gallants of these days think no great harm of that. He is your uncle's henchman, that they call Christie of the Clinthill, and he has not his old green jerkin and the rusty blackjack over it, but a scarlet cloak, laid down with silver lace 3 inches broad, and a breastplate you might see to dress your hair in, as well as in that keeking glass in the ivory frame that you showed me even now. Come, dear lady, come to the shot window and see him." "If it be the man you mean, Mysie," replied the orphan of Avenel, "I shall see him soon enough, considering either the pleasure or comfort the sight will give me." "Nay, but if you will not come to see gay Christie," replied the maid of the mill, her face flushed with eager curiosity, "come and tell me who the gallant is that is with him, the handsomest, the very lovesomest young man I ever saw with sight." "It is my foster brother, Halbert Glendinning," said Mary with apparent indifference, for she had been accustomed to call the sons of Elspeth her foster brethren, and to live with them as if they had been brothers in earnest. "Nay, by Our Lady, it is not," said Mysie. "I know the favour of both the Glendinnings well, and I think this rider be not of our country. He has a crimson velvet bonnet, and long brown hair falling down under it, and a beard on his upper lip, and his chin clean and close shaved, save a small patch on the point of the chin, and a sky blue jerkin, slashed and lined with white satin, and trunk hose to suit, and no weapon but a rapier and dagger. Well, if I was a man I would never wear weapon but the rapier, it is so slender and becoming, instead of having a cartload of iron at my back, like my father's broadsword, with its great rusty basket hilt. Do you not delight in the rapier and poniard, lady?" "The best sword," answered Mary, "if I must needs answer a question of the sort, is that which is drawn in the best cause, and which is best used when it is out of the scabbard." "But can you not guess who this stranger should be?" said Mysie. "Indeed, I cannot even attempt it; but to judge by his companion, it is no matter how little he is known," replied Mary. "My benison on his bonny face," said Mysie, "if he is not going to alight here! Now, I am as much pleased as if my father had given me the silver earrings he has promised me so often. Nay, you had as well come to the window, for you must see him by and by whether you will or not." I do not know how much sooner Mary Avenel might have sought the point of observation, if she had not been scared from it by the unrestrained curiosity expressed by her buxom friend. But at length the same feeling prevailed over her sense of dignity, and, satisfied with having displayed all the indifference that was necessary in point of decorum, she no longer thought herself bound to restrain her curiosity. From the outshot or projecting window she could perceive that Christie of the Clinthill was attended on the present occasion by a very gay and gallant cavalier, who, from the nobleness of his countenance and manner, his rich and handsome dress, and the showy appearance of his horse and furniture, must, she agreed with her new friend, be a person of some consequence. Christie also seemed conscious of something, which made him call out with more than his usual insolence of manner, "What ho! So ho! The house! Churl peasants, will no one answer when I call? Ho! Martin, Tibb, Dame Glendinning, a murrain on you, must we stand keeping our horses in the cold here, and they steaming with heat, when we have ridden so sharply?" At length he was obeyed, and old Martin made his appearance. "Ha!" said Christie, "art thou there, old Truepenny? Here, stable me these steeds, and see them well bedded, and stretch thine old limbs by rubbing them down, and see thou quit not the stable till there is not a turned hair on either of them." Martin took the horses to the stable as commanded, but suppressed not his indignation a moment after he could vent it with safety. "Would not any one think," he said to Jasper, an old ploughman, who, in coming to his assistance, had heard Christie's imperious injunctions, "that this loon, this Christie of the Clinthill, was laird or lord at least of him? No such thing, man. I remember him a little dirty turnspit boy in the house of Avenel, that everybody in a frosty morning like this warmed his fingers by kicking or cuffing, and now he is a gentleman, and swears, damn him and renounce him, as if the gentlemen could not so much as keep their own wickedness to themselves, without the like of him going to hell in their very company, and by the same road. I have as much a mind as ever I had to my dinner, to go back and tell him to sort his horse himself, since he is as able as I am." "Hout tout, man," answered Jasper, "keep a calm sough. Better to fleech a fool than fight with him." Martin acknowledged the truth of the proverb, and, much comforted therewith, betook himself to cleaning the stranger's horse with great assiduity, remarking, it was a pleasure to handle a handsome nag, and turned over the other to the charge of Jasper. Nor was it until Christie's commands were literally complied with, that he deemed it proper, after fitting ablutions, to join the party in the spence. Not for the purpose of waiting upon them, as a mere modern reader might possibly expect, but that he might have his share of dinner in their company. In the meanwhile, Christie had presented his companion to Dame Glendinning as Sir Piercie Shafton, a friend of his and of his master, come to spend 3 or 4 days with little din in the Tower. The good dame could not conceive how she was entitled to such an honour, and would fain have pleaded her want of every sort of convenience to entertain a guest of that quality. But, indeed, the visitor, when he cast his eyes round the bare walls, eyed the huge black chimney, scrutinized the meagre and broken furniture of the apartment, and beheld the embarrassment of the mistress of the family, intimated great reluctance to intrude upon Dame Glendinning
a visit, which could scarce, from all appearances, prove otherwise than an inconvenience to her, and a penance to himself. But the reluctant hostess and her guest had to do with an inexorable man, who silenced all expostulations with, "Such was his master's pleasure, and, moreover," he continued, "though the Baron of Avenel's will must and ought to prove law to all within 10 miles around him, yet here, dame," he said, "is a letter from your petticoated baron, the Lord Priest yonder, who enjoins you, as you regard his pleasure, that you afford to his good knight such decent accommodation as is in your power, suffering him to live as privately as he shall desire. And for you, Sir Piercie Shafton," continued Christie, "you will judge for yourself, whether secrecy and safety is not more your object even now, than soft beds and high cheer. And do not judge of the dame's goods by the semblance of her cottage, for you will see by the dinner she is about to spread for us, that the vassal of the kirk is seldom found with her basket bare." To Mary Avenel, Christie presented the stranger, after the best fashion he could, as to the niece of his master the Baron. While he thus laboured to reconcile Sir Piercie Shafton to his fate, the widow, having consulted her son Edward on the real import of the Lord Abbot's injunction, and having found that Christie had given a true exposition, saw nothing else left for her but to make that fate as easy as she could to the stranger. He himself also seemed reconciled to his lot by some feeling probably of strong necessity, and accepted with a good grace the hospitality which the dame offered with a very indifferent one. In fact, the dinner, which soon smoked before the assembled guests, was of that substantial kind which warrants plenty and comfort. Dame Glendinning had cooked it after her best manner, and, delighted with the handsome appearance which her good cheer made when placed on the table, forgot both her plans and the vexations which interrupted them, in the hospitable duty of pressing her assembled visitors to eat and drink, watching every trencher as it waxed empty, and loading it with fresh supplies ere the guest could utter a negative. In the meanwhile, the company attentively regarded each other's motions, and seemed endeavouring to form a judgment of each other's character. Sir Piercie Shafton condescended to speak to no one but to Mary Avenel, and on her he conferred exactly the same familiar and compassionate, though somewhat scornful sort of attention, which a pretty fellow of these days will sometimes condescend to bestow on a country miss, when there is no prettier or more fashionable woman present. The manner indeed was different, for the etiquette of those times did not permit Sir Piercie Shafton to pick his teeth, or to yawn, or to gabble like the beggar whose tongue, as he says, was cut out by the Turks, or to affect deafness or blindness, or any other infirmity of the organs. But though the embroidery of his conversation was different, the groundwork was the same, and the high-flown and ornate compliments with which the gallant knight of the 16th century interlarded his conversation were as much the offspring of egotism and self-conceit as the jargon of the coxcombs of our own days. The English knight was, however, something daunted at finding that Mary Avenel listened with an air of indifference, and answered with wonderful brevity to all the fine things which ought, as he conceived, to have dazzled her with their brilliancy, and puzzled her by their obscurity. But if he was disappointed in making the desired, or rather the expected impression, upon her whom he addressed, Sir Piercie Shafton's discourse was marvellous in the ears of Mysie the miller's daughter, and not the less so that she did not comprehend the meaning of a single word which he uttered. Indeed, the gallant knight's language was far too courtly to be understood by persons of much greater acuteness than Mysie's. It was about this period that the only rare poet of his time, the witty, comical, facetiously quick, and quickly facetious John Lilly, he that sate at Apollo's table, and to whom Phoebus gave a wreath of his own bays without snatching, [Footnote: Such, and yet more extravagant, are the compliments paid to this author by his editor Blount. Notwithstanding all exaggeration, Lilly was really a man of wit and imagination, though both were deformed by the most unnatural affectation that ever disgraced a printed page.] He, in short, who wrote that singularly coxcomical work called Euphues and his England, was in the very zenith of his absurdity and his reputation. The quaint, forced, and unnatural style which he introduced by his Anatomy of Wit had a fashion as rapid as it was momentary.
all the court ladies were his scholars, and to parler Euphuism was as necessary a qualification to a courtly gallant, as those of understanding how to use his rapier, or to dance a measure. It was no wonder that the Maid of the Mill was soon as effectually blinded by the intricacies of this erudite and courtly style of conversation, as she ever had been by the dust of her father's own meal sacks. But there she sate with her mouth and eyes as open as the mill door, and the two windows showing teeth as white as her father's bolted flour, and endeavouring to secure a word or two for her own future use out of the pearls of rhetoric which Sir Piercie Shafton scattered around him with such bounteous profusion. End of Chapter 14. Part A. Chapter 14, Part B, of The Monastery, by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Part B. For the male part of the company, Edward felt ashamed of his own manner and slowness of speech, when he observed the handsome young courtier, with an ease and volubility of which he had no conception, run over all the commonplace topics of high-flown gallantry. It is true, the good sense and natural taste of young Glendinning soon informed him that the gallant cavalier was speaking nonsense. But, alas! where is the man of modest merit and real talent who has not suffered from being outshone in conversation and outstripped in the race of life by men of less reserve and of qualities more showy, though less substantial? And well constituted must the mind be that can yield up the prize without envy to competitors more worthy than himself. Edward Glendinning had no such philosophy. While he despised the jargon of the gay cavalier, he envied the facility with which he could run on, as well as the courtly tone and expression, and the perfect ease and elegance with which he offered all the little acts of politeness to which the duties of the table gave opportunity. And if I am to speak truth, I must own that he envied those qualities the more as they were all exercised in Mary Avenel's service, and, although only so far accepted as they could not be refused, intimated a wish on the stranger's part to place himself in her good graces, as the only person in the room to whom he thought it worth while to recommend himself. His title, rank, and very handsome figure, together with some sparks of wit and spirit which flashed across the cloud of nonsense which he uttered, rendered him, as the words of the old song say, a lad for a lady's viewing. So that poor Edward, with all his real worth and acquired knowledge, in his homespun doublet, blue cap, and deerskin trousers, looked like a clown beside the courtier, and, feeling the full inferiority, nourished no good will to him by whom he was eclipsed. Christie, on the other hand, as soon as he had satisfied to the full a commodious appetite, by means of which persons of his profession could, like the wolf and eagle, gorge themselves with as much food at one meal as might serve them for several days, began also to feel himself more in the background than he liked to be. This worthy had amongst his other good qualities an excellent opinion of himself, and being of a bold and forward disposition, had no mind to be thrown into the shade by any one. With an impudent familiarity which such persons mistake for graceful ease, he broke in upon the knight's finest speeches with as little remorse as he would have driven the point of his lance through a laced doublet. Sir Piercie Shafton, a man of rank and high birth, by no means encouraged or endured this familiarity, and requited the intruder either with total neglect, or such laconic replies as intimated a sovereign contempt for the rude spearmen, who affected to converse with him upon terms of equality. The miller held his peace, for, as his usual conversation turned chiefly on his clapper and toll dish, he had no mind to brag of his wealth in presence of Christie of the Clinthill, or to intrude his discourse on the English cavalier. A little specimen of the conversation may not be out of place, were it but to show young ladies what fine things they have lost by living when Euphuism is out of fashion. "Credit me, fairest lady," said the knight, "that such is the cunning of our English courtiers of the Hodiernal strain, that, as they have infinitely refined upon the plain and rustical discourse of our fathers, which, as I may say, more beseemed the mouths of country roisterers in a May game than that of courtly gallants in a galliard,
So I hold it ineffably and unutterably impossible that those who may succeed us in that garden of wit and courtesy shall alter or amend it. Venus delighted but in the language of Mercury. Bucephalus will stoop to no one but Alexander. None can sound Apollo's pipe but Orpheus." "Valiant sir," said Mary, who could scarcely help laughing, "we have but to rejoice in the chance which hath honoured this solitude with a glimpse of the sun of courtesy, though it rather blinds than enlightens us." "Pretty and quaint, fairest lady," answered the Euphuist. "Ah, that I had with me my Anatomy of Wit, that all to be unparalleled volume, that quintessence of human wit, that treasury of quaint invention, that exquisitively pleasant to read, and inevitably necessary to be remembered manual of all that is worthy to be known, which indoctrines the rude in civility, the dull in intellectuality, the heavy in jocosity, the blunt in gentility, the vulgar in nobility, and all of them in that unutterable perfection of human utterance, that eloquence which no other eloquence is sufficient to praise, that art which, when we call it by its own name of euphuism, we bestow on it its richest panegyric." "By Saint Mary," said Christie of the Clinthill, "if your worship had told me that you had left such stores of wealth as you talk of at Prudhoe Castle, Long Dickie and I would have had them off with us if a man and horse could have carried them. But you told us of no treasure, I wot of, save the silver tongs for turning up your mustachoes." The knight treated this intruder's mistake, for certainly Christie had no idea that all these epithets, which sounded so rich and splendid, were lavished upon a small quarto volume, with a stare, and then turning again to Mary Avenel, the only person whom he thought worthy to address, he proceeded in his strain of high-flown oratory. "Even thus," said he, "do hogs contemn the splendour of oriental pearls. Even thus are the delicacies of a choice repast in vain offered to the long-eared grazer of the common, who turneth from them to devour a thistle. Surely as idle is it to pour forth the treasures of oratory before the eyes of the ignorant, and to spread the dainties of the intellectual banquet before those who are, morally and metaphysically speaking, no better than asses." "Sir Knight, since that is your quality," said Edward, "we cannot strive with you in loftiness of language, but I pray you in fair courtesy, while you honour my father's house with your presence, to spare us such vile comparisons." "Peace, good villagio," said the knight, gracefully waving his hand, "I prithee peace, kind rustic. And you, my guide, whom I may scarce call honest, let me prevail upon you to imitate the laudable taciturnity of that honest yeoman who sits as mute as a mill-post, and of that comely damsel who seems as with her ears she drank in what she did not altogether comprehend, even as a palfrey listening to a lute, whereof howsoever he knoweth not the gamut." "Marvellous fine words," at length said Dame Glendinning, who began to be tired of sitting so long silent. "Marvellous fine words, neighbour Happer, are they not?" "Brave words, very brave words, very exceeding piet words," answered the Miller. "Nevertheless, to speak my mind, a lippy of bran were worth a bushel of them." "I think so too, under his worship's favour," answered Christie of the Clinthill. "I well remember that at the race of Moreham, as we call it near Berwick, I took a young Southern fellow out of saddle with my lance, and cast him, it might be, a gad's length from his nag, and so as he had some gold on his laced doublet, I deemed he might ha the like on't in his pocket too, though that is a rule that does not aye hold good. So I was speaking to him of ransom, and out he comes with a handful of such terms as his honour there hath gleaned up, and craved me for mercy, as I was a true son of Mars, and such like." "And obtained no mercy at thy hand, I dare be sworn," said the knight, who deigned not to speak euphuism excepting to the fair sex. "By my trogs," replied Christie, "I would have thrust my lance down his throat, but just then they flung open that accursed postern gate, and forth pricked old Hunsdon, and Henry Carey, and as many fellows at their heels as turned the chase northward again. So I e'en pricked Bayard with the spur, and went off with the rest, for a man should ride when he may not wrestle, as they say in Tynedale." "Trust me," said the knight, again turning to Mary Avenel, "if I do not pity you, lady, who, being of noble blood, are thus in a manner compelled to abide in the cottage of the ignorant, like the precious stone in the head of the toad, or like a precious garland on the brow of an ass. But soft, what gallant have we here, whose garb savoureth more of the rustic than doth his demeanour, and whose looks seem more lofty than his habit, even as—" "I pray you, Sir Knight," said Mary, "to spare your courtly similitudes for refined ears, and give me leave to name unto you my foster brother, Halbert Glendinning." "The son of the good dame of the cottage, as I opine," answered the English knight, "for by some such name did my guide discriminate the mistress of this mansion, which you, madam, enrich with your presence. And yet, touching this juvenal, he hath that about him which belongeth to higher birth, for all are not black who dig coals." "Nor all white who are millers," said honest Happer, glad to get in a word, as they say, edgeways. Halbert, who had sustained the glance of the Englishman with some impatience, and knew not what to make of his manner and language, replied with some asperity, "Sir Knight, we have in this land of Scotland an ancient saying, Scorn not the bush that builds you. You are a guest of my father's house, to shelter you from danger, if I am rightly informed by the domestics. Scoff not its homeliness, nor that of its inmates. Ye might long have abidden at the court of England ere we had sought your favour, or cumbered you with our society. Since your fate has sent you hither amongst us, be contented with such fare and such converse as we can afford you, and scorn us not for our kindness, for the Scots wear short patience and long daggers." All eyes were turned on Halbert while he was thus speaking, and there was a general feeling that his countenance had an expression of intelligence, and his person an air of dignity, which they had never before observed. Whether it were that the wonderful being with whom he had so lately held communication had bestowed on him a grace and dignity of look and bearing which he had not before, or whether the being conversant in high matters, and called to a destiny beyond that of other men, had a natural effect in giving becoming confidence to his language and manner, we pretend not to determine. But it was evident to all that, from this day, young Halbert was an altered man, that he acted with the steadiness, promptitude, and determination which belonged to riper years, and bore himself with a manner which appertained to higher rank. The knight took the rebuke with good humour. "By mine honour," he said, "thou hast reason on thy side, good juvenal. Nevertheless, I spoke not as in ridicule of the roof which relieves me, but rather in your own praise, to whom if this roof be native, thou mayest nevertheless rise from its lowliness, even as the lark, which maketh its humble nest in the furrow, ascendeth towards the sun, as well as the eagle which buildeth her eyrie in the cliff." This high-flown discourse was interrupted by Dame Glendinning, who, with all the busy anxiety of a mother, was loading her son's trencher with food, and dinning in his ear her reproaches on account of his prolonged absence. "And see," she said, "that you do not one day get such a sight while you are walking about among the haunts of them that are not of our flesh and bone, as befell Mungo Murray when he slept on the greensward ring of the old Kirkhill at sunset, and wakened at daybreak in the wild hills of Breadalbane. And see that when you are looking for deer, the red stag does not gall you as he did Dickon Thorburn, who never overcast the wound he took from a buck's horn. And see when you go swaggering about with a long broadsword by your side, whilk it becomes no peaceful man to do, that you dinna meet with them that have broadsword and lance both. There are now a rank riders in this land that neither fear God nor regard man." Here her eye, in a fine frenzy rolling, fell full upon that of Christie of the Clinthill, and at once her fears for having given offence interrupted the current of maternal rebuke, which, like rebuke matrimonial, may often be better meant than timed. There was something of sly and watchful significance in Christie's eye, an eye grey, keen, fierce, yet wily, formed to express at once cunning and malice, which made the dame instantly conjecture that she had said too much, while she saw in imagination her 12 goodly cows go lowing down the glen in a moonlight night, with half a score of border spearsmen at their heels. Her voice, therefore, sunk from the elevated tone of maternal authority into a whimpering, apologetic sort of strain, and she proceeded to say, "It is no that I have ony ill thoughts of the Border riders, for Tib Tacket there has often heard me say that I thought spear and bridle as natural to a borderman as a pen to a priest, or a feather fan to a lady. And, have you not heard me say it, Tib?" Tib showed something less than her expected alacrity in attesting her mistress's deep respect for the freebooters of the Southland hills, but thus conjured, she did at length reply, "Hout ay, mistress, I'se warrant I have heard you say something like that." "Mother," said Halbert, in a firm and commanding tone of voice, "what or whom is it that you fear under my father's roof? I well hope that it harbours not a guest in whose presence you are afraid to say your pleasure to me or my brother. I am sorry I have been detained so late, being ignorant of the fair company which I should encounter on my return. I pray you let this excuse suffice, and what satisfies you will, I trust, be nothing less than acceptable to your guests." An answer calculated so justly betwixt the submission due to his parent, and the natural feeling of dignity in one who was by birth master of the mansion, excited universal satisfaction, and as Elspeth herself confessed to Tib on the same evening, she did not think it had been in the callant. Till that night he took pets and passions if he was spoke to, and laughed through the house like a 4-year-old at the least word of advice that was minted at him, but now he spoke as grave and as douce as the Lord Abbot himself. She kenna, she said, what might be the upshot of it, but it was like he was a wonderful callant even now. The party then separated, the young men retiring to their apartments, the elder to their household cares. While Christie went to see his horse properly accommodated, Edward betook himself to his book, and Halbert, who was as ingenious in employing his hands as he had hitherto appeared imperfect in mental exertion, applied himself to constructing a place of concealment in the floor of his apartment, by raising a plank, beneath which he resolved to deposit that copy of the Holy Scriptures which had been so strangely regained from the possession of men and spirits. In the meanwhile, Sir Piercie Shafton sate as still as a stone, in the chair in which he had deposited himself, his hands folded on his breast, his legs stretched straight out before him, and resting upon the heels, his eyes cast up to the ceiling, as if he had meant to count every mesh of every cobweb with which the arched roof was canopied, wearing at the same time a face of as solemn and imperturbable gravity, as if his existence had depended on the accuracy of his calculation. He could scarce be roused from his listless state of contemplative absorption, so as to take some supper, a meal at which the younger females appeared not. Sir Piercie stared around twice or thrice as if he missed something, but he asked not for them, and only evinced his sense of a proper audience being wanting, by his abstraction and absence of mind, seldom speaking until he was twice addressed, and then replying, without trope or figure, in that plain English which nobody could speak better when he had a mind. Christie, finding himself in undisturbed possession of the conversation, indulged all who chose to listen with details of his own wild and inglorious warfare, while Dame Elspeth's curch bristled with horror, and Tib Tacket, rejoiced to find herself once more in the company of a jackman, listened to his tales, like Desdemona to Othello's, with undisguised delight. Meantime the two young Glendinnings were each wrapped up in his own reflections, and only interrupted in them by the signal to move bedward. End of Chapter 14, Part B. Chapter 15, Part A of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Part A. He strikes no coin, 'tis true, but coins new phrases, and vends them forth as knaves vend gilded counters, which wise men scorn, and fools accept in payment. Old Play. In the morning, Christie of the Clinthill was nowhere to be seen, as this worthy personage did seldom pique himself on sounding a trumpet before his movements. No one was surprised at his moonlight departure, though some alarm was excited lest he had not made it empty-handed. So, in the language of the national ballad, some ran to cupboard, and some to kist, but naught was away that could be missed. All was in order, the key of the stable left above the door, and that of the iron grate in the inside of the lock. In short, the retreat had been made with scrupulous attention to the security of the garrison, and so far Christie left them nothing to complain of. The safety of the premises was ascertained by Halbert, who, instead of catching up a gun or crossbow, and sallying out for the day as had been his frequent custom,
now, with a gravity beyond his years, took a survey of all around the tower, and then returned to the spence, or public apartment, in which, at the early hour of 7, the morning meal was prepared. There he found the Euphuist in the same elegant posture of abstruse calculation which he had exhibited on the preceding evening, his arms folded in the same angle, his eyes turned up to the same cobwebs, and his heels resting on the ground as before. Tired of this affectation of indolent importance, and not much flattered with his guest's persevering in it to the last, Halbert resolved at once to break the ice, being determined to know what circumstance had brought to the Tower of Glendinning a guest at once so supercilious and so silent. "Sir Knight," he said with some firmness, "I have twice given you good morning, to which the absence of your mind hath, I presume, prevented you from yielding attention, or from making return. This exchange of courtesy is at your pleasure to give or withhold, but as what I have further to say concerns your comfort and your motions in an especial manner, I will entreat you to give me some signs of attention, that I may be sure I am not wasting my words on a monumental image." At this unexpected address, Sir Piercie Shafton opened his eyes, and afforded the speaker a broad stare. But as Halbert returned the glance without either confusion or dismay, the knight thought proper to change his posture, draw in his legs, raise his eyes, fix them on young Glendinning, and assume the appearance of one who listens to what is said to him. Nay, to make his purpose more evident, he gave voice to his resolution in these words: "Speak, we do hear." "Sir Knight," said the youth, "it is the custom of this Halidome, or patrimony of Saint Mary's, to trouble with inquiries no guests who receive our hospitality, providing they tarry in our house for only a single revolution of the sun. We know that both criminals and debtors come hither for sanctuary, and we scorn to extort from the pilgrim, whom chance may make our guest, an avowal of the cause of his pilgrimage and penance. But when one so high above our rank as yourself, Sir Knight, and especially one to whom the possession of such preeminence is not indifferent, shows his determination to be our guest for a longer time, it is our usage to inquire of him whence he comes, and what is the cause of his journey." The English knight gaped twice or thrice before he answered, and then replied in a bantering tone, "Truly, good villagio, your question hath in it somewhat of embarrassment, for you ask me of things concerning which I am not as yet altogether determined what answer I may find it convenient to make. Let it suffice thee, kind juvenal, that thou hast the Lord Abbot's authority for treating me to the best of that power of thine, which, indeed, may not always so well suffice for my accommodation as either of us would desire." "I must have a more precise answer than this, Sir Knight," said the young Glendinning. "Friend," said the knight, "be not outrageous. It may suit your northern manners thus to press harshly upon the secrets of thy betters. But believe me, that even as the lute struck by an unskilful hand doth produce discords, so—" At this moment the door of the apartment opened, and Mary Avenel presented herself. "But who can talk of discords," said the knight, assuming his complimentary vein and humour, "when the soul of harmony descends upon us in the presence of surpassing beauty? For even as foxes, wolves, and other animals void of sense and reason, do fly from the presence of the resplendent Son of Heaven when he arises in his glory, so do strife, wrath, and all ireful passions retreat, and as it were scud away, from the face which now beams upon us, with power to compose our angry passions, illuminate our errors and difficulties, soothe our wounded minds, and lull to rest our disorderly apprehensions. For as the heat and warmth of the eye of day is to the material and physical world, so is the eye which I now bow down before to that of the intellectual microcosm." He concluded with a profound bow, and Mary Avenel, gazing from one to the other, and plainly seeing that something was amiss, could only say, "For heaven's sake, what is the meaning of this?" The newly acquired tact and intelligence of her foster brother was as yet insufficient to enable him to give an answer. He was quite uncertain how he ought to deal with a guest who, preserving a singularly high tone of assumed superiority and importance,
seemed nevertheless so little serious in what he said, that it was quite impossible to discern with accuracy whether he was in jest or earnest. Forming, however, the internal resolution to bring Sir Piercie Shafton to a reckoning at a more fit place and season, he resolved to prosecute the matter no farther at present, and the entrance of his mother with the damsel of the mill, and the return of the honest miller from the stack-yard, where he had been numbering and calculating the probable amount of the season's grist, rendered farther discussion impossible for the moment. In the course of the calculation, it could not but strike the man of meal and grindstones, that after the church's dues were paid, and after all which he himself could by any means deduct from the crop, still the residue which must revert to Dame Glendinning could not be less than considerable. I wot not if this led the honest miller to nourish any plans similar to those adopted by Elspeth, but it is certain that he accepted with grateful alacrity an invitation which the dame gave to his daughter, to remain a week or two as her guest at Glendearg. The principal persons being thus in high good humour with each other, all business gave place to the hilarity of the morning repast. And so much did Sir Piercie appear gratified by the attention which was paid to every word that he uttered by the nut brown Mysie, that, notwithstanding his high birth and distinguished quality, he bestowed on her some of the more ordinary and second-rate tropes of his elocution. Mary Avenel, when relieved from the awkwardness of feeling the full weight of his conversation addressed to herself, enjoyed it much more, and the good knight, encouraged by those conciliating marks of approbation from the sex, for whose sake he cultivated his oratorical talents, made speedy intimation of his purpose to be more communicative than he had shown himself in his conversation with Halbert Glendinning, and gave them to understand that it was in consequence of some pressing danger that he was at present their involuntary guest. The conclusion of the breakfast was a signal for the separation of the company. The miller went to prepare for his departure, his daughter to arrange matters for her unexpected stay, Edward was summoned to consultation by Martin concerning some agricultural matter, in which Halbert could not be brought to interest himself. The dame left the room upon her household concerns, and Mary was in the act of following her, when she suddenly recollected that if she did so, the strange knight and Halbert must be left alone together, at the risk of another quarrel. The maiden no sooner observed this circumstance than she instantly returned from the door of the apartment, and seating herself in a small stone window seat, resolved to maintain that curb which she was sensible her presence imposed on Halbert Glendinning, of whose quick temper she had some apprehensions. The stranger marked her motions, and either interpreting them as inviting his society, or obedient to those laws of gallantry which permitted him not to leave a lady in silence and solitude, he instantly placed himself near to her side, and opened the conversation as follows: "Credit me, fair lady," he said, addressing Mary Avenel, "it much rejoiceth me, being as I am a banished man from the delights of mine own country, that I shall find here in this obscure and sylvan cottage of the north a fair form and a candid soul, with whom I may explain my mutual sentiments. And let me pray you in particular, lovely lady, that according to the universal custom now predominant in our court, the garden of superior wits, you will exchange with me some epithet whereby you mark my devotion to your service. Be henceforward named, for example, my protection, and let me be your affability." "Our northern and country manners, Sir Knight, do not permit us to exchange epithets with those to whom we are strangers," replied Mary Avenel. "Nay, but see now," said the knight, "how you are startled, even as the unbroken steed which swerves aside from the shaking of a handkerchief, though he must in time encounter the waving of a pennon. This courtly exchange of epithets of honour is no more than the compliments which pass between valour and beauty, wherever they meet, and under whatever circumstances. Elizabeth of England herself calls Philip Sidney her courage, and he in return calls that princess his inspiration. Wherefore, my fair protection, for by such epithet it shall be mine to denominate you—" "Not without the young lady's consent, sir," interrupted Halbert. "Most truly do I hope your courtly and quaint breeding will not so far prevail over the more ordinary rules of civil behaviour." "Fair tenant of an indifferent copyhold," replied the knight, with the same coolness and civility of mien, but in a tone somewhat more lofty than he used to the young lady,
We do not in the southern parts much intermingle discourse, save with those with whom we may stand on some footing of equality. And I must in all discretion remind you, that the necessity which makes us inhabitants of the same cabin, doth not place us otherwise on a level with each other." "By Saint Mary," replied young Glendinning, "it is my thought that it does, for plain men hold that he who asks the shelter is indebted to him who gives it, and so far, therefore, is our rank equalized, while this roof covers us both." "Thou art altogether deceived," answered Sir Piercie, "and that thou mayest fully adapt thyself to our relative condition, know that I account not myself thy guest, but that of thy master, the Lord Abbot of Saint Mary's, who, for reasons best known to himself and me, chooseth to administer his hospitality to me through the means of thee, his servant and vassal, who art, therefore, in good truth, as passive an instrument of my accommodation as this ill-made and rugged joint-stool on which I sit, or as the wooden trencher from which I eat my coarse commons. Wherefore," he added, turning to Mary, "fairest mistress, or rather, as I said before, most lovely protection." [Footnote: There are many instances to be met with in the ancient dramas of this whimsical and conceited custom of persons who formed an intimacy, distinguishing each other by some quaint epithet. In every man out of his humour there is a humorous debate upon names most fit to bind the relation betwixt sogliardo and cavaliero shift, which ends by adopting those of countenance and resolution. What is more to the point is in the speech of Hedon, a voluptuary and a courtier in Cynthia's revels: "You know that I call Madam Palantia my honour, and she calls me her ambition. Now, when I meet her in the presence, anon I will come to her and say, Sweet Honour, I have hitherto contented my sense with the lilies of your hand, and now I will taste the roses of your lip." To which she cannot but blushing answer, "Nay, now you are too ambitious." And then do I reply, "I cannot be too ambitious of honour, sweet lady. Wilt not be good?" I think there is some remnant of this foppery preserved in Masonic lodges, where each brother is distinguished by a name in the lodge, signifying some abstract quality, as discretion, or the like. See the poems of Gavin Wilson. Mary Avenel was about to reply to him, when the stern, fierce, and resentful expression of voice and countenance with which Halbert exclaimed, "Not from the King of Scotland did he live, would I brook such terms," induced her to throw herself between him and the stranger, exclaiming, "For God's sake, Halbert, beware what you do!" "Fear not, fairest protection," replied Sir Piercie with the utmost serenity, "that I can be provoked by this rustical and mistaught juvenal to do aught misbecoming your presence or mine own dignity. For as soon shall the gunner's linstock give fire unto the icicle, as the spark of passion inflame my blood, tempered as it is to serenity by the respect due to the presence of my gracious protection." "You may well call her your protection, Sir Knight," said Halbert. "By Saint Andrew, it is the only sensible word I have heard you speak. But we may meet where her protection shall no longer afford you shelter." Chapter 15, Part B of the Monastery by Walter Scott. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Part B. "Fairest protection," continued the courtier, not even honouring with a look, far less with a direct reply, the threat of the incensed Halbert, "doubt not that thy faithful affability will be more commoved by the speech of this rudesby, than the bright and serene moon is perturbed by the baying of the cottage cur, proud of the height of his own dunghill, which in his conceit lifteth him nearer unto the majestic luminary." To what lengths so unsavoury a simile might have driven Halbert's indignation is left uncertain, for at that moment Edward rushed into the apartment with the intelligence that two most important officers of the convent, the Kitchener and Refectioner, were just arrived with a sumpter mule loaded with provisions, announcing that the Lord Abbot, the Sub Prior, and the Sacristan were on their way thither. A circumstance so very extraordinary had never been recorded in the annals of Saint Mary's, or in the traditions of Glendearg, though there was a faint legendary report that a certain abbot had dined there in old days, after having been bewildered in a hunting expedition amongst the wilds which lie to the northward. But that the present Lord Abbot should have taken a voluntary journey to so wild and dreary a spot, the very Kamtchatka of the Halidome, was a thing never dreamt of, and the news excited the greatest surprise in all the members of the family saving Halbert alone. This fiery youth was too full of the insult he had received to think of anything as unconnected with it. "I am glad of it," he exclaimed. "I am glad the Abbot comes hither. I will know of him by what right this stranger is sent hither to domineer over us under our father's roof, as if we were slaves and not freemen. I will tell the proud priest to his beard." "Alas, alas, my brother," said Edward, "think what these words may cost thee." "And what will or what can they cost me," said Halbert, "that I should sacrifice my human feelings and my justifiable resentment to the fear of what the Abbot can do?" Our mother!" exclaimed Edward. "Think, if she is deprived of her home, expelled from her property, how can you amend what your rashness may ruin?" "It is too true, by Heaven!" said Halbert, striking his forehead. Then stamping his foot against the floor to express the full energy of the passion to which he dared no longer give vent, he turned round and left the apartment. Mary Avenel looked at the stranger knight, while she was endeavouring to frame a request that he would not report the intemperate violence of her foster brother to the prejudice of his family in the mind of the Abbot. But Sir Piercie, the very pink of courtesy, conjectured her meaning from her embarrassment, and waited not to be entreated. "Credit me, fairest protection," said he, "your affability is less than capable of seeing or hearing, far less of reciting or reiterating, aught of an unseemly nature which may have chanced while I enjoyed the Elysium of your presence. The winds of idle passion may indeed rudely agitate the bosom of the rude, but the heart of the courtier is polished to resist them. As the frozen lake receives not the influence of the breeze, even so—" The voice of Dame Glendinning, in shrill summons, here demanded Mary Avenel's attendance, who instantly obeyed, not a little glad to escape from the compliments and similes of this courtlike gallant. Nor was it apparently less a relief on his part, for no sooner was she past the threshold of the room, than he exchanged the look of formal and elaborate politeness which had accompanied each word he had uttered hitherto, for an expression of the utmost lassitude and ennui, and after indulging in one or two portentous yawns, broke forth into a soliloquy. "What the foul fiend sent this wench hither? As if it were not sufficient plague to be harboured in a hovel that would hardly serve for a dog's kennel in England, baited by a rude peasant boy, and dependent on the faith of a mercenary ruffian. But I cannot even have time to muse over my own mishap, but must come aloft, frisk, fidget, and make speeches, to please this pale hectic phantom, because she has gentle blood in her veins? By mine honour, setting prejudice aside, the mill wench is more attractive of the two. But patienza, Piercie Shafton, thou must not lose thy well-earned claim to be accounted a devout service of the fair sex, a witty-brained, prompt, and accomplished courtier. Rather thank Heaven, Piercie Shafton, which hath sent thee a subject, wherein, without derogating from thy rank, since the honours of the Avenel family are beyond dispute, thou mayest find a whetstone for thy witty compliments, a strop whereon to sharpen thine acute engine, a butt whereat to shoot the arrows of thy gallantry. For even as a Bilboa blade, the more it is rubbed, the brighter and sharper will it prove, so. But what need I waste my stock of similitudes in holding converse with myself? Yonder comes the monkish retinue, like some half score of crows winging their way slowly up the valley. I hope, agad, they have not forgotten my trunk mails of apparel amid the ample provision they have made for their own belly timber. Mercy, agad, I were finely helped up if the vesture has miscarried among the thievish borderers." Stung by this reflection, he ran hastily down stairs, and caused his horse to be saddled, that he might, as soon as possible, ascertain this important point, by meeting the Lord Abbot and his retinue as they came up the glen. He had not ridden a mile before he met them advancing with the slowness and decorum which became persons of their dignity and profession. The knight failed not to greet the Lord Abbot with all the formal compliments with which men of rank at that period exchanged courtesies. He had the good fortune to find that his mails were numbered among the train of baggage which attended upon the party, and satisfied in that particular, he turned his horse's head, and accompanied the Abbot to the Tower of Glendearg. Great in the meanwhile had been the turmoil of the good Dame Elspeth and her coadjutors, to prepare for the fitting reception of the Father Lord Abbot and his retinue. The monks had indeed taken care not to trust too much to the state of her pantry, but she was not the less anxious to make such additions as might enable her to claim the thanks of her feudal lord and spiritual father. Meeting Halbert as, with his blood on fire, he returned from his altercation with her guest, she commanded him instantly to go forth to the hill, and not to return without venison, reminding him that he was apt enough to go thither for his own pleasure, and must now do so for the credit of the house. The miller, who was now hastening his journey homewards, promised to send up some salmon by his own servant. Dame Elspeth, who by this time thought she had guests enough, had begun to repent of her invitation to poor Mysie, and was just considering by what means, short of giving offence, she could send off the maid of the mill behind her father, and adjourn all her own aerial architecture till some future opportunity, when this unexpected generosity on the part of the sire rendered any present attempt to return his daughter on his hands too highly ungracious to be farther thought on. So the miller departed alone on his homeward journey. Dame Elspeth's sense of hospitality proved in this instance its own reward, for Mysie had dwelt too near the convent to be altogether ignorant of the noble art of cookery, which her father patronized to the extent of consuming on festival days such dainties as his daughter could prepare in emulation of the luxuries of the Abbot's kitchen. Laying aside, therefore, her holiday kirtle, and adopting a dress more suitable to the occasion, the good-humoured maiden bared her snowy arms above the elbows, and, as Elspeth acknowledged, in the language of the time and country, took entire and a fold part with her in the labours of the day, showing unparalleled talent and indefatigable industry in the preparation of mortreux, blanc manger, and heaven knows what delicacies besides, which Dame Glendinning, unassisted by her skill, dared not even have dreamt of presenting. Leaving this able substitute in the kitchen, and regretting that Mary Avenel was so brought up that she could entrust nothing to her care, unless it might be seeing the great chamber strewed with rushes and ornamented with such flowers and branches as the season afforded, Dame Elspeth hastily donned her best attire, and with a beating heart presented herself at the door of her little tower, to make her obeisance to the Lord Abbot as he crossed her humble threshold. Edward stood by his mother, and felt the same palpitation, which his philosophy was at a loss to account for. He was yet to learn how long it is ere our reason is enabled to triumph over the force of external circumstances, and how much our feelings are affected by novelty, and blunted by use and habit. On the present occasion he witnessed with wonder and awe the approach of some half score of riders, sober men upon sober palfreys, muffled in their long black garments, and only relieved by their white scapularies, showing more like a funeral procession than aught else, and not quickening their pace beyond that which permitted easy conversation and easy digestion. The sobriety of the scene was indeed somewhat enlivened by the presence of Sir Piercie Shafton, who, to show that his skill in the menage was not inferior to his other accomplishments, kept alternately pressing and checking his gay courser, forcing him to piaffe, to caracole, to passage, and to do all the other feats of the school, to the great annoyance of the Lord Abbot, the wonted sobriety of whose palfrey became at length discomposed by the vivacity of its companion, while the dignitary kept crying out in bodily alarm, "I do pray you, Sir Knight, good now, Sir Piercie, be quiet Benedict, there is a good steed so, poor fellow," and uttering all the other precatory and soothing exclamations by which a timid horseman usually bespeaks the favour of a frisky companion, or of his own unquiet nag, and concluding the bead roll with a sincere Deo gratias, so soon as he alighted in the courtyard of the Tower of Glendearg. The inhabitants unanimously knelt down to kiss the hand of the Lord Abbot, a ceremony which even the monks were often condemned to. Good Abbot Boniface was too much fluttered by the incidents of the latter part of his journey, to go through this ceremony with much solemnity, or indeed with much patience. He kept wiping his brow with a snow-white handkerchief with one hand, while another was abandoned to the homage of his vassals, and then signing the cross with his outstretched arm, and exclaiming, bless ye, my children," he hastened into the house, and murmured not a little at the darkness and steepness of the rugged winding stair, whereby he at length scaled the spence destined for his entertainment, and, overcome with fatigue, threw himself, I do not say into an easy chair, but into the easiest the apartment afforded. End of chapter 15, part B.
Chapter 16, Part A of The Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Part A. A courtier extraordinary, who by diet of meats and drinks, his temperate exercise, choice music, frequent bath, his horary shifts of shirts and waistcoats, means to immortalize mortality itself, and makes the essence of his whole happiness the trim of court. Magnetic Lady. When the Lord Abbot had suddenly and superciliously vanished from the eyes of his expectant vassals, the Sub Prior made amends for the negligence of his principal by the kind and affectionate greeting which he gave to all the members of the family, but especially to Dame Elspeth, her foster daughter, and her son Edward. "Where," he even condescended to inquire, "is that naughty Nimrod Halbert? He hath not yet, I trust, turned, like his great prototype, his hunting spear against man." Said Dame Glendinning, "Halbert is up at the glen to get some venison, or surely he would not have been absent when such a day of honour dawned upon me and mine." "Oh, to get savoury meat, such as our soul loveth," muttered the Sub Prior. "It has been at times an acceptable gift. I bid you good morrow, my good dame, as I must attend upon his lordship the Father Abbot." "And, oh, reverend sir," said the good widow, detaining him, "if it might be your pleasure to take part with us, if there is anything wrong, and if there is anything wanted, to say that it is just coming, or to make some excuses your learning best knows how. Every bit of wassail and silver work have we been spoiled of since Pinkie Cleuch, when I lost poor Simon Glendinning, that was the worst of a'." "Never mind, never fear," said the Sub Prior, gently extricating his garment from the anxious grasp of Dame Elspeth. "The Refectioner has with him the Abbot's plate and drinking cups, and I pray you to believe that whatever is short in your entertainment will be deemed amply made up in your good will." So saying, he escaped from her, and went into the spence, where such preparations as haste permitted were making for the noon collation of the Abbot and the English knight. Here he found the Lord Abbot, for whom a cushion, composed of all the plaids in the house, had been unable to render Simon's huge elbow chair a soft or comfortable place of rest. "Benedicite," said Abbot Boniface, "how merry fie upon these hard benches with all my heart. They are as uneasy as the scabella of our novices. Saint Jude be with us, Sir Knight! How have you contrived to pass over the night in this dungeon? An your bed was no softer than your seat, you might as well have slept on the stone couch of Saint Pachomius. After trotting a full 10 miles, a man needs a softer seat than has fallen to my hard lot." With sympathizing faces, the Sacristan and the Refectioner ran to raise the Lord Abbot, and to adjust his seat to his mind, which was at length accomplished in some sort, although he continued alternately to bewail his fatigue, and to exult in the conscious sense of having discharged an arduous duty. "You errant cavaliers," said he, addressing the knight, "may now perceive that others have their travail and their toils to undergo as well as your honoured faculty. And this I will say for myself and the soldiers of Saint Mary, among whom I may be termed captain, that it is not our wont to flinch from the heat of the service, or to withdraw from the good fight. No, by Saint Mary, no sooner did I learn that you were here, and dared not for certain reasons come to the Monastery, where with as good will and with more convenience we might have given you a better reception, than, striking the table with my hammer, I called a brother. Timothy, said I, let them saddle Benedict, let them saddle my black palfrey, and bid the Sub Prior and some half score of attendants be in readiness tomorrow after matins. We would ride to Glendearg." Brother Timothy stared, thinking, I imagine, that his ears had scarce done him justice, but I repeated my commands, and said, "Let the Kitchener and Refectioner go before to aid the poor vassals to whom the place belongs in making a suitable collation, so that you will consider, good Sir Piercie, our mutual incommodities, and forgive whatever you may find amiss." "By my faith," said Sir Piercie Shafton, "there is nothing to forgive. If you spiritual warriors have to submit to the grievous incommodities which your lordship narrates, it would ill become me, a sinful and secular man, to complain of a bed as hard as a board, of broth which relished as if made of burnt wool, of flesh which in its sable and singed shape seemed to put me on a level with Richard Coeur de Lion, when he ate up the head of a Moor carbonadoed, and of other viands, savouring rather of the rusticity of this northern region. "By the good saints, sir," said the Abbot, somewhat touched in point of his character for hospitality, of which he was in truth a most faithful and zealous professor, "it grieves me to the heart that you have found our vassals no better provided for your reception. Yet I crave leave to observe, that if Sir Piercie Shafton's affairs had permitted him to honour with his company our poor house of St. Mary's, he might have had less to complain of in respect of easements." "To give your lordship the reasons," said Sir Piercie Shafton, "why I could not at this present time approach your dwelling, or avail myself of its well known and undoubted hospitality, craves either some delay, or," looking around him, "a limited audience." The Lord Abbot immediately issued his mandate to the Refectioner: "Hie thee to the kitchen, Brother Hilarius, and make there inquiry of our brother the Kitchener, within what time he opines that our collation may be prepared, since sin and sorrow it were, considering the hardships of this noble and gallant knight, no whit mentioning, or weighing those we ourselves have endured, if we were now either to advance or retard the hour of refection upon the time when the viands are fit to be set before us." Brother Hilarius parted with an eager alertness to execute the will of his superior, and returned with the assurance, that punctually at 1 afternoon would the collation be ready. "Before that time," said the accurate Refectioner, "the wafers, flams, and pastry meat will scarce have had the just degree of fire which learned pottingers prescribe as fittest for the body; and if it should be past 1 o'clock, were it but 10 minutes, our brother the Kitchener opines, that the haunch of venison would suffer in spite of the skill of the little turnbroche whom he has recommended to your holiness by his praises." "How!" said the Abbot, "a haunch of venison? From whence comes that dainty? I remember not thou didst intimate its presence in thy hamper of vivers." "So please your holiness and lordship," said the Refectioner, "he is a son of the woman of the house who has shot it and sent it in, killed but now. Yet, as the animal heat hath not left the body, the Kitchener undertakes it shall eat as tender as a young chicken. And this youth hath a special gift in shooting deer, and never misses the heart or the brain, so that the blood is not driven through the flesh, as happens too often with us. It is a heart of grease. Your holiness has seldom seen such a haunch." "Silence, Brother Hilarius," said the Abbot, wiping his mouth; "it is not beseeming our order to talk of food so earnestly, especially as we must oft have our animal powers exhausted by fasting, and be accessible, as being ever mere mortals, to those signs of longing," he again wiped his mouth, "which arise on the mention of victuals to an hungry man. Minute down, however, the name of that youth. It is fitting merit should be warded, and he shall hereafter be a frater ad securendum in the kitchen and buttery." "Alas, reverend father, and my good lord," replied the Refectioner, "I did inquire after the youth, and I learn that he is one who prefers the casque to the cowl, and the sword of the flesh to the weapons of the spirit." "And if it be so," said the Abbot, "see that thou retain him as a deputy keeper and man at arms, and not as a lay brother of the Monastery, for old Tallboy, our forester, waxes dim-eyed, and hath twice spoiled a noble buck by hitting him unwarily on the haunch. Ah, 'tis a foul fault, the abusing by evil killing, evil dressing, evil appetite, or otherwise the good creatures indulged to us for our use. Wherefore secure us the service of this youth, Brother Hilarius, in the way that may best suit him. And now, Sir Piercie Shafton, since the fates have assigned us a space of well nigh an hour, ere we dare hope to enjoy more than the vapour or savour of our repast, may I pray you of your courtesy to tell me the cause of this visit, and above all, to inform us why you will not approach our more pleasant and better furnished hospitium." "Reverend father, and my very good lord," said Sir Piercie Shafton, "it is well known to your wisdom, that there are stone walls which have ears, and that secrecy is to be looked to in matters which concern a man's head." The Abbot signed to his attendants, excepting the Sub Prior, to leave the room, and then said, "Your valour, Sir Piercie, may freely unburden yourself before our faithful friend and counsellor, Father Eustace, the benefits of whose advice we may too soon lose, inasmuch as his merits will speedily recommend him to an higher station,
in which we trust he may find the blessing of a friend and adviser as valuable as himself, since I may say of him, as our claustral rhyme goeth, [Footnote: The rest of this doggerel rhyme may be found in Fosbrook's learned work on British monarchism.] Dixit abbas ad prioris, tu es homo boni mores, quia semper saniores mihi das consilia. Indeed, he added, the office of Sub Prior is altogether beneath our dear brother, nor can we elevate him unto that of Prior, which, for certain reasons, is at present kept vacant amongst us. Howbeit, Father Eustace is fully possessed of my confidence, and worthy of yours, and well may it be said of him, intravit in secretis nostris." Sir Piercie Shafton bowed to the reverend brethren, and heaving a sigh as if he would burst his steel cuirass, he thus commenced his speech: "Certes, reverend sirs, I may well heave such a suspiration, who have, as it were, exchanged heaven for purgatory, leaving the lightsome sphere of the royal court of England for a remote nook in this inaccessible desert, quitting the tilt-yard, where I was ever ready among my compeers to splinter a lance, either for the love of honour or for the honour of love, in order to couch my knightly spear against base and pilfering Pisagnios and marauders, exchanging the lighted halls, wherein I used nimbly to pace the swift coranto, or to move with a loftier grace in the stately galliard, for this rugged and decayed dungeon of rusty coloured stone, quitting the gay theatre for the solitary chimney nook of a Scottish dog house, bartering the sounds of the soul-ravishing lute and the love-awaking viol de gamba for the discordant squeak of a northern bagpipe, and above all, exchanging the smiles of those beauties who form a gay galaxy around the throne of England for the cold courtesy of an untaught damsel and the bewildered stare of a miller's maiden. More might I say of the exchange of the conversation of gallant knights and gay courtiers of mine own order and capacity, whose conceits are bright and vivid as the lightning, for that of monks and churchmen, but it were discourteous to urge that topic. Chapter 16, Part A. Chapter 16, Part B of The Monastery by Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Part B. The Abbot listened to this list of complaints with great round eyes, which evinced no exact intelligence of the orator's meaning, and when the knight paused to take a breath, he looked with a doubtful and inquiring eye at the Sub Prior, not well knowing in what tone he should reply to an exordium so extraordinary. The Sub Prior accordingly stepped in to the relief of his principal. "We deeply sympathize with you, Sir Knight, in the several mortifications and hardships to which fate has subjected you, particularly in that which has thrown you into the society of those who, as they were conscious they deserved not such an honour, so neither did they at all desire it. But all this goes little way to expound the cause of this train of disasters, or in plainer words, the reason which has compelled you into a situation having so few charms for you." "Gentle and reverend sir," replied the knight, "forgive an unhappy person who, in giving a history of his miseries, dilateth upon them extremely, even as he who, having fallen from a precipice, looketh forward to measure the height from which he hath been precipitated." "Yea, but," said Father Eustace, "methinks it were wiser in him to tell those who come to lift him up, which of his bones have been broken." "You, reverend sir," said the knight, "have, in the encounter of our wits, made a fair attaint, whereas I may be in some sort said to have broken my staff across." [Footnote: Attaint was a term of tilting used to express the champion's having attained his mark, or in other words struck his lance straight and fair against the helmet or breast of his adversary, whereas to break the lance across intimated a total failure in directing the point of the weapon on the object of his aim. Pardon me, grave sir, that I speak in the language of the tilt-yard, which is doubtless strange to your reverend years. Ah, brave resort of the noble, the fair and the gay! Ah, throne of love and citadel of honour! Ah, celestial beauties, by whose bright eyes it is graced! Never more shall Piercie Shafton advance as the centre of your radiant glances, couch his lance, and spur his horse at the sound of the spirit-stirring trumpets, nobly called the voice of war, never more shall he baffle his adversary's encounter boldly, break his spear dexterously, and ambling around the lovely circle receive the rewards with which beauty honours chivalry." Here he paused, wrung his hands, looked upwards, and seemed lost in contemplation of his own fallen fortunes. "Mad, very mad," whispered the Abbot to the Sub Prior. "I would we were fairly rid of him, for of a truth I expect he will proceed from raving to mischief. Were it not better to call up the rest of the brethren?" But the Sub Prior knew better than his superior how to distinguish the jargon of affectation from the ravings of insanity; and although the extremity of the knight's passion seemed altogether fantastic, yet he was not ignorant to what extravagancies the fashion of the day can conduct its votaries. Allowing therefore 2 minutes space to permit the knight's enthusiastic feelings to exhaust themselves, he again gravely reminded him that the Lord Abbot had taken a journey, unwonted to his age and habits, solely to learn in what he could serve Sir Piercie Shafton; that it was altogether impossible he could do so without his receiving distinct information of the situation in which he had now sought refuge in Scotland. The day wore on, he observed, looking at the window, and if the Abbot should be obliged to return to the Monastery without obtaining the necessary intelligence, the regret might be mutual, but the inconvenience was like to be all on Sir Piercie's own side. The hint was not thrown away. "O goddess of courtesy," said the knight, "can I so far have forgotten thy behests as to make this good prelate's ease and time a sacrifice to my vain complaints? Know then, most worthy, and not less worshipful, that I, your poor visitor and guest, am by birth nearly bound to the Piercie of Northumberland, whose fame is so widely blown through all the parts of the world where English worth hath been known. Now, this present Earl of Northumberland, of whom I would propose to give you the brief history—" "It is altogether unnecessary," said the Abbot. "We know him to be a good and true nobleman, and a sworn upholder of our Catholic faith, in the spite of the heretical woman who now sits upon the throne of England. And it is specially as his kinsman, and as knowing that ye partake with him in such devout and faithful belief and adherence to our Holy Mother Church, that we say to you, Sir Piercie Shafton, that ye be heartily welcome to us, and that we wist how we would labour to do you good service in your extremity." "For such kind offer I rest your most humble debtor," said Sir Piercie; "nor need I at this moment say more than that my right honourable cousin of Northumberland, having devised with me and some others the choice and picked spirits of the age, how and by what means the worship of God, according to the Catholic Church, might be again introduced into this distracted kingdom of England, even as one deviseth by the assistance of his friend to catch and bridle a runaway steed, it pleased him so deeply to entrust me in those communications, that my personal safety becomes as it were entwined or complicated therewith. Natheless, as we have had sudden reason to believe, this Princess Elizabeth, who maintaineth around her a sort of counsellors skilful in tracking whatever schemes may be pursued for bringing her title into challenge, or for erecting again the discipline of the Catholic Church, has obtained certain knowledge of the trains which we had laid before we could give fire unto them. Wherefore my right honourable cousin of Northumberland, thinking it best belike that one man should take both blame and shame for the whole, did lay the burden of all this trafficking upon my back, which load I am the rather content to bear, in that he hath always shown himself my kind and honourable kinsman, as well as that my estate, I wot not how, hath of late been somewhat insufficient to maintain the expense of those braveries, wherewith it is incumbent on us, who are chosen and selected spirits, to distinguish ourselves from the vulgar. So that possibly, said the Sub Prior, your private affairs rendered a foreign journey less incommodious to you than it might have been to the noble Earl, your right worthy cousin?" "You are right, reverend sir," answered the courtier. "Remicue, you have touched the point with a needle. My cost and expenses had been indeed somewhat lavish at the late triumphs and tourneys, and the flat-capped citizens had shown themselves unwilling to furnish my pocket for new gallantries for the honour of the nation, as well as for mine own peculiar glory, and to speak truth, it was in some part the hope of seeing these matters amended that led me to desire a new world in England. So that the miscarriage of your public enterprise, with the derangement of your own private affairs," said the Sub Prior, "have induced you to seek Scotland as a place of refuge?" "Remicue once again," said Sir Piercie, "and not without good cause, since my neck, if I remained, might have been brought within the circumstances of a halter; and so speedy was my journey northward, that I had but time to exchange my peach coloured doublet of Genoa velvet, thickly laid over with goldsmith's work, for this cuirass, which was made by Bonamico of Milan, and travelled northward with all speed, judging that I might do well to visit my right honourable cousin of Northumberland at one of his numerous castles. But as I posted towards Alnwick, even with the speed of a star, which, darting from its native sphere, shoots wildly downwards, I was met at North Allerton by one Henry Vaughan, a servant of my right honourable kinsman, who showed me, that as then I might not with safety come to his presence, seeing that, in obedience to orders from his court, he was obliged to issue out letters for my incarceration." "This," said the Abbot, "seems but hard measure on the part of your honourable kinsman." "It might be so judged, my lord," replied Sir Piercie. "Nevertheless, I will stand to the death for the honour of my right honourable cousin of Northumberland. Also, Henry Vaughan gave me, from my said cousin, a good horse and a purse of gold, with 2 border prickers, as they are called, for my guides, who conducted me by such roads and by paths as have never been seen since the days of Sir Lancelot and Sir Tristram, into this kingdom of Scotland, and to the house of a certain baron, or one who holds the style of such, called Julian Avenel, with whom I found such reception as the place and party could afford." "And that," said the Abbot, "must have been right wretched; for to judge from the appetite which Julian showeth when abroad, he hath not, I judge, overabundant provision at home." "You are right, sir, your reverence is in the right," continued Sir Piercie. "We had but Lenten fare, and what was worse, a score to clear at the departure; for though this Julian Avenel called us to no reckoning, yet he did so extravagantly admire the fashion of my poniard, the poignée being of silver exquisitely hatched, and indeed the weapon being altogether a piece of exceeding rare device and beauty, that in faith I would not, for very shame's sake, but pray his acceptance of it; words which he gave me not the trouble of repeating twice, before he had stuck it into his greasy buff belt, where, credit me, reverend sir, it showed more like a butcher's knife than a gentleman's dagger." "So goodly a gift might at least have purchased you a few days' hospitality," said Father Eustace. "Reverend sir," said Sir Piercie, "had I abidden with him, I should have been complimented out of every remnant of my wardrobe, actually flayed, by the hospitable gods I swear it. Sir, he secured my spare doublet, and had a pluck at my galligaskins. I was enforced to beat a retreat before I was altogether unrigged. That border knave, his serving man, had a pluck at me too, and usurped a scarlet cassock and steel cuirass belonging to the page of my body, whom I was fain to leave behind me. In good time I received a letter from my right honourable cousin, showing me that he had written to you in my behalf, and sent to your charge 2 mails filled with wearing apparel, namely, my rich crimson silk doublet, slashed out and lined with cloth of gold, which I wore at the last revels, with baldric and trimmings to correspond; also 2 pair black silk slops, with hanging garters of carnation silk; also the flesh-coloured silken doublet, with the trimmings of fur, in which I danced the salvage man at the Gray's Inn mummery; also " "Sir Knight," said the Sub Prior, "I pray you to spare the farther inventory of your wardrobe. The monks of Saint Mary's are no freebooting barons, and whatever part of your vestments arrived at our house have been this day faithfully brought hither, with the mails which contained them. I may presume, from what has been said, as we have indeed been given to understand by the Earl of Northumberland, that your desire is to remain for the present as unknown and as unnoticed as may be consistent with your high worth and distinction?" "Alas, reverend father," replied the courtier, "a blade when it is in the scabbard cannot give lustre, a diamond when it is in the casket cannot give light, and worth, when it is compelled by circumstances to obscure itself, cannot draw observation. My retreat can only attract the admiration of those few to whom circumstances permit its displaying itself." "I conceive now, my venerable father and lord," said the Sub Prior, "that your wisdom will assign such a course of conduct to this noble knight as may be alike consistent with his safety, and with the weal of the community. For you wot well that perilous strides have been made in these audacious days to the destruction of all ecclesiastical foundations, and that our holy community has been repeatedly menaced. Hitherto they have found no flaw in our raiment, but a party, friendly as well to the Queen of England as to the heretical doctrines of the schismatical church, or even to worse and wilder forms of heresy, prevails now at the court of our sovereign, who dare not yield to her suffering clergy the protection she would gladly extend to them. "My lord and reverend sir," said the knight, "I will gladly relieve you of my presence, while you canvass this matter at your freedom. And to speak truly, I am desirous to see in what case the chamberlain of my noble kinsman hath found my wardrobe, and how he hath packed the same, and whether it has suffered from the journey. There are 4 suits of as pure and elegant device as ever the fancy of a fair lady doted upon, every one having a treble and appropriate change of ribbons, trimmings, and fringes, which, in case of need, may, as it were, renew each of them, and multiply the 4 into 12. There is also my sad coloured riding suit, and 3 cut-work shirts with falling bands. I pray you, pardon me, I must needs see how matters stand with them, without farther dallying." Thus speaking, he left the room, and the Sub Prior, looking after him significantly, added, "Where the treasure is, will the heart be also." "Saint Mary preserve our wits!" said the Abbot, stunned with the knight's abundance of words. "Were man's brains ever so stuffed with silk and broadcloth, cut work, and I wot not what besides? And what could move the Earl of Northumberland to assume for his bosom counsellor in matters of death and danger such a feather-brained coxcomb as this?" "Had he been other than what he is, venerable father," said the Sub Prior, "he had been less fitted for the part of scapegoat, to which his right honourable cousin had probably destined him from the commencement, in case of their plot failing. I know something of this Piercie Shafton. The legitimacy of his mother's descent from the Piercie family, the point on which he is most jealous, hath been called in question. If harebrained courage and an outrageous spirit of gallantry can make good his pretensions to the high lineage he claims, these qualities have never been denied him. For the rest, he is one of the ruffling gallants of the time, like Howland York, Stukely. [Footnote: York, says Camden, was a Londoner, a man of loose and dissolute behaviour, and desperately audacious, famous in his time amongst the common bullies and swaggerers, as being the first that, to the great admiration of many at his boldness, brought into England the bold and dangerous way of fencing with the rapier in duelling, whereas till that time the English used to fight with long swords and bucklers, striking with the edge, and thought it no part of man either to push or strike beneath the girdle. Having a command in the Low Countries, York revolted to the Spaniards, and died miserably, poisoned, as was supposed, by his new allies. 3 years afterwards his bones were dug up and gibbeted by the command of the States of Holland. Thomas Stukely, another distinguished gallant of the time, was bred a merchant, being the son of a rich clothier in the West. He wedded the daughter and heiress of a wealthy alderman of London named Curtis, after whose death he squandered the riches he thus acquired in all manner of extravagance. His wife, whose fortune supplied his waist, represented to him that he ought to make more of her. Stukely replied, "I will make as much of thee, believe me, as it is possible for any to do." And he kept his word in one sense, having stripped her even of her wearing apparel, before he finally ran away from her. Having fled to Italy, he contrived to impose upon the Pope, with a plan of invading Ireland, for which he levied soldiers and made some preparations, but ended by engaging himself and his troops in the service of King Sebastian of Portugal. He sailed with that prince on his fatal voyage to Barbary, and fell with him at the battle of Alcazar. Stukely, as one of the first gallants of the time, has had the honour to be chronicled in song in Evans' Old Ballads, Vol. 3, edition 1810. His fate is also introduced in a tragedy by George Peele, as has been supposed, called The Battle of Alcazar, from which play Dryden is alleged to have taken the idea of Don Sebastian. If so, it is surprising he omitted a character so congenial to King Charles II's time as the witty, brave, and profligate Thomas Stukely.] and others who wear out their fortunes and endanger their lives in idle braveries, in order that they may be esteemed the only choice gallants of the time, and afterwards endeavour to repair their estate, by engaging in the desperate plots and conspiracies which wiser heads have devised. To use one of his own conceited similitudes, such courageous fools resemble hawks, which the wiser conspirator keeps hooded and blinded on his wrist, until the quarry is on the wing, and who are then flown at them. "Saint Mary," said the Abbot, He were an evil guest to introduce into our quiet household. Our young monks make bustle enough, and more than is beseeming God's servants about their outward attire already. This night were enough to turn their brains from the vestiarius down to the very scullion boy." "A worse evil might follow," said the Sub Prior. "In these bad days, the patrimony of the Church is bought and sold, forfeited and distrained, as if it were the unhallowed soil appertaining to a secular baron. Think what penalty awaits us, were we convicted of harbouring a rebel to her whom they call the Queen of England. There would neither be wanting Scottish parasites to beg the lands of the foundation, nor an army from England to burn and harry the Halidome. The men of Scotland were once Scotsmen, firm and united in the love of their country, and throwing every other consideration aside when the frontier was menaced. Now they are, what shall I call them, the one part French, the other part English, considering their dear native country merely as a prize-fighting stage, upon which foreigners are welcome to decide their quarrels." "Benedictine," replied the Abbot, "they are indeed slippery and evil times." "And therefore," said Father Eustace, "we must walk warily. We must not, for example, bring this man, this Sir Piercie Shafton, to our house of Saint Mary's." "But how then shall we dispose of him?" replied the Abbot. "Bethink thee that he is a sufferer for Holy Church's sake, that his patron, the Earl of Northumberland, hath been our friend, and that, lying so near to us, he may work us weal or woe according as we deal with his kinsman." "And accordingly," said the Sub Prior, "for these reasons, as well as for discharge of the great duty of Christian charity, I would protect and relieve this man. Let him not go back to Julian Avenel. That unconscientious baron would not stick to plunder the exiled stranger. Let him remain here. The spot is secluded, and if the accommodation be beneath his quality, discovery will become the less likely. We will make such means for his convenience as we can devise." "Will he be persuaded, thinkest thou?" said the Abbot. "I will leave my own travelling bed for his repose, and send up a suitable easy chair." "With such easements," said the Sub Prior, "he must not complain; and then, if threatened by any sudden danger, he can soon come down to the sanctuary, where we will harbour him in secret, until means can be devised of dismissing him in safety." "Were we not better," said the Abbot, "send him on to the court, and get rid of him at once?" "Ay, but at the expense of our friends. This butterfly may fold his wings, and lie under cover in the cold air of Glendearg; but were he at Holyrood, he would, did his life depend on it, expand his spangled drapery in the eyes of the Queen and court. Rather than fail of distinction, he would sue for love to our gracious sovereign. The eyes of all men would be upon him in the course of 3 short days, and the international peace of the 2 ends of the island endangered for a creature who, like a silly moth, cannot abstain from fluttering round a light." "Thou hast prevailed with me, Father Eustace," said the Abbot, "and it will go hard but I improve on thy plan. I will send up in secret, not only household stuff, but wine and wassail bread. There is a young swanky here who shoots venison well. I will give him directions to see that the knight lacks none." "Whatever accommodation he can have, which infers not a risk of discovery," said the Sub Prior, "it is our duty to afford him." "Nay," said the Abbot, "we will do more, and will instantly dispatch a servant express to the keeper of our revestiary to send us such things as he may want, even this night. See it done, good father." "I will," answered Father Eustace; "but I hear the gull clamours for some one to truss his points." [Footnote: The points were the strings of cord or ribbon, so called because pointed, with metal like the laces of women's stays, which attached the doublet to the hose. They were very numerous, and required assistance to tie them properly, which was called trussing.] He will be fortunate if he lights on any one here who can do him the office of groom of the chamber." "I would he would appear," said the Abbot, "for here comes the refectioner with the collation. By my faith, the ride hath given me a sharp appetite." CHAPTer 16.
Chapter 17 of the Monastery, by Walter Scott. Chapter 17. I'll seek for other aid. Spirits, they say, flit round invisible, as thick as motes dance in the sunbeam. If that spell or necromancer's sigil can compel them, they shall hold counsel with me. James Duff. The reader's attention must be recalled to Halbert Glendinning, who had left the Tower of Glendearg immediately after his quarrel with its new guest, Sir Piercie Shafton. As he walked with a rapid pace up the glen, old Martin followed him, beseeching him to be less hasty. "Halbert," said the old man, "you will never live to have white hair, if you take fire thus at every spark of provocation." "And why should I wish it, old man," said Halbert, "if I am to be the butt that every fool may aim a shaft of scorn against? What avails it, old man, that you yourself move, sleep, and wake, eat thy niggard meal, and repose on thy hard pallet? Why art thou so well pleased that the morning should call thee up to daily toil, and the evening again lay thee down a wearied out wretch? Were it not better to sleep and wake no more, than to undergo this dull exchange of labour for insensibility, and of insensibility for labour?" "God help me," answered Martin, "there may be truth in what thou sayest, but walk slower, for my old limbs cannot keep pace with your young legs. Walk slower, and I will tell you why age, though unlovely, is yet endurable." "Speak on, then," said Halbert, slackening his pace, "but remember we must seek venison to refresh the fatigues of these holy men, who will this morning have achieved a journey of 10 miles, and if we reach not the Broxburn head, we are scarce like to see an antler." "Then know, my good Halbert," said Martin, "whom I love as my own son, that I am satisfied to live till death calls me, because my Maker wills it. Ay, and although I spend what men call a hard life, pinched with cold in winter and burnt with heat in summer, though I feel hard and sleep hard, and am held mean and despised, yet I bethink me, that were I of no use on the face of this fair creation, God would withdraw me from it." "Thou poor old man," said Halbert, "and can such a vain conceit as this of thy fancied use reconcile thee to a world where thou playest so poor a part?" "My part was nearly as poor," said Martin, "my person nearly as much despised, the day that I saved my mistress and her child from perishing in the wilderness." "Right, Martin," answered Halbert, "there, indeed, thou didst what might be a sufficient apology for a whole life of insignificance." "And do you account it for nothing, Halbert, that I should have the power of giving you a lesson of patience and submission to the destinies of Providence? Methinks there is use for the gray hairs on the old scalp, were it but to instruct the green head by precept and by example." Halbert held down his face, and remained silent for a minute or two, and then resumed his discourse. "Martin, seest thou aught changed in me of late?" "Surely," said Martin. "I have always known you hasty, wild, and inconsiderate, rude, and prompt to speak at the volley and without reflection. But now methinks your bearing, without losing its natural fire, has something in it of force and dignity, which it had not before. It seems as if you had fallen asleep a carle, and awakened a gentleman." "Thou canst judge then of noble bearing?" said Halbert. "Surely," answered Martin, "in some sort I can, for I have travelled through court and camp and city with my master, Walter Avenel, although he could do nothing for me in the long run but give me room for 20 of sheep on the hill. And surely, even now, while I speak with you, I feel sensible that my language is more refined than it is my wont to use, and that, although I know not the reason, the rude northern dialect, so familiar to my tongue, has given place to a more town-bred speech." "And this change in thyself and me thou canst by no means account for?" said young Glendinning. "Change!" replied Martin; "by Our Lady, it is not so much a change which I feel, as a recalling and renewing sentiments and expressions which I had some 30 years since, ere Tib and I set up our humble household. It is singular that your society should have this sort of influence over me, Halbert, and that I should never have experienced it ere now." "Thinkest thou," said Halbert, "thou seest in me aught that can raise me from this base, low, despised state, into one where I may rank with those proud men who now despise my clownish poverty?" Martin paused an instant, and then answered, "Doubtless you may, Halbert, as broken a ship has come to land. Heard ye never of Hughie Dun, who left this Halidome some 35 years gone by? A deliverly fellow was Hughie, could read and write like a priest, and could wield brand and buckler with the best of the riders. I mind him, the like of him was never seen in the Halidome of St. Mary's, and so was seen of the preferment that God sent him."
"And what was that?" said Halbert, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Nothing less," answered Martin, "than body servant to the Archbishop of St. Andrews." Halbert's countenance fell. A servant! And to a priest? Was this all that knowledge and activity could raise him to? Martin, in his turn, looked with wistful surprise in the face of his young friend. "And to what good fortune lead him farther?" answered he. "The son of a kirk feuar is not the stuff that lords and knights are made of. Courage and schoolcraft cannot change churl's blood into gentle blood, I trow. I have heard, forby, that Hughie Dun left a good 500 punds of Scots money to his only daughter, and that she married the Bailie of Pittenweem." At this moment, and while Halbert was embarrassed with devising a suitable answer, a deer bounded across their path. In an instant the cross bow was at the youth's shoulder. The bolt whistled, and the deer, after giving one bound upright, dropped dead on the green sward. "There lies the venison our dame wanted," said Martin. "Who would have thought of an outlying stag being so low down in the glen at this season? And it is a heart of grease, too, in full season, and 3 inches of fat on the brisket. Now this is all your luck, Halbert, that follows you, go where you like. Were you to put in for it, I would warrant you were made one of the Abbot's yeoman prickers, and ride about in a purple doublet as bold as the best." "Tush, man," answered Halbert, "I will serve the Queen or no one. Take thou care to have down the venison to the tower, since they expect it. I will on to the moss. I have 2 or 3 bird bolts at my girdle, and it may be I shall find wild fowl." He hastened his pace, and was soon out of sight. Martin paused for a moment, and looked after him. "There goes the making of a right gallant stripling, and ambition have not the spoiling of him. Serve the Queen," said he. "By my faith, and she hath worse servants, from all that I e'er heard of him. And wherefore should he not keep a high head? They that ettle to the top of the ladder will at least get up some rounds. They that aim at, at a gown of gold will always get a sleeve of it. But come, sir," addressing the stag, "you shall go to Glendearg on my 2 legs somewhat more slowly than you were frisking it even now on your own 4 nimble shanks. Nay, by my faith, if you be so heavy, I will content me with the best of you, and that's the haunch and the nombles. And e'en heave up the rest on the old oak tree yonder, and come back for it with one of the yauds." Yauds, horses, more particularly horses of labour. While Martin returned to Glendearg with the venison, Halbert prosecuted his walk, breathing more easily since he was free of his companion. "The domestic of a proud and lazy priest, body squire to the Archbishop of St. Andrews," he repeated to himself, "and this with the privilege of allying his blood with the Bailie of Pittenweem, is thought a preferment worth a brave man struggling for. Nay more, a preferment which, if allowed, should crown the hopes, past, present, and to come, of the son of a kirk vassal. By heaven, but that I find in me a reluctance to practise their acts of nocturnal rapine, I would rather take the jack and lance, and join with the border riders. Something I will do. Here, degraded and dishonoured, I will not live the scorn of each whiffling stranger from the south, because forsooth he wears tinkling spurs on a tawny boot. This thing, this phantom, be it what it will, I will see it once more. Since I spoke with her, and touched her hand, thoughts and feelings have dawned on me of which my former life had not even dreamed. But shall I, who feel my father's glen too narrow for my expanding spirit, brook to be bearded in it by this vain gewgaw of a courtier, and in the sight, too, of Mary Avenel? I will not stoop to it, by heaven." As he thus spoke, he arrived in the sequestered glen of Corrynanshean, as it verged upon the hour of noon. A few moments he remained looking upon the fountain, and doubting in his own mind with what countenance the White Lady might receive him. She had not indeed expressly forbidden his again evoking her, but yet there was something like such a prohibition implied in the farewell, which recommended him to wait for another guide. Halbert Glendinning did not long, however, allow himself to pause. Hardihood was the natural characteristic of his mind, and under the expansion and modification which his feelings had lately undergone, it had been augmented rather than diminished. He drew his sword, undid the buskin from his foot, bowed 3 times with deliberation towards the fountain, and as often towards the tree,
and repeated the same rhyme as formerly. Thrice to the holy brake, thrice to the well, I bid thee awake, white maid of Avenel. Noon gleams on the lake, noon glows on the fell, wake thee, O wake, white maid of Avenel. His eye was on the holly bush as he spoke the last line, and it was not without an involuntary shuddering that he saw the air betwixt his eye and that object become more dim, and condense, as it were, into the faint appearance of a form, through which, however, so thin and transparent was the first appearance of the phantom, he could discern the outline of the bush as through a veil of fine crape. But, gradually, it darkened into a more substantial appearance, and the White Lady stood before him with displeasure on her brow. She spoke, and her speech was still song, or rather measured chant, but as if now more familiar, it flowed occasionally in modulated blank verse, and at other times in the lyrical measure which she had used at their former meeting. This is the day when the fairy kind sits weeping alone for their hopeless lot, and the wood maiden sighs to the sighing wind, and the mermaiden weeps in her crystal grot, for this is the day that a deed was wrought, in which we have neither part nor share. For the children of clay was salvation bought, but not for the forms of sea or air. And ever the mortal is most forlorn, who meeteth our race on the Friday morn. Spirit, said Halbert Glendinning boldly, it is bootless to threaten one who holds his life at no rate. Thine anger can but slay, nor do I think thy power extendeth, or thy will stretcheth so far. The terrors which your race produce upon others are vain against me. My heart is hardened against fear, as by a sense of despair. If I am, as thy words infer, of a race more peculiarly the care of heaven than thine, it is mine to call, it must be thine to answer. I am the nobler being. As he spoke, the figure looked upon him with a fierce and ireful countenance, which, without losing the similitude of that which it usually exhibited, had a wilder and more exaggerated cast of features. The eyes seemed to contract and become more fiery, and slight convulsions passed over the face, as if it was about to be transformed into something hideous. The whole appearance resembled those faces which the imagination summons up when it is disturbed by laudanum, but which do not remain under the visionary's command, and, beautiful in their first appearance, become wild and grotesque ere we can arrest them. But when Halbert had concluded his bold speech, the White Lady stood before him with the same pale, fixed, and melancholy aspect which she usually bore. He had expected the agitation which she exhibited would conclude in some frightful metamorphosis. Folding her arms on her bosom, the phantom replied, Daring youth! For thee it is well here calling me in the haunted dell, that thy heart has not quailed, nor thy courage failed, and that thou couldst brook the angry look of her of Avenel. Did one limb shiver, or an eyelid quiver, thou wert lost for ever. Though I am formed from the ether blue, and my blood's of the unfallen dew, and thou art framed of mud and dust, 'tis thine to speak, reply I must. I demand of thee then, said the youth, by what charm it is that I am thus altered in mind and in wishes, that I think no longer of deer or dog, of bow or bolt, that my soul spurns the bounds of this obscure glen, that my blood boils at an insult from one by whose stirrup I would some days since have run for a whole summer's morn, contented and honoured by the notice of a single word? Why do I now seek to mate me with princes and knights and nobles? Am I the same, who but yesterday, as it were, slumbered in contented obscurity, but who am today awakened to glory and ambition? Speak, tell me, if thou canst, the meaning of this change. Am I spellbound? Or have I till now been under the influence of a spell, that I feel as another being, yet am conscious of remaining the same? Speak, and tell me, is it to thy influence that the change is owing? The White Lady replied, A mightier wizard far than I wields o'er the universe his power. Him owns the eagle in the sky, the turtle in the bower. Chanceful in shape, yet mightiest still, he wields the heart of a man at will, from ill to good, from good to ill, in cot and castle tower.
"Speak not thus darkly," said the youth, colouring so deeply, that face, neck, and hands were in a sanguine glow. "Make me sensible of thy purpose." The spirit answered, "Ask thy heart, whose secret cell is filled with Mary Avenel. Ask thy pride, why scornful look in Mary's view it will not brook. Ask it, why thou seekest to rise among the mighty and the wise, why thou spurnest thy lowly lot, why thy pastimes are forgot, why thou wouldst in bloody strife mend thy luck or lose thy life. Ask thy heart, and it shall tell, sighing from its secret cell, 'Tis for Mary Avenel." "Tell me then," said Halbert, his cheek still deeply crimsoned, "thou who hast said to me that which I dared not say to myself, by what means shall I urge my passion? By what means make it known?" The White Lady replied, "Do not ask me. On doubts like these thou canst not task me. We only see the passing show Of human passions ebb and flow, And view the pageant's idle glance As mortals eye the northern dance, When thousand streamers flashing bright Career it o'er the brow of night, And gazers mark their changeful gleams, But feel no influence from their beams." "Yet thine own fate," replied Halbert, "unless men greatly err, is linked with that of mortals?" The phantom answered, "By ties mysterious linked, our fated race holds strange connexion with the sons of men. The star that rose upon the house of Avenel, when Norman Ulric first assumed the name, that star, when culminating in its orbit, shot from its sphere a drop of diamond dew, and this bright font received it, and a spirit rose from the fountain, and her date of life hath coexistence with the house of Avenel, and with the star that rules it." "Speak yet more plainly," answered young Glendinning. "Of this I can understand nothing. Say what hath forged thy fated link of destiny with the house of Avenel. Say, especially, what fate now overhangs that house." The White Lady replied, "Look on my girdle, on this thread of gold, 'tis fine as web of lightest gossamer, and, but there is a spell on it, would not bind, light as they are, the folds of my thin robe. But when 'twas donned, it was a massive chain, such as might bind the champion of the Jews, even when his looks were longest. It hath dwindled, hath minished in its substance and its strength, as sunk the greatness of the house of Avenel. When this frail thread gives way, I to the elements resign the principles of life they lent me. Ask me no more of this, the stars forbid it." "Then canst thou read the stars?" answered the youth, "and mayest tell me the fate of my passion, if thou canst not aid it?" The White Lady again replied, "Dim burns the once bright star of Avenel, dim as the beacon when the morn is nigh, and the o'erwearied warder leaves the lighthouse. There is an influence sorrowful and fearful, that dogs its downward course. Disastrous passion, fierce hate and rivalry, are in the aspect that lowers upon its fortunes." "And rivalry?" repeated Glendinning. "It is, then, as I feared. But shall that English silkworm presume to beard me in my father's house, and in the presence of Mary Avenel? Give me to meet him, spirit. Give me to do away with the vain distinction of rank on which he refuses me the combat. Place us on equal terms, and gleam the stars with what aspect they will, the sword of my father shall control their influences." She answered as promptly as before, "Complain not of me, child of clay, if to thy harm I yield the way. We, who soar thy sphere above, know not aught of hate or love, as will or wisdom rules thy mood. My gifts to evil turn, or good." "Give me to redeem my honour," said Halbert Glendinning. "Give me to retort on my proud rival the insults he has thrown on me, and let the rest fare as it will. If I cannot revenge my wrong, I shall sleep quiet, and know naught of my disgrace." The phantom failed not to reply, "When Piercie Shafton boasteth high, let this token meet his eye. The sun is westering from the dell, thy wish is granted. Fare thee well." As the White Lady spoke or chanted these last words, she undid from her locks a silver bodkin around which they were twisted, and gave it to Halbert Glendinning. Then shaking her dishevelled hair till it fell like a veil around her, The outlines of her form gradually became as diffuse as her flowing tresses, her countenance grew pale as the moon in her first quarter, her features became indistinguishable, and she melted into the air. Habit inures us to wonders, but the youth did not find himself alone by the fountain without experiencing, though in a much less degree, the revulsion of spirits which he had felt upon the phantom's former disappearance. A doubt strongly pressed upon his mind, whether it were safe to avail himself of the gifts of a spirit which did not even pretend to belong to the class of angels, and might, for aught he knew, have a much worse lineage than that which she was pleased to avow. "I will speak of it," he said, "to Edward, who is clerkly learned, and will tell me what I should do. And yet no, Edward is scrupulous and wary. I will prove the effect of her gift on Sir Piercie Shafton, if he again braves me, and by the issue I will be myself a sufficient judge whether there is danger in resorting to her counsel. Home, then, home, and we shall soon learn whether that home shall longer hold me, for not again will I brook insult, with my father's sword by my side, and Mary for the spectator of my disgrace." Chapter 17. Upon these important subjects. I observe that the learned Mr. Lawrence Templeton, in his late publication entitled Ivanhoe, has not only blessed the bed of Edward the Confessor with an offspring unknown to history, with sundry other solecisms of the same kind, but has invented the order of nature, and feasted his swine with acorns in the midst of summer. All that can be alleged by the warmest admirer of this author amounts to this, that the circumstances objected to are just as true as the rest of the story, which appears to me, more especially in the matter of the acorns, to be a very imperfect defence, and that the author will do well to profit by Captain Absolute's advice to his servant, and never tell him more lies than are indispensably necessary. Chapter 37, Part C. And End of the Monastery, by Walter Scott.